We got a very, 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 very important episode to get to today. It ain't time for the game playing. It ain't time for the nonsense. We got some shit to get into, and people might not like what I got to say. But I'm really not bothered by it either way, because it's just what needs to happen today. Now look, it looks like we're live everywhere, and y'all know what that means. It is time for the whooping of the asses to commence. Today, we got to talk about some very serious shit, y'all. You understand me? We got to talk about some very serious shit today. Yeah, gather around, grab a drink, get your smoke ready, okay? Chill. I suggest you enjoy the beginning of the show. I suggest you enjoy the intro, say hi to your neighbors, touch your neighbors all over the place and all of that shit. Because I tell you what, when this fucking program gets going, it's going to be motherfucking problems all over the place. Hang on a second. First thing.
Ready for takeoff?
That is not the right scene. That shit makes an automatic fucking transition. Ain't nobody ask it to make. Now, what we got to do right now, hang on a sec. I got to fix this overlay real quick because it's got that little camera on it that we're not using right now. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Got to do this on a couple more scenes. There we go. Corner. There we go. And finally the desk. Give me one sec, y'all. Taking care of this right now. Behind scenes. Yep. Sorry about that. I had Sam's cam ready and Sam's sick. So, all right. Now, poor little puppies. Not feeling good. Now, folks, everybody listen up. The motherfucking Christians have gone too far. I don't know how else to put it. We're going to talk about the dark side of Christianity. And yeah, I'm naming names. Sal. Sorry. Rebecca, Stephanie, the other creepy ass motherfucker I don't even want to mention. Y'all gone too far. Y'all don't deserve no respect, no kind of none of that shit no more. You have just taken toxicity to the next level. You now have waved the white flag of reason. You have forfeited your right to demand our respect, our politeness, or any of that shit. Y'all think y'all gonna fight a fucking holy war by your goddamn selves. And you're wrong. Wars are fought against people, fuckfaces. And we happen to be the fuckfaces that you're fighting this holy war against. And we ain't gonna keep not fighting back. You've gone too far, you continue to go too far, but you're not gonna fucking intimidate us. We ain't going fucking nowhere. And all you're revealing is that you are pieces of shit people. That you don't deserve our fucking civility. You don't deserve to participate in our civil processes. You pervert our education systems. You've perverted our fucking communities. You've perverted our fucking governments, and you keep perverting the fucking YouTube. These YouTube Christians are sitting on some fucking toxic bullshit, and I'm sick of it. They're trash. And we're calling them out. Stay tuned. Let's start this fucked up ass show.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause we wildin'. But the boldest Just a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute, just the front, nigga. Goddamn.
I don't know, Spark Theology. I didn't see a lot of other people in the chat asking if they were trash.
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force, the upper middle class superhero team that protects your innocence any way they can. They are Tallulah, Sebastian Kagan, Zoe, Quota, and Dirk.
Cute little interwebs and talk shit about atheists all day and think we won't fucking return the favor. You might be fucking trash. I don't really know you that well. But I'll be damned if you think you're gonna come here and ask me some snarky fucking questions and not get put in your fucking place. You might just be trash, nigga. If you do trash, you act like trash, you stand up for trash. In my book, you're fucking trash. And if your feelings hurt, get the fuck out of here because they might be hurt a little once. I wish I would be sensitive to insensitive. I don't even want to do no more of these bullshits. I don't even want to do no fucking clips. Fuck clips. We don't got time for clips. I want to vibe and then whoop people's asses today. It's fight night. The fuck is wrong with these fools? Y'all think I'm going to be nice to the Christians, all the bullshit they got going on? Christians, you can go fuck yourselves. Your Bible's not true. You want to be an honest person? Admit it. Go ahead, admit it in the chat, Christians. Go ahead, Christians. Go ahead, put in the chat. I'm a Christian. I'm willing to admit my Bible isn't true. Until then, shut the fuck up! Act like you want some fucking dignity around here. Y'all treat everybody like fucking shit. And then y'all demand we're nice to you. Playtime's over, bitches. Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high apostle of the cult of the Flying Man. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker Bundy! I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spine. signs, I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I ain't playing games. I'm coming for your ass. Deal with it, bitch. Let's go. I make them shiver. Then you seem weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like their God ain't real. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a US champ. I'm not a toxic Christian. That mic flip though. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to motherfucking Pockets Place. That is goddamn right, folks. It's the official opening of Pockets Place, the motherfucking speakeasy saloon up in this bitch. Can I get an amen, hallelujah? Now, of course, folks, we've got a very serious program to get into, and we're going to start off with some communion. But first, it's time to kick back and catch a vibe with your neighbors. Say, neighbor, how you been, neighbor? I missed you so much. Talk to your neighbors. Everybody, catch a vibe with today's special motherfucking opening worship tune. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, making your way, it's hard. It takes everything you got, folks. You know, it's really hard. Take a break. Let me tell you, put my vestments on.
Wouldn't you like to get away? All those nights when you've got no lights, the check is in the mail, and your little angel hung the cat up by its tail, and your third fiance didn't show. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. Roll out of bed, Mr. Coffee's dead. The morning's looking bright. And your shrink ran off to Europe and didn't even write. And your husband wants to be a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Come on to Pockets Place. I know you want to go where everybody knows your name. Come on down. Come on to Pocket. Come on to the Speakeasy Saloon. Oh, yes. Always glad you came, baby. What a vibe. I know, our vibe is always on the next level. We out vibing every fucking channel on the internet right now. man. Come on. Come on, folks. Is that not how you get welcome to the motherfucking Speakeasy Saloon up in this bitch? Can I get some love, chat? You know what the fuck I'm talking about? Let them know, Carrie Ann. It's time to light. Time to light. And then it's time to get into the mode. You know what I'm talking about? All right, folks. It's time for communion. Y'all already know how the communion ritual works. Theists, yes, your communion sucks. Yes, atheists are better at everything. That's why we say atheists do it better. Of course, our communion is far superior to that bullshit you do on church on Sunday mornings. Here we go, y'all. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, on him, all up in him. In the unity of the flying man, all glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Beautiful. And given that it's Friday night, we're going to keep our worship service rolling on here. We normally rock with that. You know what? Let's rock with it. Let's get that MJ interlude, baby. And then we're going to follow it up with another special selection from the motherfucking worship director for the day. Who is it? Motherfucking OG Roddy. It's airplanemode.com.
Start my morning every day with her.
Time to hit that one hit one day.
In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here.
Don't fuck with this unless you got a PhD or some sort of advanced biosafety training and all of that shit. This will rip your face off. This is a very dangerous piece of lab equipment. I'm just warning you. Do not try this shit at home. I've been training at this for a very long time.
I ain't even tripping cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping. She turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya.
It is MSU's mascot.
She the one I could trust. Niggas
I do have dabs actually.
I go all out the way.
I don't have my torch or the dab extension here, but I do have dabs. I'll probably take some later. I was thinking about it.
Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon
I was gonna say at the home of the real Spartans, we don't even teach theology. Ooh.
Mary Jane is different cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
All right, hold up. I got to pull from the, Oh, that bong just ripped my fucking face off. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Oh, don't try that at home, y'all. Oh, my face. Oh, I can't feel my face. What happened to my face? Is it still there? My face still there? My glasses are sitting on something. It must be okay. Whew. Whew. Oh. All right, y'all. Somebody fucking call in and talk to me. Where the fuck is James? Where the fuck is Lena? Where the fuck is Wayne? I gotta start calling niggas out by where the Satan's whore, Trump's energy, nuclear clown girl said she was gonna call in.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building.
It's the flying man clothes.
Specified smoking area.
It's the airplane mode. Same
OG,
thing.
I draw up the plate.
That's why
And
we
then he go
doing
get
it.
the cake. Then we link up with the
Airplane mode is the official mode of the flying man.
And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? So stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. Nope. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Nope. Same go for the gang. Yeah. And we split it up all the same. Yeah. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. Lil' mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane and go get this money with Dizzy. I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Money. Taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about saying, be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. But fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it.
Hang on, y'all. Never mind. Fuck that. Never mind. That's over. That's over. Never mind, y'all. The fun part's over. Show's fucking fun. The good part's over. But speaking of coons, this fucking coon Chris M is here, y'all. Mr. I ain't really black coon himself. Chris M is here. What the fuck do you want, coon Chris? Do you want to turn your camera off and show us your white hood? Mr. KKK Chris, can I call it KK Chris? Chris M from Canada, right?
Please don't say that.
Chris, I'm fucking with you.
Okay,
I'm totally fine. I had to fuck with you. Welcome to the show, bro. What's up, man? I was fucking with you.
I'm doing good. I know that it's basically happy hour. So
Yes, sir.
No Bible nerdery.
No, but we got to talk about the Bible nerds. The subject of the day is the Bible nerds. It's the dark side of Christianity. These fools is out here like, what's up with Rebecca and no, it ain't really about her even. It's about Sal. It's about who else? Stephanie. Somebody that's been
Stephanie
harassing
McGuire.
me. Yeah, it's a lot of them they just going way out of bounds with shit now, man. It's way out of bounds now. They going personal, right? I got people contacting people in my personal life publishing my acknowledgments for my dissertation and shit. You got people talking about people's loved ones out here on the internet. You got, you know what I'm saying? And then it's just the overall way in which they are completely gaslighting all of the people we at this point know and love on the daily. And then when we really start to make some progress out here, start to be heard, all of a sudden it's straight to the intimidation tactics on some real thug shit. Like, and I'm not having it no more. Like, it's something we got to seriously talk about because it's going way beyond apologetics. Go ahead.
Well, you know the YouTuber Telltale Atheist, I think that's what his name. Basically, he got doxxed due to his opinions and stuff like that.
Right.
And he had to basically end up his life because one of the respectable members of his town where he used to live, like I said, doxed him like really in IRL, and he had to move to New York apparently. Anyway, but for me, I'm sorry if I'm in the dark over here because
but that's perfect. That's a perfect example, man. It's certain shit that it's like it's not okay. Right? It's not okay to do this to somebody because you don't agree with them. It's not okay to take this way beyond the internet and now you trying to interfere with somebody's personal life to the point they got to move. No, this is not okay. And if you call yourself a soldier of God or standing for the truth or what's right or what's just and you're going to fight against sin when people miss the mark, if you ain't calling motherfuckers out to this, shut the fuck up. You have nothing to say in any fucking conversation about morality from here on out forever. Until y'all start holding each other accountable for y'all fucking trash behavior, I ain't hearing shit from none of them. None of them. Let one of these motherfuckers tell me I ain't got an objective basis for morality again. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway.
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry, you know you ain't the problem.
Sorry, I know. Telltale is actually an SJW. So, yeah. So he basically got it. Got the harsh treatment. Yeah,
it's terrible.
With all that crap.
Sure.
On top of his own ex community and all that stuff. But but now he's an atheist. And I'm not gonna say anything because for if the man can't defend himself or wants to talk about himself. So I'm just gonna shut up.
I feel you, and that's kind of where I'm at too. Like I'm not trying to speak on other people's situations so much or drag people out, but there's certain things that have already been spoken about on my channel, and for the most part, people kind of are aware of that are going on. And some of these people, we just know some of the names. Sal, okay. It's somebody who I don't even want to give him dignity in mentioning my name, but you can look me up. They're trying to make me a star. They got websites and follow along pages, and them people not only been trying to out everything about my real life, but they done been contacting and trying to actually harass the people in my real life. You see what I'm saying? And so these people are really trying to interfere with us professionally. They are really trying to destroy our real lives because they don't agree with us. And all I'm asking the ones who think y'all are fucking above this shit because y'all are fucking innocent, why the fuck don't y'all have better arguments? Why is it resorting to this, huh? Why ain't y'all calling these people out on this shit, huh? And tell me this, if y'all had such good arguments, why are you intimidating people? Because, see, I know I got my shit, so I don't have to be nice. I don't have to look nice. I could be as silly as I want. I could curse as much as I motherfucking want to because I am not sitting on some bullshit. But since y'all ain't got a goddamn argument to save your lives, no evidence, nothing. Wait, go ahead, Chris. Sorry. Woo. Trying to calm down. No, I ain't really trying to calm down. Go ahead, Chris.
I'm not exactly in your life. So I'm not exactly know what it's going on specifically.
Oh yeah, I don't even want to talk about it, but it's I'm just telling you, this is what's going on. The people you interact with and see. Go ahead.
When if you can basically, well, what I think what I'm trying to say is put your foot down
Yep.
when you see it.
Yep. There you go.
And also it's like and just basically you can be, well, for me, one of the tactics is that I do is that I kind of quote unquote pretend that it doesn't happen, or well, not that it doesn't happen, but like say if they badmouth me in under my back, and I basically, because I'm basically a sneaky guy, and I basically hear them, and then like say if they give the courage to quote talk, not talk to me directly, or like as I almost pass it by, I kind of call back and saying thank you for telling me this to my face, or
Yeah.
but that's just me, or just trying to
Yeah, and that's what we got to talk about, because it's a lot of different things that I figure, like, we make a lot of content about what's going on, and one thing that I really hate is that there's never anything new to talk about. Well, guess what? I done found something new to talk about, because these motherfuckers is acting a fool right now. So, it's like, guess what the news of the day is? These motherfucking Christians is tripping. So, but yeah, I agree with you. What I'm at with is like, well, let's talk amongst ourselves, because I feel like I heard this person is dealing with that, and you just said you brought somebody we're a big fan of, he dealing with this, and I'm dealing with what I'm dealing with, and it feels like we're all dealing with it in isolation, and it's kind of ridiculous because it goes way too far, and I don't think any of us knows really how to address it, or how to talk about it, or how to help each other, or how to support each other. So it's like me and my team got a particular strategy, which is mostly like, and ignore the motherfuckers. But that don't work for everybody at all times. And more importantly, it's a missed opportunity, right? Because now, like you said, we got to put our foot down and come at a motherfucker on it. And so that means it's something very unsatisfying about ignoring it, right? Especially if it's abusive behavior that we're all experiencing as individuals, but then not addressing collectively. So now I'm like, let's figure out how to address this collectively. So I like what you said, right? That's one of the approaches. You heard another. Some people just ignore it, let them do what they do, they're irrelevant. Other people say, pay attention to what's said about you, take it all in, remember it later, recall it if you choose to. I do a little bit of that. I have my mods and people, that keep their ear to the ground. I'm gonna just put it like that. It's a lot of different approaches, but I want us to be here to support each other, and whatever they could come at me. I have the good fortune of being supported by some people who just are supportive. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Like I'm not worried about my team. Like, we good.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing is that probably the best case scenario is right now is that you have to fix your family issues with. I'm not trying to to say stuff, but it's just whatever is fixable with your family, you could probably concentrate on that.
You talking about with me? I don't have nobody dealing with my family.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, I know, but that's one of the things is that if you feel isolated, that's
I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, I feel you with that. Now, I'm mostly good with my family, actually, but me and my family are close. I just talk about them a lot because I think they're perfect examples of a lot of the problems and issues I face, but at the same time, they're sort of, in my mind, it's like steel manning Christianity a lot of times. Like they're kind of like good,
sure,
really genuine Christians who I love to death, and then it's like, but they still, believe all this fucked up shit over here. But yeah, no, I totally agree. I think, you gotta do that. But I feel actually pretty good. Me and my cousin are super close, so yeah, I totally agree. But no, the thing I'm really more about is, like you said, the doxing, the intimidation, the different ways in which I think it's important as a counter-apologetics community, because James touched on something recently, which is that there's a real relationship between all of the different issues that we seem to be in conflict over. There's a common thread to all of this. And one of the things that's really common is this type of way out of bounds intimidation that happens. And I think now we have to, I hate to say this, but capitalize on the fact that these people have played their hand this way, and that we have demonstrable, documented examples of these people stepping way the fuck out of bounds. And like you said, now you can put your foot down and you say, we've got the film and the receipts and whatever else, right? And then now we're gonna move forward with that.
And sorry.
Go ahead.
And one of the reasons why, like, I am the firebrand type, and it's not always like it doesn't work for everybody. But the thing is that right now, like, their criticism right now is very, like, my criticism of theists, and well, I call it, that's how, like, the general term, and
Sure.
I've been trying to, like, try to differentiate people, but it's just, for me, it's anyway. But the thing is that I have some, like, pillars of, like, not pillars of morality, but pillars where those are basically makes me who I am. And if you touch one of them, like, try to harm them, one of them, of what's me and mine, God help you.
Yes, I feel you. You.
Or Allah help you, or whatever.
Whatever. Yeah, they're gonna need to show up this time, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Because right now, the criticism is me being mild, like, very mild. And
I feel you.
And even the firebrand, even some of the firebrand types, not that I know, but it's like the shown in
Snack
as an example, they are they're very, very, like very, like, they aren't going for the jugular with Christ. Their theism, the theology of everything.
Sure.
And they're not pounding people on the ground. It's just us
agreed.
saying, hi, you guys have a problem, have a nice day, or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, and sorry, I'm just gonna shut up right
No, you're good. Chris, I'm about to dip out of here, this restream, and go try to see what's up on, I think maybe Answers in Atheism or something like that real quick. They had sent me something in the Discord. So appreciate you coming through, and I'm going to try to jump in and see what's going on over there, because I think Sal might be over there. They're dealing with Sal, so let me figure out what's up over there. Right. But yeah, thank you so much for calling in, man, and call back in later. I'm about to dip out of here.
Okay, bye.
All right, later. Let me get that link again. Yep. No, not that one. There we go.
Science and your understanding of population genetics. It's pathetic.
Oh, is that him? Hey, wait a minute. Is that him going out? Is that him going after Pocket Lock?
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Yes,
this is Jay Bimbo Brains.
Hi, Jay.
How you doing, sir?
Had you heard this before?
Haven't
Jay?
even been listening. Now, question number one is this: who disrespected my man's family?
Sal.
Who's what?
Sal's the one.
Yeah, Sal.
Yeah, Sal.
Sal Cordova. Yeah.
Oh, is that a video? Is that a video of him?
That's a video. Yeah.
Oh my God, I thought that was him. I was. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's not. He's not here. He's a little afraid of that.
So wait a minute. It's just a coinky dink
that he popped in just as Sal was shitting on him?
Yeah, it is. I'm doing my own stream, but I got the link. You sent me a link earlier, and so I just started my show. I took a call, and then I remembered that you sent me the link, and I was like, let me jump in and see what's going on.
He also called Evita a joke.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to kind of know because somebody else let me know that he was like an anti-Evita apologist, which is hilarious.
Yeah, he made the claim that it's programmed to select for complexity or something. Why don't we replay that for Jay, and that way he can hear what Sal is saying.
Okay.
You want to hear it again? Okay, Jay, and I want to point out that Sal didn't know what Evita was until like probably a few weeks ago. When he came on the radar.
No.
Yeah, now well, I'm not sure of that, but I'm pretty sure that
somebody told me he shot on the Evita. I had to ask because I thought that was like before he knew about me, but I'll ask and see if they think it predates me or if it's new. But if it is, that's hilarious.
I've never heard him mention it before. So
Speed, remember the other apologist that was in the stream, and then after the stream backstage, and he's talking shit about evolution all the time, and he had to ask you what an allele was?
Yeah, right. I remember that guy. That would be Donnie Badinsky. Standing for truth.
Donnie, yeah. Be honest, I'm cool with Donnie. There's always like there's weird friendships and allegiances. Me and Donnie are cool, but Donnie, like to me, Donnie's a buddy, like a fellow wrestling nerd. He just works for the other team. Like he just, Like I don't even like we're cool though. Like he's fine. Like he's a mod on my channel. I think
we're gonna have a conversation on Sunday, Jay.
I'll give you something that's interesting though. I'll just say I've heard the other side of some of those stories.
Yeah, okay. We'll compare notes because you're new to that community, and there's a lot of history that we have to go over.
Yeah, but I don't want to go over the history.
Oh, you don't?
Not really, not particularly, because it's none of my business.
Yeah, we want to talk about something else then.
Yeah. Plus, you got to remember, I'm so much deeper in this than most of y'all think. I'm just over it. Like, I have my family's full of, my grandfather's a bishop. I'm a worship drummer. Like, I'm deep in churches, so I don't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. I'm the guy that's going along with these people to retreats and conferences, and I'm in church with them every Sunday and Bible study with them. So it just doesn't bother me anymore. It's like I'm totally. It's just like in one ear out the other. I have the same magic funnel they do, in one ear and out the other. But this shit. This like, oh, let's talk about your personal life. Let's go after your career. Let's, publish your documents. Let's dox people. It's gone way too far. And now it's time to just stop being so kind about the actual root of all of this. These are the most fundamentally dishonest, perverse individuals you could possibly deal with. I mean, in a sense, like they don't even, we have to be really, really constrained in our response and reaction to these people because they are so undignified that it's just, they're not worth it. I mean, let's be honest, like they're really not. And they're always willing to go lower than we are. Right? They just are. Like they're just, you know what I mean? They're willing to die for their nonsense. We're just not that committed to what we believe at the end of the day, right? That's part of our thing is we're not fundamentally the type of people who die or kill others over ideas. They have a very fundamentally different ideology. And it's like they want to keep finding this back door to, oh, we're reasonable, oh, we're respectful, oh, we love science. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. You guys are anti everything that just came out of your mouth. What they want to do is put the paraphernalia on. Oh, I studied this obscure science. I listened to this guy. Once he was retired, wrote this memoir where he said he thinks there's problems with that. Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
You're a joke. Okay? And I'm going to tell you to your face, you're a joke every time. Because you don't deserve the integrity of being treated like you're some sort of well-reasoned and researched, you're a professional moron. Right,
biophysical researcher.
Yeah, and with no dignity. No dignity. Like, and you see this, and it's like, no, go fuck yourself. Now you're not even deserving of being treated like an adult, right? You're not. Adults have restraints, boundaries. We understand there's shit you do, shit you don't do, shit you say, shit you don't say. You know, you don't bring a grown man's family. James Apperson, right? The Mike Tyson quote. These people have gotten too used to disrespecting people without getting punched in the face.
Punch in the face, yep.
Yeah. Okay, you want to listen to this?
Not really, but yes. Yes
Oh,
and
okay.
no.
Well,
Cruising for a fucking miserable time, I guess.
If you could
Yeah,
just
it's gonna
explain
be miserable.
Avita, a bit, so that we would, understand what it does and what it's
Sure,
trying
it's
to.
just they're just evolving computer programs. When they start, they literally can self-replicate, so they can copy themselves. They have a copy loop that is programmed. The rest of them is the rest of their genome is usually what we refer to as blank tape. It's just null operations instructions that don't do anything. From there, they are subject to mutations and natural selection. And competition over limited resources, right? They're computing with each other for limited computational cycles to reproduce faster in limited spaces on whatever, environment, normally a grid that they're represented in memory or whatever. And then, we program the environment. We say, here's what's available, here's a resource. If you if you evolve this computation, you get this kind of boost for it or whatever. But it's no different than going in the lab, like the LNCA lab or anything else, and saying, here, we're going to put a bunch of salt water in a flask, and we're going to put exactly the same amount of glucose in it. Oh, wait, we're doing this other experiment. Take the glucose out, put maltose in it. That's what we're doing, but they're computer programs, so you have to give them a computational equivalent of resources, and so we basically so we call it natural selection in an artificial environment, right? So we program the environment. They have an initial copy loop. We seed the populations with the ancestor that can reproduce itself, and then we let evolution do the rest. So most of their apologetic arguments. Actually, I don't know if you guys can hear this.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking,
I mean, I have to admit, they make me very nervous. I'm very scared because I'm sure you can imagine, as people who do this for a living, and myself, somebody who's trained by the person who wrote Avita, and the team that maintains it, it's all stuff we've never heard before. And it's real big problems with evolution, and we sit around and we go, God, I hope nobody hears from that Sal Cordova, because if they hear from that Sal Cordova, it's just gonna just ruin us, and it's over. It's it. Might as well go home. Hand in your PhDs. It's over. Sal's got it to us. We're fucked.
Okay. I'm going to play. We're going to repeat this. We're going to repeat this.
I'm going to smoke weed so I have something in my mouth so I can actually listen to this.
Oh, you're going to need it, trust me.
Nonsense of it all. That reproductive success increases at the expense.
He's talking about LNCA. Should I go back further or what?
No, you're good.
Well, if you want to go back to the Avita stuff, I think.
No, I want to hear the LNCA stuff too.
Okay.
To build complexity through selection. And I'm like, no, that's not for me, dude. And you should be one to be telling people that there are plenty of answers in your atheism.
I went back far enough.
And it's just so illogical. And then we have Jay Bimbo Brains there, who is promoting evolutionary theory, and he's advertising that laughable thing called Avita. That is a joke.
Wow, awesome.
I'll tell you why it's a joke briefly before we move on to Lou Wallace.
Sweet.
Real quick, wait a minute. So I don't understand what that dig at him is. That you are a promoter of evolutionary theory.
Promoter.
What the fuck,
I am.
What the fuck does that mean?
I think that's great though. I'm happy. I prefer like savior, cult figure. You know what I mean?
Prophet.
Mythic hero. Yeah, prophet. Let's go.
Jay,
You know what I mean?
Jay is.
I have a
Jay
title.
is
It's the Most High Apostle. But if, I don't expect the proper
Well, I'm
respect.
going to give you a new title, Jay. Jay, you are the Don King of evolutionary theory.
Boom! I love it. That's perfect. But yeah, that's a good one. So I don't think I always like to remind people that I don't really like to argue with morons, right? So if Sal and I were to actually sit down over coffee, which I don't know is a good idea because I'd probably just want to throw them on as soon as possible to maximize the temperature when I do, right? It's got to be hot as it's scalding. You can't sit here for fucking 5 minutes, let that shit cool off before I pour it on his head. My real argument is, bitch, tell it to the National Science Foundation. They fucking love us. They gonna keep all your tax money. So Sal, all I say is go to work, do your job, do it well, pay your taxes. Pay us. That's it.
Okay. Let's see if we can get through it.
Okay, yeah, get through it, but I'll be a good boy, and I won't bother you.
Let's get through the pain. All the way.
Find it so that complexity was selected for, and you could build complexity through selection. But his own experiments showed that selection selects for simplicity. Look at the 2017 paper, lead author Cauchy and LNCA somewhere in the list of co-authors. It says the genome decays despite.
Wait, is LNCA and Avita linked somehow? The LNCA labs?
Yeah, the LNCA labs and Avita lab. Yeah, for sure. People forget that. I have to remind people. It says experimental evolution on the door. But yeah, it's a LNCA lab. I did my Avita work in the LNCA lab. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, I was going to say, so real quick, I'm going to get out of here because the science stuff isn't my bailiwick anyway. And if Jason wants to come in, he's way smarter on this shit than I am. But I just want to ask Speed real quick before I leave. What are you doing Sunday morning?
Doing that show with you on Counting the Days at 7 a.m.
And who else is on that show with us?
I have no idea who that joker is, but Scott Duke.
That would be me.
Yeah, the beard. All right, yeah. Hey, catch us on Sunday, and everybody have a great weekend.
Okay,
later. All right, take care.
Okay,
Later.
Let's get through this. And no, Jason is not coming in the room.
Oh, okay.
Sustained fitness gains. I couldn't think of a more apt title to represent evolutionary theory, the nonsense of it all, that reproductive success increases at the expense of complexity. That means evolution goes the wrong way. And he gave experimental evidence that falsified Avita. And I saw that coming, and I'm just going to.
What the fuck does that mean?
I don't even know.
Yeah, I know. What is he talking about?
He's just making up shit.
Totally talking out of his ass.
And the funny thing is now with these guys, you have to check. I had to check all the references first because what they tend to do is talk about different experiments, right? So like this is what the Bible Research Tools did. He talked about a citrate-only environment experiment, which is not the main LNCA experiment. Still wasn't evidence of what the fuck he was saying, but nevertheless, it was like he's saying, oh, well, the LNCA experiment, and they think that you could just find any paper with Rich Lenski's name on it and be like, boop, and then cherry pick from one of the most prolific probably the most prolific experimental evolutionary biologists ever lived, right? And just be like, oh, one system project over here said this one thing, and this other project over here said this other thing, and got him! And it's like, what are you even talking about? Like, that's not how this works. These are not, and then here's what the magic for them is. This is why it works. I always say vomit takes seconds to spew and hours to clean up, right? To get into what the difference is, you start to say, well, over here we're talking about, and then you lose them 10 seconds in, right? Explaining the difference, and then it's like whatever, right? But they remember his really concise, what a bunch of nonsense that Avita is, and go ahead, James.
I think I understand what he's saying. No, in the Christian fundamentalist narrative, people started off perfect and they had perfect genetics and they were created that way. And then as they get further from the quote unquote fall in the Garden of Eden, they get perfect. Well, so he's equating getting further and further from perfection with genetics becoming more decayed, which he's equating with genetics becoming more simple. And so he's quoting that paper to say that the paper admitted that humans, as they continue to reproduce generation after generation, their genetics get more simple equals more decayed equals proof that we're getting further and perfect from the fall in the Garden of Eden. And he believes that that evolution proposes this idea that in order for humans to be evolving, they're getting continually more complex and less decayed or more perfected. And that's the simplistic lens that he's looking at it.
Right. And the other thing is, this is just not the case, right? So we've had in the lab, in the experiment, the evolution of a novel trait that's considered complex enough to be outside the definition of the species, right? And been able to replay that event and understand the contingency and all the blase and the flavonoids about it, right? And overall, we've had all these really complex things happen, the evolution of hypermutators and the various phenotypic roots and the ones who co-evolved and then had to deal with the co-evolution while they, like all this stuff, right? And then beyond that, you're like, well, that they were, first off, just E. coli, and then their laboratory adapted E. coli, right? And then they've been in this ridiculously simplified experimental environment for, 70,000 generations, right? So, even if I just said, I don't care, sure, Sal, they're simple, we would just go, yeah, cool, sounds like a great adaptation to a simpler environment, does it not? These people just fundamentally miss everything because they're looking for something, they're looking for a magic dragon, right? They're looking for something that proves evolution doesn't work. All they ever get is, examples of evolution counter to their totally misunderstood narrative from the gate, right? So, they go, well, none of the horses have run the race by running backwards, have they? Oh, sure. Whatever that means, Sal, sure. Whatever.
So can you see my screen, Jay?
Yeah, okay.
This is a paper that he's talking about. It's Kusi or Kauchi or something.
Okay, right. Yeah, and Rich Lenski's one of many authors, sure. Okay, right.
Right, and he basically cherry-picked that headline without, sure. I don't think, and I think I haven't read the paper, but I'm pretty sure that.
And to be honest, if you even knew how to read titles, for the most part, if you're training somebody or somebody is, on tenure track or whatever, wrote the grant, for any reason is the lead author, you might have the lead author and the first couple too, right? Something, so-and-so. And then normally the most important ones are then in the back, right? Schneider, Tenayon, or you just have them listed alphabetically. So, which I think is the situation here. They're just listed alphabetically. So, to call this a Rich Lenski paper is lots of people study those lines, right? So those lines are, they don't, I wouldn't even think Rich would want to say that he's the proprietor. First of all, he isn't any longer, right? It's moved to Texas, right? To the lab of Jeff Barrick at Austin. So, but even when it was, propagated in the Lenski lab, he sends it everywhere, right? And there's a graphic on the door that the long-term evolution experiment never sleeps. And so it's this graphic of just all the labs all around the world, right, that have samples from the long-term lines or work on these questions. So, you can literally pick anything in our field that has anything to do with the long-term evolution experiment. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's, coming out of Rich Lenski's lab. But nevertheless, like you said, this is just nothing, right? Yeah, so mutator genomes, yeah, they're hypermutators. They have lots of mutations.
That's what they're talking about. And Cell is extending that to all genomes decay, right? So he sees mutator genomes and he misinterprets, it says right in the abstract what they're talking about, the hypermutating strains. And they're talking about they basically dump information or dump some of the genome I haven't read any more than the first 2 paragraphs.
I didn't read any more than the title. I didn't even look at the abstract.
Yeah. Anyway.
Didn't have to.
It's just, creating a narrative and pretending you know what the hell you're talking about because you learned a few words. But get this, Jay, you probably didn't hear this, but he had to look up the word bilateral yesterday in a video because he didn't know what that meant. And he claims to be a biophysical researcher.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's claiming, and it's funny how they do this. They try to claim expertise outside of their own, but then they try to drag the conversation into their so-called field, but then they get that wrong, right? And it's just, I hate to say this, it's embarrassing. The thing I really want people to see is that, like, you don't have better defenders of your faith. I'm sorry. This is what defenders of the faith really look like. They're just pathetic. They're just pathetic people. I'm sorry. It's just sad. Look, a lot of us grew up with the religion. I'm sorry. I know it happened to you. If you're seriously religious, here's my honest opinion of you. You're probably a wonderful person, and it's genuinely not your fault. Nevertheless, you are the only person who can take control of your life and stop feeding into these charlatans. And we've just got to use the ones that are dumb enough to put themselves on the internet, like Sal here, to hopefully roast them enough that people are vicariously humiliated enough to get a clue and grow up. And sorry if that language is too strong for some of you.
We like strong language on this channel.
No, I'm just disgusted with what happened to you, man. I've had my own things where it went too far, and it's like if it wasn't for the uniquely wonderful people that I have in my life, I feel like, if they'd have gone at somebody else, it could have ended a lot worse, right? And so it's just not okay for them to, so go outside the bounds of human decency. And I just want to hold it up to people and say, these are the defenders of your faith. So you've got 2 choices: abandon ship, or at least go at them like you go at us. Until then, your claim to morality and civility and hope and peace and love, out the door. Not trying to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Can't argue with that.
Look,
everybody. Go ahead.
No, James, you're good.
Anybody that's personally experienced dealing with somebody with narcissistic personality disorder in their life, whether it's a parent or a sibling or an ex-spouse or a current spouse, and if so, you have my condolences. This should all look very familiar. The same patterns of behavior. It's just, now, I'm not saying that all religious fundamentalists have narcissistic personality disorder or sociopathy or psychopathy. I'm simply saying they've been trained to emulate those disorders, and the people that probably do have those disorders are the people that are the most loud and outspoken and obnoxious in their camp. I think that the people who don't have disorders but simply have been trained at church to emulate them are the low-key people. They kind of go through the motions and they nod their head, but they're not out here like habitually gaslighting people and abusing people like Sal is. So,
but it's a social ecosystem. There's no Trump without Trumpletons. I take Trump, Republican, and Tin Hat Brigade, Trumpletons. All right. So without the Trumpletons voting for him, right, there's no threat, right? But also, here's what we have to realize. Without him, there's no access to power for them. Why? Because we're not going to give racists access to civil authority. We're not going to elect people who don't have a clue what they're doing, right? I remind people this. If you have a 2-party system, let's just call it what it is. I ain't saying right, wrong, or different, just is what it is, right? And let's give the Democrats what they are, the lesser of 2 evils. So as the lesser of 2 evils, if you want to get power on that more legitimate side, I ain't saying they're good, I'm just saying it is what it is, right? It's like, you got to compete with who? Cory Booker, the Squad, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, right? Now, you can say what you want about these people. We don't got to like them, but these are some very serious folk, right? Like, so the paths to the top ain't easy because they're filled with very legitimate public servants who have very serious power and funds and all of that. You ain't getting up in this club on that bullshit, right? But this other side, where the whole foundation is based on just, moralizing and just, preying on the gullibility of the particular masses, right? And their white replacement theory or whatever.
The mafia model.
The mafia model. Then that's the only side you can go through. So it's, again, this mutual ecosystem where they need their radicalized candidates because, again, that's their only access to power. And the Trumpletons and the Marjorie Trader Greens and none of them have a day job right now, if not for these people willing to vote for them. So we got to let, on the flip side of the religious stuff, we got to let the pew fillers know y'all are basically enemies of the truth at this point. I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you, but if you were sitting in your pew thinking you were an innocent bystander, just paying 10% of your income to an empire that is tax-free and has not solved a problem ever, like you're sorry, that you're just footing the bill, right? And if you don't consider yourself an evil person, then you got to stop funding evil immediately. There's no more neutral ground in this. I'm sorry, Grandma. Sorry, Mama. Sorry, those of you that are going to go home this holiday and have to have difficult conversations. But guess what? Being grown means having difficult conversations. So when they say to y'all, we're going to, okay, oh, thank you, Grandma, for the turkey. Oh, that looks great. Oh, the stuff, everything looks wonderful. Okay, well, let's bow our heads and pray to Jesus for this wonderful meal. Hang on a second. I've got a couple of thoughts before we do that. Now, let's talk about this Jesus thing. Because I didn't ask to bow our heads and pray. But since y'all did, tonight we're going to talk about this Jesus thing before we eat this here turkey. And if that's too difficult a conversation for you to have, maybe you need to pay more attention to what the hell is going on in right now, because you having a difficult conversation over Thanksgiving is the least of our problems.
Oh, they have solved one problem. The churches have solved one problem. The failing Sunday brunch economy.
Say that again?
The failing Sunday brunch economy. The Sunday brunch economy was failing, and then Christianity happened, and since then it's been thriving. If you've ever
First world problems.
Along with the failing snake oil economy and the failing miracle work economy. Yeah.
Do churches even give out bulletins anymore? Like it used to be, if you brought a bulletin to certain restaurants in your town, you'd get a discount.
Whatever happened to the neighborhood foot washing ceremony? I love this one too. I love when they tell us some of us weren't real Christians. I'm like, do you want to talk about the time I spent on my knees washing the foot of crusty old 70-year-old black ladies in the Pentecostal church? Oh, I didn't think. Really? Oh, go ahead and tell me. Go ahead, tell me I'm not a real. I love when they try to tell me. Nigga, my grandfather's a Pentecostal bishop. Yes. Watch night service, foot washing, visiting the sick, going to all the real shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's work at a church. I love it when they tell us we wasn't real Christians.
Of foot washing. So, that's some intense stuff there.
Do you know what I used to call people like them? They were the fake Christians. You know why? Because we only see them in the church on Sunday. Nigga, I worked at the church. I was on the church Monday through Saturday night. We was laughing at. We knew exactly who only showed up on Sunday morning. You talking to the worship team. Go ahead, tell me I'm not a real Christian. Not a real Christian, bro? I put a half a good day of work playing worship music every goddamn day for my church, and I still do that shit as an atheist. Tell me I'm not a real Christian again. Boy. Like I said, too comfortable disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it.
Punched in the face, absolutely. So I dropped a music link. We can't play it here because we'll get a copyright strike anyways, and it's a long video or a long song.
I love those.
But it's called
copyright strike.
It's called You Can't Be Neutral in a Moving Train, and it's exactly the kind of thing we're talking about with all the Christians sitting in the pews thinking that they're innocent of what's happening, and they're not innocent.
So is that punched in the face thing? Is that because of the advent of social media and the internet and all that?
Absolutely.
Because you're not really, you're not face to face with somebody.
Yep.
100%. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Just agree. Go ahead.
Well, no. That was my only point. But you did remind me, Jay. So I left because I thought Jason wanted to come in and talk science with you guys. I didn't realize till I left and then started watching that it's actually you, Jay, that he's afraid of.
Oh, who, Sal? When he said
No, I'm talking about Jason Torn, but I'm just
No. Me and Jason Torn are friends. We're fine.
No, I know. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I just saw that they were joking about it.
No. Oh, that's no. Jason Torn and I are fine. Yeah. I actually feel for Jason Torn now because he recently had a debate with Taylor and people have been giving him all kinds of pushback for his approach. So it's all good. It happens. It's just how it is. It's how it is. Yeah, I got a lot of love for Jason Torn. You know what? It was some things we genuinely disagreed on, and it's not that we're not friends. It's that we have different personalities and different perspectives, and he represents the way a lot of my colleagues are and feel, and I have had colleagues meet with me offline because they were so upset about things I said and did during the debate. So it wasn't like he was being unreasonable. We just did what we did, and we're happy with the fact that we were able to do what we set out to do. So we get that it wasn't for everybody. Yeah. But yeah, I just and I want to even let James. I don't know, James, if you're comfortable speaking on Stephanie, but from my end, I'm live streaming and I called the title, and this was crazy because when I thought. I decided on my stream like last night, like I was going to bed and I was like, nah, I'm going straight to the dark side of these Christian YouTubers because of what I heard Sal did. Like that really pissed me off. Because I've been dealing with my own shit, and then that on top of that, and then they talked about doxing whoever somebody else mentioned was doxed recently. And then, but in the title I put coughSalStephanieRebekahOtangelo and others. So I don't know if you want to talk about Stephanie, but she came through my chat talking about some. Go ahead.
Just real quick. I did want to just interject on the last comment that they were sharing of Stephanie's. Well, I don't understand the comment. Like, you'll never know how a felled tree came to its. I mean, what does that mean? Like, of course we know how a felled tree ended up being a felled tree. Like, what the hell?
She's just awful.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's probably some other meaning there. I have no idea what they meant. But
right. That's what I'm saying. She's cryptic. So that's all. I guess that's.
Well, the Stephanie we're talking about, Stephanie, just everybody knows. Not the same Stephanie.
Oh yeah. It's probably a different person. Yeah. So I was upset because she came through and was talking about basically blaming the hospitals and shit for. The situation where we all find ourselves. Yeah, basically.
Stephanie actually said something about a topic that it wasn't poetry.
Yeah, Stephanie McGuire, is that her name or something?
Yeah, McGuire.
Okay. Stephanie Trenton is different. She's a resident poet.
Yeah, I probably should have put more names, but them YouTube titles. You only got 100 characters, so.
Yes. Okay. Stephanie is a lot better on a full ounce of mushrooms. Like you have to take a full ounce of mushrooms, wait an hour, and then read Stephanie, because it's absolutely.
Nah, which Stephanie are you talking about?
Stephanie Trenton.
Yeah, no, I don't even know who that is. We're talking about Stephanie McGuire. Sorry, the reason I asked is because I know, Speed's been dealing with a situation, and James is here, so I didn't know if James wanted to talk about Stephanie because I had put her in the title, so I was hoping James would come through and talk about it because I was.
Well, Stephanie's a very minor player. She's trying to become relevant, but she's a very minor player in chat streams. She never even goes on other people's streams. I know. I was surprised because she knows what she's walking into. She knows that she goes in Jay's channel and she starts saying stupid things that people are going to call her out on it. So if she just would have walked into the room and said, "Hi, guys," we just would have said hi. Right. If she would have said something kind or something reasonable, we would have just met that reasonably. And if she wanted to talk about controversies or express different opinions, she needed to come on camera. She needed to come on the stream at least and say what she wants to say and have a conversation about it. But she was just saying all kinds of crazy things. And so we kept having to put her on timeout. And every time the timer would run out, she'd say something even crazier. She was still there. She'd say something even crazier. So I don't even know what to say about it. Like, I don't want to make her relevant. It was
you had 5 minutes to make her think of something crazier. So it's like
giving her
time
all
to
it
think.
was.
Yeah, that's all it was. But I just wanted to call it out as that it's all the levels. It's the content creators, it's their fans, it's the, I think they do that. I think they like the idea of having antagonistic trolls in their community that will go after, people. Like Stephanie McGuire, like I blocked her, did the rest of my stream, and then what is the first thing she does? She subscribes to my second channel where we do gaming and hang out. like, oh yeah, let me see if I can come ruin the next party. No, like, just go ahead.
Yeah,
say one thing so I can block you. Like, the fuck out of here.
She followed me there from Brother Life. She's had an axe to grind with me for a long time. She doesn't like atheists.
Now they are making the stars. Don't get me wrong. They got their little watch along sites and their little conspiracy theories and their little fucking anti-atheist support groups, and they do need help. The problem is they're getting help from each other instead of the qualified professionals they really need to seek. But yeah, man, Mike, I'm sorry about what happened, man. It's just I didn't hear it or see it, and I don't want to. But it's just unfortunate that they take things too far.
I mean, hell, this happens to me anyway, whether Cell does it or whether it just happens because I remember. But so I'm okay. It's just that I can't believe he went that fucking low. I mean, instead of going after my content, which I put out publicly, he's got to go after my personal life, like my alcoholism, and he goes after that all the time. And I was sober long before I ever even got on a forum. So it's like, Jesus Christ.
So it's just like digging into your past. I mean, that's awful.
We're nice enough not to make fun of Jesus's alcoholism. So
yeah, that whole fucking turning the entire ocean
also,
into
I
wine
figured out how to turn water into wine. I don't know why there's such a big controversy at this. It really isn't that hard.
Didn't Jesus part a glass of red wine or something?
I don't know. Jesus is ridiculous.
Disappear.
I get confused. I don't know much.
You don't know. Yeah, seriously. And that's
another. And Sal,
go ahead.
I just want to say real quick, and Sal was so disrespectful, and I hardly ever mention his part in the Indiana Jones movie.
I didn't know that he actually, yeah.
The
little guy with the ball cap.
Oh, yeah, that was him. Okay, learn something new on this channel every day. Anyway,
fun.
So, James, when you were talking about Rebecca in heaven, right? That was okay. So Rebecca said, "Okay, we just don't understand. Our limited human minds can't wrap our heads around heaven." And then you guys were listing all of these things about, there's no suffering and there's no, but then you explained that with no suffering, there can't really be any desire or pleasure or anything like that. Mm-hmm. And when you think about it, what they were really talking about is when you die, you are in a really unique position. You do not give a fuck about anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're sitting there in the coffin and suppose they fucking dressed you up with, like in some dumb costume, or you had a booger in your nose, you don't care anymore. You do not suffer any sort of embarrassment or, anything. And when you really think about what it's like to be dead, okay, it is almost sounds a little bit like eternity and nirvana, because when you die, the moment you die will be no different than 300 years from the moment you die, when nobody can remember you or anybody that you knew, and everybody that you know is dead too. And then, and it doesn't matter if you go out 1 trillion years, the instant you die, you're launched into eternity, because it is no different from that instant to, and when you think about that, when you run that over in your mind, it's a bit of a meditation. When you think about, why am I worried about just not being? Not being is the coolest fucking thing ever.
Oh yeah, if we really thought about it, I can't wait. I think dying is fucking awesome.
Me too.
No, sorry. I think being dead is awesome. It's dying that's the problem.
Yeah,
right?
The dying.
I don't want to deal with the dying. And again, I think the issue is, and again, this is why they make me so angry, because we're not even having the conversations we need to be having. Right. We got to stop everything and address the fact that they just told us we can't decide whether or not we're pregnant.
Yeah.
But if you ask me what we need to be talking about, we need to be talking about whether or not my black ass can die when the doctor tells me it's time to do so. Because according to these fools, I got to sit here and deal with the chemo and the radiation and the vegetative states and the cancer and the ulcers and the whatever and losing my facilities and crapping all over the hospital bed for 1,800 years and spending all the money I've earned. All the money I've earned in the last, most people just blow all the money they've earned their whole lives in the last, few years of their life, leave their family with nothing. And if they not lucky, a huge amount of debt, right? Why? Doctor just comes in and says, Jay, guess what? This is it. Yep, yeah, we done thought about it, ran through the options. Yeah, we got you like a 6-month window if you really want it. 3 months comfortably.
We can extend it 1 month.
Yeah. Or you you could go home and you got about a good month before we'd have to get you in here. And
you're dealing with that right now, aren't you?
Right now. And for me, it would be like, look, here's what we gonna do. This time next week, gather everybody, the family, play. Yeah, if you want to fly in, fly on in. Y'all gonna give me these roses? Yeah, we gonna have some wrestling playing. I'm gonna eat all the chicken wings. Y'all gonna have to get the hell up out of here because I got a couple of nuts to get in here before I get up out of this. Doc gonna shoot me up with, look, here's my cocktail, y'all. 2 cocktails. One is all the stuff to make sure I just go to sleep peacefully and I don't ever wake up again. The other is all the hallucinations, all of them. I want all of them, the experimental stuff, the secret stats of all the people, right? Send me out to the, you know what I mean?
Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. That's how I'm going out, though.
Before we got too far past, I just want to say to you guys about what you were talking about, dying and, you're lost into eternity or that speed. This is the thing that I dislike about religious people when they talk about what they're doing is they're diminishing the actual beauty of having existed and how we came about. Right. And then and then after our life was over, then all of our constituent parts becoming part of the environment again, and once this planet is destroyed by whatever stellar catastrophe, we'll go back to being stardust. I mean, to me, that's much more poetic and beautiful than any religious story you can come up with.
And here's the other thing about understanding what it is to be dead, is that when you really consider it, okay, if you got to come back and do another life all over again, you wouldn't want to do the same life. You'd want to change a few things. And then at some point when you think about it, you may want to just die and then come back as a surprise. Like total surprise, there's nothing from your old life that gets into your new life. And when you think about it, at the moment you die and a child is born, that is exactly the same thing. It doesn't matter that you're this person or that person. And when you really understand this concept of death, what happens to you is you become less fucking selfish, which is supposed to be the Christian goal. But if you want to hang on to this skin, these memories, this crazy personality for eternity, then you are inherently narcissistic and selfish.
Yeah.
That's a Buddhist, basically.
It's crazy. I just finished grad school last year, and I immediately realized every time I'm with my students, probably 15 of them, I'm already making way bigger of a difference than I will make. I won't have that many kids, and it's probably better at this point if I don't even try and just get as good as I can at this. And then it's like, I'll never write enough papers or any of that shit to replace just making sure they go off to med school, grad school, wherever they going with a really firm grasp of, the importance of evolutionary theory and blase and flavonoids. And then boom, that's it. And if I could churn them out like that once a year, a couple times a year, like you said, man, it's like I'll go off, I'm good. Right? And then they'll go on, and a couple of them will do the same, and that's part of the story. And I always tell people, you want to live forever is pretty selfish because, again, if you really believe in science and you accept evolution and all that, it's about the population evolving. So like you said, get on out the way, let somebody with a whole new batch of whatever's get on the scene, and let the population do what the population need to do, and try to contribute as much to get it going in the right direction as you can.
Yeah. There's your answers in atheism.
There it is. But look, when I think I talked about this before, but I think you hit on it with the death thing. They're part of a death cult too, because I think what they are doing knowingly is really putting their own reckoning to their death, right? That when they and I think they know that it's nothing is what's coming.
Yeah.
But what I think they're getting is heaven on earth. I think that's what's important to them. And all this stuff is really a cover for what they want. They want you to tell them they're loving, they're kind, they're gracious, they're honest. They want the esteem of being told that they're wonderful people, fighters of the truth, whatever it is. And that's the thing we have to take from them. I think when we go to the evidence and the arguments, I think we're missing, like, undercutting their emotional high, which is what they're really in it for. Go ahead, James.
Until they recognize that they have personality disorders, there's a limit to what we can do for them. Narcissistic personality disorder isn't about too much love for oneself. It's because when they grew up, they ended up with they had their needs were not met, and so they have this blank or worse sense of who they are. They feel like they can't risk being exposed because inside they're hollow and ugly and unworthy. And this is where the religion, because it posits that basically we're all a dung clay vessel that's cracked and faded and worthless, but their worth comes from the radiant God glory stuff that gets poured into it. They now carry the radiance of God, and by extension, that means they are great. And it's a hollowed out self sort of narrative where they don't see their own value, they don't see their own beauty and their own potential. They don't see yours either, and they feel so ugly because of it that they're hiding behind this mask that they call God. That's all that God is. It's an alter ego of their own identity. It's this pretense. That's all it is. It's nothing. So if you take that away, they're just going to feel exposed and feel attacked. So, but you got to. Here's the irony: if they really were realized what's happening, and they would start to do honest self-inventory, self-examination, they'd start to take ownership over their better parts too, not just their bullshit. Right. And then they would start to like heal from that and realize they aren't devoid of worth and merit and beauty. They just weren't owning it, or grew up thinking they didn't have any because their parents didn't recognize it, or their church didn't recognize it, and they were fed this bullshit narrative where people have no real worth except for whatever worth and validation they get from daddy in the sky. And until they break that cycle, they're going to stay crutched and dependent on it, and they're going to stay stuck in that mindset that disconnects them from themselves and everyone around them.
Yeah. In AA, they have this thing that selfishness is not thinking wonderful or great things about yourself. It's rather selfishness is being overly concerned with yourself, one way or the other. Even if you're a person who constantly self-deprecates, that's also a form of selfishness. And one of my favorite sayings is, "Enough about me. What do you think of me?" When you're having a conversation with somebody,
they need to experience ego death. Is what they need to experience.
They need to go find some little mushrooms out in the woods and try it out.
Yeah.
Whatever. Should we shoot her in the head, guys?
Well, look, real quick before you shoot in the head, I would recommend that yes. Do some magic mushrooms, people, or trip somehow with some something. But yeah, don't go out into the woods and just
don't just eat any fucking mushroom. Because Amanita muscaria is probably the first mushroom you're going to find, and that fucker will kill you, kill you dead. Those little orange and yellow mushrooms with the little flecks on top. Don't touch those things. Those are bad news. Amanita muscaria. Anyway, okay, we're going to wrap it up, I think, and go have an evening.
Sunday.
Do you consider mushrooms to be bilateral?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Sunday, 7 a.m. Central on the Amateur Conversationalist, Speed of Sound, Scott Duke hosting Counting the Days. It's a call-in show. Hey, Christians, call in. These guys haven't really been worked over yet. Call in and work them over.
This Sunday we're talking about the naturalistic construction of morality and my ideas about morality. So anyway.
Also, let's not kid ourselves. This is watching three old guys try to put together complete sentences at 7 a.m. So
Yeah, it ain't pretty. It ain't pretty. Don't watch it.
Why aren't you guys? Who's available at 3:30 on Sunday afternoon?
I am
for hot program. That's what I've been trying to get you to come on.
Oh, yeah, but I wanted to have a private talk with you because I need some advice on.
Yeah. But you said we're gonna do that beforehand anyway. So if you're around, then we'll just have you on hot program after.
Okay.
All right.
I will. Yeah.
But yeah,
okay.
also let me know because I need help preparing for Sal. Because I just think my thing with certain people like Sal and Rob, probably even Taylor, maybe like some people need to be made examples of, and
exactly.
I think they either get made examples of as fodder for content or they delete their channels, and we're on team delete your channel. And we'll just keep at you till you do.
So is Taylor even actively, talking?
No, she got afraid and she ran away.
Yeah, so she may not be on the playing field.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
And I appreciate that about her. She realized she was over her head and she left the YouTube scene. So thank you, Taylor. That was very honest of you. So,
anyway, a lot of them I'd rather see them change, but since I think they're in too deep, I think they need to admit that they're over their head too. Thanks for having me on, fellas.
Okay,
James, you want to come hang out?
Yeah, sure. I'll come over briefly.
All right.
Yep. Thanks, James.
Thanks, guys.
Jay.
All
right.
John.
Yeah.
And Scott.
We'll see you.
Okay, take care. Okay, I'm going to end it a little differently.
All right. Let's go to corner. I don't know what the hell's going on with the it could be I don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe it's a server issue. Oh, all right. Well, Jerome needs to stop blocking Otangelo's accounts. Because I don't really like having to go through this hassle of repeatedly unblocking Otangelo. That's not going on anymore, I guess. Hang on, I got it back in my restream. I popped out of there for a sec. Let's start with the studio. On there. Get in here. All right, what's up, James? You was just with me on the Answers and Atheism show. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you doing?
Awesome. Oh, I'm doing really good. My brain's a little foggy because it's late in the evening, but I still got a little bit of fight left in me if anybody needs to pick one.
Man, so I can't find where Otangelo is blocked, but if some of the mods, can you guys see if you can unblock Otangelo? I don't have him blocked in Restream. I guess he might be blocked on the channel. I guess let me go look and see if he's blocked on the channel.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
All right, I don't know how our votes came back.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
They're all coming. They're all coming at once. All right, that's good. That's better than not coming at all. And we gotta figure out what's up with the.
That's how I judge whether or not the party was good.
Did you see the thumbnail of today's stream, James? Because you inspired today's stream title and thumbnail.
The thumbnail. Is the thumbnail the background behind us?
Nope.
Oh, then give me a second. I'm gonna go back and look. Hold on. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. The Cheers bar. Oh, I love that so much. I'm the mailman. I'm the mailman that's always like making up crazy facts that people don't know about. Cliff Clavin.
Oh man.
Yeah, little known fact.
That show is actually one of the best. I think we also got the. You know, I was gonna tell you, I've been to the one in Boston that's supposed to whatever, like that place.
Yeah.
I went there on a field trip, and we stopped by there.
That'd be fun. I'm thinking about moving to Boston.
It's a dope city.
Yeah.
It's a really, really dope city. I got some comments on the channel that I probably need to look at, but let me, I'm trying to take care of this filtering issue because Otangelo keeps getting blocked and then he's coming in 1,800 different. But you know what's weird is I don't have him. He's not blocked on Restream. Oh, here's Otangelo Grasso. Okay, so I can unlock Otangelo, unblock Otangelo Grasso.
Oh, is he wanting to come in right now?
No, he just came in to tell me that he was blocked. Although his name's in the title, because he's one of these Christians who's on the dark side.
So I probably need to quit explaining narcissistic personality to people, because if you don't spend the whole 20 minutes explaining it, then it's either not convincing or it's not clear. So I probably need to quit diving deep into that unless I got time. But that's all it is. Their whole, like I said before, Bibles are just how-tos written by narcissists and for narcissists.
Diplomas? No, you can't see my diplomas because I made them up. I don't actually have time. It's just a weird thing. I guess because all the creationists always have them in their fucking YouTube backgrounds and bullshit or whatever.
Jay's mom is holding his diploma.
You know what I'm talking about? There's only one thing to tell him every single time. The correct thing to do is send it to your mother's house. There's just...
Yeah.
I don't know why these people keep asking me about this.
Yeah.
If you really get a doctorate, send it to your mom, especially if it's one of them real ones. She will definitely want it more than you do.
Right. So Sal really liked my explanation on my page about because we had Rebecca on, we talked about heaven, and I talked about all the problems with heaven that came to mind, and he thought that was really great. He liked it, but as far as the whole Sal thing goes, it was a shitty thing for him to do. I think he's an awful human being. I do think he has clinical narcissism. But I'm so disinterested in talking to him, right? Like he and I never lock horns because I don't care about him.
You want to know what's great about people like Sal? I can't stand him. I can't. I really don't like him, and I don't think he's gonna quite be able to grasp how much I genuinely don't like him, right?
Yeah.
But he's just gonna make me money. Because it's like, because it's like, just leave us alone. But then he goes after Avita. And so then I'm just going to be in my meeting. I'm going to be like, yeah, I know y'all think that work I was doing with the apologist and the creationist is really important. But I guess it just got even more important because did you guys know there's anti-Avita apologist? Really?
Specialty. They specialize in. That's crazy.
Like, Sal, are you thinking about the implications of what you're doing right now? Keep going, Sal. Especially because it's like the same stuff, right? It's like they force it to get complex, and they program in the reproduction. Like, yeah, we've never heard these arguments before. They're just we're shitting in our pants. We don't even know how to respond to these things.
So, do you think I've correctly grasped what Sal's doing when I explained how he's using the words like simplicity and decay and complexity?
Yeah.
When I explained it, does that?
Yeah, it's like kind of like the idea like Erica was talking about with fitness, where they have this idea where selection means you should just get to be the most fit thing ever. That's the same thing with like there are times when complexity is the thing, and there are other times when simplicity is the thing, and there isn't really like a, but they want to it's essentially straw manning, right? They're essentially misrepresenting, the claims of evolutionary theory so that they can, then misrepresent the data, and it's all lying. I mean, it's fundamentally lying, and there's just no. I think we've always been too charitable.
Always.
Because these are just people who are lying about their stuff, and then they're lying about their qualifications, and they're lying about their expertise. They're just liars.
Yeah, that's what they do.
And even I'd say that's why I put Rebecca's name in there and Otangelo's name in there. Sorry, you're just liars. You're just lying. You're just liars. Like you're just lying. And I'm sorry, but like I'm also at a point too where what I'm willing to offer these people going forward is a chance to get it right. Right? It's like, hey, Otangelo, how you doing today? How you doing? Small talk, cool. Small talk, great. Small talk, great. All right, cool. Now, as soon as you're sitting on some bullshit, nope. Get it right, Otangelo. Oh, you ain't get it right? All right, see you later.
Mm-hmm. They don't understand.
I don't have to platform your moronness anymore. I don't have to give you equal time. I don't have to do none of that shit. I'm gonna just be like, you're dumb. Because here's what they don't want to do. They don't want to do what I did. They don't want to bring it to the classroom. You were talking to the motherfucker who knew one thing in pretty much every class I was in.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody in this class could whoop me at this class.
Couldn't do it.
You are talking to a motherfucker who knew one thing when he got up every goddamn morning. I am a fucking superstar in the goddamn classroom.
Yeah.
And now they pay me to train the next batch of them. You were dealing with a special breed of nigga right here, right? Making white boys look dumb. I've been doing since the beginning. Gifted programs, high IQ, off the charts testing, all of that shit, nigga. Get the fuck out of my face. I've been on the best, most prestigious, hard to get scholarships from all the universities the whole time. Get out of my, like they just have no idea who they're dealing with. And it's like, so we did them things. We went over them hurdles. We did all of that shit. And now they want to cosplay at it. It's funny. It's like, I could wear this every day. I've literally earned the right to wear 3 bars whenever the fuck I feel like it.
Yeah.
What don't they understand? Like, you are the ones pretending. I'm in my attire. Fuck is wrong with them? They just don't it's like they're all lying. Like what is the name of Sal's site? Reason and Evidence? Lie. Like what? Why not just call it the Sal Cordova blog? At least it would be like that part of it isn't sitting on some bullshit.
Right.
This is what they and you need to talk more about this because I think this is one of everybody, look, there's nothing new in this community. Part of the reason I don't watch a lot of people's favorite apologists is because they ain't really telling me shit I don't already know. And to be honest, they kind of never were, right? Like, a lot of this shit I learned in this community, it just blew my mind that people were saying this shit on YouTube. And then it blew my mind that they found some of them scholars, because I was like, but shit really, like, Moses wasn't a real person, the Gospels are out of order and weren't written by, most of the shit people know, right? Or they found out a couple years ago and they've been over it, So it just gets kind of like whatever, right? But everybody has their thing. Pine Creek says he's got his little thought experiments that have worked. I wish he'd stick to those. Different people had their different things, and I think
I don't have my groove or my niche or my gimmick yet.
Yeah, but I think you got to go with your blog. You got to go with the things you've called them out on. I think the child abuse thing is one. The narcissism is one. The fact that they're participating in a con, that this is like organized crime. I think these are going to be some of the things that become a hallmark. Like me personally, I want to go class action lawsuit against places like Answers and Genesis. Like that would be like some shit I want to do.
Yeah.
Because I think you can put together the case that they've committed fraud and all like that. They've committed felonies specifically to indoctrinate children illegally. And I think the only thing that's protecting them is the fact that they did so in the name of Jesus. That's the only thing protecting them. Anybody else did that shit, be a rat.
Right. We have laws against that shit already, but they were sort of grandfathered in to the laws. Like they were already committing those felonies before we made laws, and we're just like, well, we're used to them doing it, so we'll let them keep doing it. But nobody else gets to.
Yeah. And so I think a lot of these points that we got to start calling them to task on, you know. Matter of fact, one of the things we did in my criminology class is we broke down a mafia initiation tape. I'm gonna see if I could dig up something like that on the internet, and we'll compare it to one of these fucking commitment rituals in these goddamn churches. See if it don't sound eerily familiar.
That
you know
sounds
what I mean?
absolutely
It's
brilliant.
like it's so obvious to anybody that'll just look.
Right.
But
so
go ahead.
Do you know how I can play some music on my channel to talk about without getting struck? Like if I speed it up to like a different speed?
No. Most of it is just, you just do it. You just learn to just roll with it. Like you learn that mostly go with artists, try to look when you go to play a song or something, see if it's played on somebody's channel. The general rule of thumb is if I look for a song, I don't play it on the record company's channel. I look if somebody's put a lyric video or something up to it or something like that.
Yeah.
Because that person has that video up there playing. Now, you might play it and then come to find out tomorrow your video got demonetized. So those are more the decisions you got to make. If you're somebody like Doug, people go with like, they just go with, they got set pieces of music. Or you could always do something like lo-fi, or just put in royalty-free whatever. So you put in royalty-free lo-fi, royalty-free jazz, whatever. You'll always find these playlists or these kind of live channels that you can always just play on your stream. Also, there are services that you can pay for that provide you with libraries and stuff of music you can stream. Me, for the most part, I'm just much more on the fly. I just make risky decisions on YouTube and don't expect my videos to be monetized. So I just know they'll demonetize. They demonetize them and it's fine.
They shut my stream down the other day.
I know, and I'm trying to get you over the shock of that and just get you around. It just happens.
Yeah.
And the thing you shouldn't worry about is if you're using Restream or something like that, for the most part, they captured it anyway. So if you always have the option to just take it down, remove that part, and re-upload it, and you don't have to do it a lot. You could just do it if they ever pull something important. So you just cut out the important parts and then re-upload it. That's why I don't worry about it. That's why Doug and a lot of people don't worry about it. You've seen Doug do this, right? When the Bart Ehrman people got pissed at him for the debate, and they sent him that email or that letter, he just pulled it down. He took out all the parts where he gave his commentary. He re-uploaded that. He thought it was stupid and dumb and ruined the whole point of it, but that's what he did. I told him I wouldn't even done it, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just fine. It's just out there. It's not really a big problem. Even when it does happen, the first time they just give you a warning. And then if you get another one, within like 90 days or something, you won't be able to upload for a week. So it takes 2 before there's really any consequences.
Gotcha.
And then even then, what you'll find is most of the things that you do are not copyright strikes. If you went and look at that thing, I bet you it's not a copyright strike. What it is certain copyright holders have their shits are basically like do not pass go type of copyright enforcement. The WWE is one of them. So if you play their shit and you get caught up in the algorithm playing their shit, they'll snatch it. And then they'll block it, right? But when YouTube shows you on your thing oh, you got a copyright claim and your content is blocked, or they pull your stream and nobody can see it or whatever. If you click on the details, it'll say right there, this is not a copyright strike. And it'll say that this is not a copyright. They're usually trying to tell you over and over again, this is not a copyright strike. All this is we found some copyright material in your shit, and the copyright holder tells us when we do that, we got to block your shit. So we pulled your stream, and now nobody can watch it. But that's it. That's the consequences. End of the story. Nothing else to it.
Yeah.
Now, it's bullshit for a number of reasons. Number one, YouTube should be taking care of this problem, not us. In other words, YouTube should just have everybody that uploads state some fucking premises about whatever the fucking shit is, and then there really shouldn't really be anything on YouTube you couldn't really reuse. And whenever it is, YouTube probably just takes care of it. But they really should provide us more of like the editing features we need and a more easier automated process to make it clear why we're using whatever we use. Because most of these cases would be covered by fair use or whatever. And a lot of times you can appeal. And I've had stuff that I just appeal just for shits and giggles to see what happens. And I've had stuff that gets to stay up because I appealed it. A lot of times what happens if you appeal something, like I've appealed stuff where they pulled videos that I was in because of like the Science Channel stuff I've put out there and stuff like that. And I've said like, I'm in this, and I just appealed it and they just didn't bother me about it. So yeah, I mean, it's all just in the game, man. That's what I'm telling you. Don't worry about it. Don't lose any sleep over it. But if you really want to be safe, right, there are safe options. Number one is go to a service that you pay for that gives you a library, all of that shit you can just play on stream all day long or put it in your videos. It's worthwhile doing it. They're not expensive. The other options is just look up royalty-free music on YouTube. Yeah, and then there is stuff built in usually to like StreamYard, or I know there's stuff built into Restream. They even have stuff that's called like background music. And probably backstage, there's probably background music that you could play. You could use that.
That's a good idea for like background stuff.
Yeah,
but like sometimes I want to like play pieces of a video and discuss it.
Yeah, yeah. That's when you do have a fair use claim. So those are the times I just say roll with it, because what'll happen is 90% of the times it'll just be a demonetized. They'll just say this video is demonetized. And you'll probably say 90% of the time you just don't give a crap. It's not worth worrying about it. You're nowhere near the monetization threshold. It doesn't mean anything about it. Like I said, by the time you get there, nobody's going to be going back. And most of our community supports the viewer anyway through super chats and shit. So you're not losing any money. You're basically, it's a fake thing. There isn't, ooh, you were never going to make any money off this video, but if you were, we're not going to give it to you. And you're like, sure, cool, great. Have a nice day. Yeah. Right? Like I don't even think about it. Like I just ignore it. Like I expect to see him every day. And just ignore it. But
so I have a lot of,
but in these cases where you make this case like, oh, I played this Hobson video because I would have just challenged that. Like you ought to just, and I would have said this is fair use. I was giving commentary on this video. It was important to the point I was trying to make or whatever. And then you just see what happens. A lot of times they just won't win. They'll just say, oh, they don't care. But a lot of times they'll leave it up. They'll just say, oh, okay. Because they put it back on them. They'll basically say, oh, the person challenged this. And so then it's up to them. YouTube basically gives them a window. You have a window to review this and say you think this is a thing.
Oh, you mean like they give Hobson a chance to review?
Yeah, or no, it's not really him. It's the rights holders, probably the record label or whoever, right? But yeah, basically they'll say James Apperson said this was fair use. Now you get to review this and say you disagree. Now, if they disagree, they might say, give them we want to go after and pursue this. But even then, it would just remain down. Like it wouldn't be a big deal. You'd be like, oh, okay. Guess they said right. But a lot of times they just won't even respond to it. They get so many of these that if a person actually just says it's fair use and makes that claim, then they probably just leave it. They probably don't even bother looking at it, to be honest with you. Right? They get so many of them. Most of them are legit. And so do they really want to sit through every single time somebody fucking played clips from a Hobson video because they had commentary when this nigga made a fucking controversial ass video about no. Right? They just go, if somebody makes a fair use challenge, just leave it alone. That's where they're at. They're at, if they fucking play the shit, pull it. If they challenge it, leave it, right? Other places look at it. Other places are automatically, if they challenge it back, right? And then they'll deal with it later, right? They're more of a fucking trigger the no, you can't keep it up, and then we'll deal with it later, right? And that's how they are because then they know now it's on you to really go after it and take it to court or whatever if you really want to.
Which most people won't do, so and that's the end of it.
And that's what most of this is. It's a fucking pissing contest that means dick until somebody actually wants to spend money, which no side ever really wants to do, right? So so that's what I'm doing. I'm just playing it. I'm going demonetize. And here's what you want to do, which most of my crowd does. They're just used to shit getting pulled. If they see can pull somebody, just put in the chat, the pocket lock of the stream got pulled. I say, okay, that's the reason I go to commercials. So I go live. I'll play commercials or play a countdown video. It gives people a minute or two to show back up. Oh, we're live again. You know. Okay, people get to notice they're back. Oh, sorry, they pulled the video, and then I play something else. Just keep going with the show. So it's good that your audience gets used to, hey, guys, it's YouTube. Sometimes the video gets pulled. See you later.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, we all get used to it, man. We refound your stream that day. It was no big deal.
Yeah, I like reviewing songs that have important content. A couple more songs I want to do. I just don't know if I'll be able to get through half the song.
Yeah. No, most of it you're fine. That's stringent. And here's what I found. The bigger the artist, the more likely it is they're stringent. So independent artists, that's why covers are helpful. But other times, sometimes live performances are helpful.
Well, if I do lyric videos, do they leave those alone? Or
a lot of times they do. That's why I'm saying you look and see, because if you'd have maybe played a lyric video from somebody else's channel, because sometimes the lyric video is just on a person's channel. Yeah. So a lot of times that's just a thing where they'll just demonetize it. I think
it's
a lot.
So weird
I
that they do it that way, though.
Well, not really, because you got to remember it's a lot more intellectual process, property, and assets built into the video.
Well, here's what I think, though. If I'm streaming on a YouTube channel, off of a YouTube channel, and the channel I'm streaming off of is the people that made and released the video, and they're making money off of it, and so YouTube sees this happening, and they're like, okay, so the person streaming the video counts as a viewer. Everybody watching this in his stream, like on his channel, or that sees it later, is another viewer.
Right.
Why not just pretend that those people were watching it at source and just credit source for the revenue?
That's essentially what they do with the demonetization. That's why I'm comfortable with it. That's exactly what they're doing. When they really demonetize your video, that's exactly what they're saying. They're saying, James Apperson, you made a video and we don't want to take the time to figure out, was it 10% their shit, 90% their... We're just saying, James, you made a video, and that video depended on the Hobson video. He pulled the shit, but most of the time they don't. They just... So they'll say, that's what you did. All right? And now what we're going to do is, if this video gets monetized, the copyright holder gets the monetization. So that's exactly what YouTube does. That's why I'm fine with it. That's what they're doing behind the scene. The annoying part is where they haven't taken care of the fucking edge cases, like where we get copyright strikes and shit like this for doing the same exact thing. That's what should not be happening. Shit should not be getting pulled from it. And then the other thing is YouTube should just enforce a more stringent release on content. Right? If YouTube said to the WWE, cool, you can put as much as you want on YouTube as you want, but here's the deal. When people make WWE content, they just can. It just becomes fucking open source. Anything that they can watch from you on YouTube, they can fucking freely use as long as it's on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Now, do you think these companies are going to sit up there and go, oh, well, if that's the case, we're not putting our shit on YouTube?
No, they're still going to put their shit on YouTube.
Look at it, right. And you know what the motherfuckers are going to realize about 30 days later? Holy shit, we made a lot more money off of YouTube this month.
Yeah.
Immediately. Like overnight, right? Because everybody that's been, we're streaming these little clips off of this. All of a sudden, we got everybody high production. Yeah, let's talk about the wrestling match. Oh, you didn't see the wrestling match? Cool, here's the footage, right? Everybody's content just gets that much fucking better because we all are using the real shit now.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you said. It's just take the next step, but they're being fucking jackasses. And then what they're also not doing is they're not using their bully pulpit to shift the DMCA laws the way they really could if they gave a shit about their content creators more than this petty bullshit, right?
Right. And I want to finish the discussion I was having about the video, but I can't. They shut it down while I was in the middle of the stream, so I couldn't continue. And if I'd start all over again, the same thing will happen. We still won't get to finish the video.
Right.
So it's like now I got to try to find a source that they consider public domain or whatever, like a lyric copy of it or something.
Or just the lyrics of the song and do that. It's tough. Yeah, Hobson got him blocked, but that's rare. Most videos won't get you blocked. You know, like we play all those entrance songs and stuff like that. You know, most of that just gets the video demonetized. To be honest with you. So yeah, it does help to not show the video. That's the other thing. WWE is big on that too. You know, you can, if I sit here during a WWE pay-per-view and you can hear the commentary and I'm giving my commentary. It's for the most part fine. Mostly haven't had any issues. But if you show it on the screen or even through a monitor or something, that's when it can get pulled. So I think in that case, the video really hurt you. And the ways that we get away with showing other people's video in our community, because these are small little independent content creators that don't kind of have that automation built into their IP enforcement.
Yeah, makes sense.
But when you're dealing with these other big companies, they just have, armies of attorneys and automated enforcement of this shit. Which is why I'm saying it's really YouTube that needs to take care of it. This is YouTube not really doing what they need to do for their content creators. And it's the same thing in terms of like the bots. Like, why the fuck am I getting strikes, community strikes, which eventually hurt the monetization of my channel, when it's automated bots that are dropping, like, you should be keeping the bots off the platform.
Yeah, YouTube's responsible for that shit. They're the ones that should be apologizing to you. And if it
you.
happens a lot, they should be compensating you for the disruption.
Right. Sorry, there was porn links dropped all over your stream the other day.
Yep.
Yeah.
They know.
Yeah.
They know. And they have. It would be easy for an AI to be able to distinguish that that's a porn bot thing and to block it before you even see it.
Right.
They just ain't bothering.
Right. And then they'll give you a warning. Like, it's like, what? And it's crazy. And that's why that's why that bot is so stringent, because the goal is, by timing out any account that does it or whatever, it's just to give the mods time to get to it and block the person or to, whatever it is. And it sucks that it's that way, but every time one gets through, it's a risk. Most of the time it doesn't matter, but anytime it could. It's one of those things. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the 99, 9,999 times out of 10,000 it doesn't matter, but it'll be that one time that they decide they care about. For us, it was like a random Thursday movie night. We were playing Life of Brian, and there was a porn bot, and I got a no, I don't know what this thing is talking about. Excessive charging time. All right, I'll just unplug the charger for a little bit. But yeah, so that's the thing that's been on my mind, man. Is really today though, I really wanted to just focus on this bad behavior, man. I said Jesus thugs, the dark side of Christian YouTubers.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're dealing with. Even though Tangelo, like, he's
a habitual gaslighter, and he knows it.
Yeah.
He's a bad faith actor. He's relentless, and he's disruptive to other people's channels. Like, he's not respectful of what you're doing on your channel. Like, he feels like you owe him some time, and then all he's going to do is, like, say crazy shit that ain't real in order to promote. And here's the thing: in order to promote his mafia religion, which nobody should be promoting.
Right. And it's the same thing, I think, and it's really almost like I'm thinking about Rebecca a lot, and it's like I feel like so much of what we deal with would be so vindicated if we could just get through to this one person. And see some genuine progress. And I think I realized a long time ago that she was way too far gone for that. That she was so much deeper than most people realized. But I knew everybody was gonna have to see it first. They just did. I just saw it, and then because I know the church lady gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the church ladies. You see what I'm saying? And I know how vicious they are. I know how ruthless they are. I just know they Sunday morning sweet with the pies and all of that. And I'm not.
Sure,
I know both sides very well. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
right. I mean, what Rebecca did to me with that one stream was ruthless. It was exactly what you said it was. She was publicly calling me out for a mental health check and all that shit. Right. Questioning my character and trying to like completely malign me is what she was really trying to do.
Right.
But like, but kind of on the down low, but not on the down low, like blatantly, but like.
Yes. Yeah.
And so that's what got Stephanie started, is because she's like, oh, well, we're allowed to hate on James now, go attack him because he's the enemy. Cool, I want a piece of that because that makes me more part of the community.
Right.
And then, but she went so far, people were complaining about it, that they forced Rebecca to tell Stephanie she'd gone too far. Because I think Rebecca would have let it play out, except people were complaining.
Oh, and of course. Even with the Nidamos thing, like when that person went out with like Nidamos and like ended the stream, like I don't know, like I sometimes let things go, but like I don't know, I just felt like I don't know, I don't even think Rebecca timed the person out or anything. Like to me, it's like if a person goes way too far, like especially with the guest, then you just time them out or you block them or something. But I felt like it was an awkward situation because she put it back on Nidamos. Like, oh, do you want me to block the person? And why does Nitty have to answer that? If you ask, and then maybe we already know, right? Like,
right.
Whatever what was said, and so there's got to be some consequences. Like even with Stephanie, I'm like, I don't need somebody else to speak up. You're coming through my channel, sitting on some bullshit out the gate. Then why do these people think that somebody won't bite them? Like they're so entitled. Like they're just, I can just come up in here and flame you. Like I went to Donnie's channel trying to flame people, but I never expected I knew if Donnie times me out for trolling him, I'm not going to complain about it.
Yeah.
Because I'll be like, what up, creators? What kind of delusions y'all sitting on today?
5-minute timeout. Okay, I'll be back. Whatever.
But yeah, it's the real thing that for me now is they're wrong. I don't know how to put this. So this is the thing they all avoid. This is why I always bring it back to formal education. When you get into the structures where there's accountability, there's grades, there's failures, there's removals, they're safe on YouTube. So the question is, how do you make YouTube not safe for bullshit? That's really the question here. Right now, YouTube is too safe for what they do.
Mm. Well, eventually, I got to tell you, what needs to happen, I've been saying this for years, is that the secular community needs their own video vlogging, blogging hub where they're on there and their streams are not getting interrupted by bullshit and they're not getting heavy-handed by YouTube, right? And because YouTube is abusive. The way that YouTube deals with content creators is absolutely abusive. And,
100%.
Yeah,
and so I don't push it much right now, but really I'm trying to get everything to a website like jbundy.com and website memberships and watching from the website.
It's kind of like when Prince used to complain, and he was right, to talk about how the industry had made the music artists a slave and locked them into these contracts that were abusive. And my thing is,
proudest thing I ever did in my life as a producer was talking artists out of signing a major record deal. The most proud moment I ever had, because it was a very tough decision for that person, and I had a very difficult conversation with them. Like, this isn't. I know it sounds like a dream come true, but we gotta talk. And
they take so much. They take most of the money. They take most of the money, and they control your artistic output. And years later, they're still like controlling your life. And yeah.
And then what people don't even realize is this thing I call putting people on the shelf, right? So let's say you're an up-and-coming artist, right? And you're doing things, and like you got a little following, a little scene, a little whatever, right? So we decide, let's sign this guy, right? We could get you pretty cheap, right? Because you're happy to sign. But then we start shopping some of your stuff, listening to some of your stuff a little more, putting it in some focus groups. Or maybe we just see something shiny over here, right? And all of a sudden we're like, yeah, we don't really want to put a lot of effort into promoting this James Apperson record. Right? So, but we got you under contract for your next 3, maybe 5 records because you're dumb and young and you just signed away your career. Right? Right. So what we've done effectively is we've given you like an advance. Maybe it's a nice advance. Maybe it's $500,000, James. And you're like, shit, right? I'm buying my mama a house. Smart move. You should have bought a studio. If you ever signed a record deal and they give you an advance, buy a studio. Because what you need to get is the ability to produce your own music, right? At your own expense. That's what you need to use that money for. And the house for your mother. With a studio in it, right? But anyway, most people don't. And so what happens is, at the end of the day, what really is it's like an advance, right? It's really money that they're paying you because you're going to recoup that for them and pay it back, and then start getting into like the real profiteering of the whole thing, right? And so sometimes a lot of cats never really recoup that advance cost. Like the money, the record label basically goes, you owe us this money. Now, most of the time it don't matter because they get it and copy it and we gave you the advance and we take that out, and then that's when people think the millions and shit come. But you got to recoup that advance. But you might not be able to because remember, I decided I didn't want to promote your record. So how the fuck are you going to recoup it?
Right.
Because you ain't selling no goddamn records. And guess who's the reason you ain't selling no records? But I don't give a shit because I gave you the advance, so it's my money. So I'm getting my money back with interest. So you... Good luck, James.
Right.
And if you make it and you sell some money, then we own the shit anyway.
Yeah.
So you know, and I call that just putting the artist on the shelf. They've just taken a young artist and just put them on their shelf of artists who basically can't do shit in this business legally without them owning every fucking, thing they touch. And at the same time, the record company really don't have to they've really committed nothing to you at all. Right? And so they have to want to promote your record and want to produce it and want to put you on shelves and want to distribute it, right? And mostly the record deal itself don't really commit them to doing none of that. And then if they do all of that, then you know the story. You're getting, pennies on the dollar and you're not really making money and shit and record sales. Most artists make their money touring, doing shows, and even that, it's because of the merch and the sales and all of that other shit, right? It's all a whole game, right? That's why all the big famous artists are touring artists. The Beatles, Jay-Z, the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, Justin Timberlake. They're all on tour constantly, right? They sell records to promote tours because that's where they make their money. Even though those guys have, of course, amazing record deals by now. But seriously, that's what goes on, especially for the young artists, right? So the new thing is you got to produce your own music, promote your own music, be your own record label. Like what little money you make will be yours, and then you get into different deals with them when it comes to distribution and promotions and shit like that. And for the most part, people just do that directly now. They just get a little platform, get a little sales, and then if I want to sit down with Uber Eats or whoever the fuck, I'll just do that on my own.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why you see the OG Roddy taking the route he takes, right? He sells merchandise and DJs and has a good job and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
But yeah, James, YouTube Punk said he doesn't think there's enough support. I agree.
So I was typing out a response to that, but yeah. So there's like so many people that we can include in that network though, and we wouldn't need them all to like sign a loyalty contract to the hub. We could just say, hey, can you also mirror your stuff over here while you're still producing on YouTube? And then eventually, if we take off the way we think we will, then maybe you'll just want to produce less on YouTube because you're already producing over at the hub. It doesn't cost them anything to mirror to a second site.
To mirror it,
So it could be literally all content creators that aren't specifically religious.
Yeah.
Anything from health and fitness to science to news, anything that isn't specifically religious nor funded by religious organizations.
Yeah, I think the way I think is everybody's got to have their own space. It becomes almost like real estate. You got to have a corner of the internet that you own. And for most people, I think that's your website, your blog. It's got to be some basis. For me, I would love it to just be Discord. I think Discord is a great hub, but really, I think you go like David Pakman to me has the model. Website memberships. You have website memberships and then a really amazing Discord that's the hub of your community. And then everything from there is just platform independence. That's why you want to use a restream, because your stream is on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, and like my Twitch account has been suspended 21 of the last 25 days. But since most people watch me on YouTube, it just is what it is. And a lot of that, I think, is just hateful spam reporting. People just promoting me as hate speech, and I play Steven Anderson clips, and it'll trip the algorithm. And then if the creatard reports me, I get my fucking Twitch account suspended. So that's what you mean about being awful to content creators. And so until we have a better system, and certainly we're the type of common space preferring people that, don't want to be creating our own parlors and whatever. But I do think, we've got to move towards platform independence. And that does require a little bit more effort from viewers and fans. Like I always tell people, you got to join the Discord or follow us on social media, because you don't know when the day is coming that we just don't have access to our YouTube accounts for one reason or another. Because Clarence Thomas finally got his way and decided atheism isn't a thing you can do on YouTube, right? And I'm like, yo, look, I'm trying to do stuff like we can stream to the Discord and be over here and be over there, and we're trying to even think about doing stuff that we can't do, like maybe we can stream wrestling shows and cards and stuff like that, where we can stream it into the Discord, even though we can't put it on YouTube. That way we get people used to like, hey, let's all go hang out on YouTube. Because like you said, the bar. Right? And I would like people just where it's more explicitly like a bar. We've got our community section. You can see who's live now. You can see who's been doing videos. So you can know James is live, Pocket Locker's live, whatever. People could talk, come over here, come over there, whatever. But then people are streaming in there, and there's just different rooms. Like it's like our bar's nice. Our bar's laid out. We got different rooms. We got a sports channel. We got gaming. We got chill, whatever, right?
Right.
Me and Wayne are doing wrestling shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So what I think could be cool is if you imagine going into a web page or like YouTube or whatever else, and it's a picture of like Cheers Bar, right? And then there's figures seated at each of the stools, and where their heads would normally be is whatever avatar.
Oh, have you heard of Gather Town?
No.
Yeah, let's do Gather Town. Let me play videos. Yeah. But what else, man? I'm glad you came through, man. I'm really glad. I was hoping you'd come through for this stream.
I appreciate that. It's nice to be
All right,
appreciated.
I'm going to gather virtual office. I'm going to play this video. Let me, oh, I didn't share my thing, James. My bad. Here we go.
All right.
Being a bad boy. All right.
You need
let's...
to pull me out of the image so you can show something.
No, you're good. You're good. All right, so then we'll go here. Where is that? Is this my pocket locker? I'll leave that on in case I go somewhere, but now it's going here. This is here. Gather virtual office. So we use this sometimes for work, for virtual conferencing and stuff like this. And I would love to see our community, because I think this is what we're trying to do here. And you know what's interesting, James? I think I would like to start using this because, you know, we have the stream avatars on the casino.
Yeah.
I love that. But I've been wanting to keep it there so that the casino has its thing, right? So I don't want to have that I want to keep it at the casino. So something like this would be cool to have on Pocket Locker.
Hi, I used to be like you. After a year of working with my employees over video calls, I realized that something was missing. We missed having a place to work instead of just working from our places. That's how we ended up in a Gather office. Let me show you around. It's easy to share something with anyone in your space, a website, a calendar, a note, or the soundtrack to this video.
Hey Sam, are you gonna be at game night later?
Oh, I'll be there. Running into people like that is what makes interactions feel so much more natural on Gather. I have a 2 p.m. meeting with Jeff, and I love that I can see him making his way over.
Hey, what's this meeting about?
Just showing how a Gather office allows us to feel more present during the workday.
Sure beats video calls.
Hey, while I've got you, can you show us your custom workspace?
Definitely.
I just hit the follow button, and now Jeff is leading the way. This makes it easier to have a conversation while you're moving around. Whoa, is that a moat?
It's a koi pond. Never could have this at our old office.
That's the beauty of a Gather office. It can look like this, or even this. Choosing your style is as easy as that.
Do you want to join an actual meeting?
Sure. These private spaces are great for meetings. We can have a larger conversation without disturbing anyone else in the office. Looks like Mary is working in another window, so Gather automatically mutes her mic and camera. Let's give her a ring.
Hey Sam, I was just wrapping up this presentation. Check it out.
Wow, it's a great idea. I love it. You know what else I love? Not sitting in traffic, not paying rent, not being limited to hiring people based on location. Bill, where are you working from again?
I'm on a boat.
I love that I can host a company game night on the rooftop. Let me step onto the spotlight tile so everyone can hear this last part. Hi everyone, I just wanted to end the video by letting you all know how much I missed this. The camaraderie, the collaboration, the sense of community. I realized that I missed the company of my company. And if you don't have a Gather office yet, come see what you're missing. We'll have you in your own space in 30 seconds when you visit gather.town.
Okay. So I love that. It's a proof of concept. It's a beautiful idea. I would like to see them develop it to where the environment is more realistic, but as a proof of concept, I think that's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, like where it's more like somebody saying like The Sims, so a little bit more like high-end gaming that we, a little more graphic intensive modeling there. Although I like it because I think it's got that old school aesthetic, which makes things that are sort of simpler nice, right? And it also makes it like thinking like the same way we have to use Restream because it's kind of difficult for people to do Zoom links and stuff like that. It keeps it so it's not such a graphically intensive experience, right? Because you're gonna have people all different areas and devices, so you don't want it to be,
too graphically intense.
Yeah.
Computer power. Yeah, that makes sense.
Although I do think there's probably other things we could look into that we could probably have fun with for those of us that are streamers and kind of are sitting at our computers and may be able to do something like that. But yeah, I would love to get a Gather Town set up because I think it could be like that where everybody's got their rooms and everybody's doing different stuff, and you could even have like little meeting rooms. Like one of the things I like to do is, you guys know, like I like to, I have an actual meeting. I can't stream the meeting, so I'm gonna, play a podcast and then sit here and go to my meeting. So I could sort of do something where there's like where I have an area where everybody's chilling and streaming, and I could walk out of that area and then have, if somebody needs to actually have a private meeting with me, go into my office and have a private meeting and do that while people are still streaming. And so that could be a lot of like what you're saying, where we've got our own space and it's set up and we've all got to weigh into it, right? So you can get to it from any of us. And then, we've all got different rooms or something, and just start with what's there, right? And then keep working. Yeah. But yeah, I agree. We've got to, I think, find ways to make it interesting for the audience to be interactive, but also work on some things that give us independence on the back end. Yeah.
Sure. So, like, imagine that's that particular program, but you go down the street to the two-dimensional Cheers bar, and you go in there, and you can load it in as a 3D zone if you want to, and then it's just a big picture of Cheers bar.
Yeah, that would be cool. And I've been looking at some games that are pretty great socially as well, and thinking about integrating those more into the stream. But yeah, I'm with you. We got to look into this, because I think there are probably platforms that are a lot more like what you're saying. And somebody's got to be able to have made like a Sims mod where you can do shit like this. I'm sorry, like it's just got to be like a straight Sims mod or something that's
gotta be something
that you can kick with. But I've been trying to do this for a while. So like I have these scenes set up where the idea was that I'd be in like GTA, and I'm sitting in my GTA office or clubhouse or something. And then what you see is my character just sitting in GTA on a screen. But then what you're seeing on the laptop that my character's looking at is actually me working, right?
Yeah, I would love it. I would love that environment for our conversations, because then if we have somebody like Sal or Otangelo in, and they start like, or Stephanie, and they misbehave really bad, we just take out an AK or a sawed-off shotgun and like blow them away. That's it. Like,
yeah. And I've even thought like of.
Or jail could be timeouts.
Yeah, because if you did this with like stream avatars, like the mods, like Cameron could attack you and then time you out. So you'd see Cameron's avatar like fucking boot you off the screen, and then Cameron would time you out for 5 minutes, and you're literally fucking booted. That'd be dope.
Right. And make sure only like mods had certain powers in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I think I've actually been really wanting to use GatherTown, because here's where it got introduced to me. We used it for conferences, for work, and it was amazing. Because what actually happened was they used it all day for like presentations, because in a science conference, usually there's more than one room. Mm-hmm. So there's like the A room where, let's say, the keynote speaker is going to be, and most people don't realize this, but a lot of times the really big keynote address for a conference is actually the opening. It's like the first. It happens at the you got to get up to ass crack of dawn, because the fucking president of the center or whatever the fuck is gonna give the keynote or whatever. But yeah, and then that's where all wherever like say the main presentations are, and then everybody's in these like little breakout rooms where, this little group that wants to do just experimental evolution is doing all their talks, and the microbiology nerds are over here doing micro shit, you know what I mean? And so there's these little theme rooms off from the main room. That's how most conferences actually run. And then there's these other rooms where people are having workshops and shit like that. And then, motherfuckers are like, I don't care about any of the things that are on the schedule right now. I'm going to have lunch. People are dicking around at the conference center. You know what I mean? And so we were sort of able to simulate all that, where there was main rooms. And how it works is it's all proximity-based. Like what you saw them showing there is very real. So like you walk over to an area, and then you can see what's going on in that area. So like if you want to be in a particular room, you walk into that room, and then all of a sudden you see the screen in that room, you see all the peer people talking in that room, whatever's going on in that room, you then see. And if you just want to go somewhere else, you just walk up out that room, and now it just disappears. You walk over another room, right? And so when we wanted to have little isolations, just social areas, people would just walk around and go over to little social areas, and people would talk and chit chat, and they had it like, and then there's like little portals and doors you could go through. So people go outside for like the social night. We go outside, and then you're in this whole little like island scene. and you're cut off from everybody, and it's only the people who like went through the little door to the little island or whatever, right? And so that's what we did for like happy hour and, you know, our socials is we all just got together, got drinks, and, you know, wandered around little gather towns and went in different little spaces and hung out on little islands and shit and started a little fire or whatever. And yeah, we just had fun with it. So I think we could do that where like we're streaming and stuff. You know, and sort of like you could go over to like your area, but that's like your stream, and you could be streaming, you know, really on your channel or whatever. And you know, what we're seeing when we gather over there is actually, you know, what's going on in your channel or whatever. So I like love that.
Yeah, I like it too. Like
virtual jail. We got to put a virtual jail up in there. That would be good.
Yeah,
that'd be good.
Nice.
We got to see if there's like mods. We've got to see what the mod community has done with this whole thing. I feel like I need the mods to come through for us.
Yeah.
But yeah. So what do you think you do about these people who are going out of their way to be beyond the pale with the bad behavior?
Yeah, well, I mean, with Sal is just a mean bully. He's just a bully. He's just a mean, nasty person. That's just his personality.
Hang on real quick before we change topic. Carrie Ann said, so the channel is like your office, pretty much. And then you set it up whatever vibe and aesthetic you like. And then there's common areas and a game room and all that stuff. And a lot of that could just be, you know, integrated to Discord. But yeah, we'll try it. We'll try setting it up and seeing what happens. But yeah, go ahead, James. Sorry.
Sal just being Sal. That's just his personality. It doesn't matter. If you catch his attention and he feels like you've challenged him enough to, like, he wants to talk about you, he's just going to talk shit. You know, call you names and, like, make it personal and, like, gaslight and all the other stuff. Like, try to ruin your rep. You know, it's just his personality. It doesn't matter.
So I think we just go at Sal. Now, here's a question. Do you care about Rebekah anymore, or is it just like she's just another apologist at this point? Because I'm wondering, is it worthwhile saying, hey, look, Rebekah, look at this. This is who this man really is.
I mean, I will bring it to her attention when I talk to her next. At any point, if people get tired of me uploading chapters of her book, I'll stop. I'm just doing it because I started it and because it's something to do. It's something to talk about because she's sitting on some bullshit. And it's, you know, here's some bullshit, and then now let's talk about it.
Well, I like it. I think we've made Rebekah a star in this community, you know?
Yeah.
And I sent her an email, actually, and in part of it, as I said, I know it's difficult to take this type of criticism all the time. But in the sense, I think this is what she wanted. She played the whole there's no such thing as bad publicity thing. She played the algorithm. You want everybody talking about you and making content about your content and reacting to your content. And, you know, this is the hot seat she asked for.
Sure.
But it's probably hotter than she realized. And I tell people all the time, look, it's real. Like, you know, we all have our different ways of responding to the comments and the criticisms that we get. But trust me, as people, and you can vouch for this with your own channel, you see it, you hear it, even the stuff you don't respond to or react to. Sure. You see it, you hear it, you think about it, and some of it affects you personally, whether you want it to or not. It just comes what it is. You can't. Yeah. You know, right. some of them darts are gonna hit you.
Sure.
Yeah, and some of them are gonna hurt. You know, it just is what it is. Go ahead. Yeah, so I'm trying to be reasonable about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I plan on having the conversation with her that she needs to understand. She has to make a choice, and she's been making a choice whether she realizes it or not. But she needs to make it more consciously. I don't care what she chooses; it's her life, it's her journey. But she needs to understand the choice she's making, and that she can't have it both ways. If she wants resonance and acceptance and respect, and to get through this idea that she really is representing open theism and love and joy and peace and hope and all this other flowery bullshit, then she can't continue to align herself with Sal and be an apologist and then say she's not an apologist, even though that's what she does, is being apologist. She has to choose which cultural niche she wants to be in, how she wants to commit it. If she keeps on insulting atheists and insulting people that accept evolution and insulting science and all this other stuff. And she just keeps like being divisive, and she's got no one but herself to blame for pushing people away and making them just not take her whole peace, love, and hippie stuff seriously. They're not going to take it seriously.
I think I just thought about maybe signing a petition because I was going to write this thing, but I'm going to try to make it a community thing. I'm going to ask you to read over. We'll write it together. And we're going to write a letter to Rebekah, and we're going to have everybody sign it. We're going to make it a petition.
I'm going to sign it, Jesus.
But basically, this is going to be the plea. It's going to be like, Rebekah, I know you take a lot of flaming from the people who signed this letter, but here's what we're trying to tell you. You have a whole community of people that are willing to do whatever it takes to get through to you, that these people are not the people, right? Like we're sitting here on the side of truth, Rebekah, and we're desperately asking you, join us. But it like just trying to explain that. Here's the way I've been putting it to people. Mm-hmm. Sometimes the people that care about you have some things to say to you that don't sound nice and aren't what you want to hear. Mm. And sometimes the people that sound nice and tell you what you want to hear do not care about you.
That's right.
Yeah, and it feels like. I feel like a lot of times she's defending all the arrows instead of realizing they ain't really arrows. They're really like people trying to reel you in and trying to tell you, Rebekah, nope, that person, nah, that's just special pleading, Rebekah. Hey, Rebekah, it's just more special pleading today. Hey, Rebekah, yeah, we're listening. It's just more special pleading today. We're trying to, right? And you know, and they get upset about that. And it's like, but we're the people who care enough to tell you the truth. We done been through it. We done been through the trauma. Right. I hate to put chat on blast, but a lot of them sat in their rooms alone crying them tears of losing their Jesus and all of that shit too. And they just trying to tell you, come on, girl, it don't get easier, but we'll get through this together type of shit.
Right. And I appreciate all of that. But the thing is, for me, there's not a space in my life that is a Rebekah-shaped hole, right? There's not a Rebekah-shaped hole in my life. If I feel like I need people to connect with, we got people right here.
I'm gonna keep it to you real simple. Yeah. Preach on that. That's good.
We got these people, like a lot of them right here in chat. In fact, that they're intelligent and they're relatable and they're compassionate and they're reasonable and they're sane and they'll just tell it to you straight, but they're not gonna like try to like push themselves into your life and make things personal when they don't need to be, but they're there for you if you need them to whatever extent they're available to be, and everybody's different. And like, 'cause, for example, I used to be the guy that everybody can come to with all their problems, and I'm not really that guy anymore because I'm too compassionate and it weighs on me and I take it home with me and it's just too much. So now I'm like real careful about how much of it I will lend my ear to or my shoulder to. I do somewhat, but just not as much as I used to. Right, because it gets heavy, because I care. But we got a wonderful community here.
Yeah. I used to watch all the content and be in the live chats all the time. I came from the live chats. I don't have time to be in a lot of people's live chat these days. You know what I'm saying? Like your role and your place just changes, and what you're doing just shifts over time.
Right. Exactly.
Sorry, I'm looking for a lighter, James. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, you do you. So and then somebody DM'd me a question, I guess maybe through oh yep, here it is. Hold on a second. I guess since they DM'd me, I'm not gonna read it out loud.
Okay, I'm gonna let you talk. I gotta get up and go find another lighter because this one is dead. So I'll be right back, but I'm gonna put on the speakers.
Sounds good. So I'm gonna come right back to the DM in just a second. Somebody else asked me about the thing with Sal when we were on Answers in Atheism about an hour or so back. He did play the clip from Sal talking a bunch of shit. He called Jay like stupid, childish names, and he accused Mike or Speed of having brain damage from years of alcohol abuse and said and implied that that's the reason he's an atheist, and accused Mike or Speed for Answers in Atheism of praying to nothingness which is actually not what Mike does, and brought his because Mike's daughter was murdered a couple years ago, just a couple, like not several, just a couple, and he brought that up more than once, talking about that and about how it's stupid basically to be an atheist praying to nothing when it means that you have no hope of seeing your dead daughter again, and what kind of person basically wouldn't, you'd have to be pretty brain damaged to not like want to see your daughter again. And like, I'm paraphrasing, but this is basically what Sal was getting at. And he misrepresented Mike's history with alcohol. He misrepresented what Mike calls prayer. He misrepresented what atheism is, because atheism isn't a belief system. Sal just misrepresents everything and maligns everything and makes things personal. They don't have to be personal. He had no reason to keep mentioning Mike's daughter, knowing that Mike was going to hear what he said. There was no reason to keep bringing that. Mike tries not to think about it all the time because he's still in mourning. He's still in grief. And, I got to applaud that man for not losing himself in the bottom of a bottle from that much pain from losing a daughter to some malicious, murdery bastard. Right? Especially, and Mike's a senior citizen beside, he don't need that shit. All Mike ever does is go after the facts about the issues in science and stuff. And the way that Sal behaves. Like, if Sal acts badly in public and says awful things and is mean to people and degrades people and just is an obnoxious narcissist, I don't think Sal is owed it by anybody to sit there and just pretend like that's not happening. And so when Sal acts bad, people mention, yeah, Sal's acting bad. Well, then Sal takes it personal and says, how dare you mention that I'm acting bad? And then Sal's response is to act even worse. And then people mention that too, like, Sal's just getting worse. He's just increasing. He's just escalating. Like, why? Why make it personal? Why go after people like that? And the answer is that I came up with is Sal is just a petty bully. That's all it is. I think he has narcissistic personality disorder. I think it's just part of the psychological profile. I think that's what drew him to religious fundamentalism in the first place, or Christian fundamentalism, because that's the kind of people that are drawn to it. Now, some people are not narcissists in their community or whatever. They've just been trained to like emulate the disorder. But Sal absolutely, legitimately just has to be a clinical narcissist. And I also think Sal's a psychopath because, look, Sal believes that if you don't accept his specific version of religion before you die, you're going to go to a horrible hell and burn forever, right? So with Sal thinking that, when he pushes you away, when he stumbles people away from his religion just to vindicate his own ego and get his digs in, what if, even though his religion isn't real, Sal pretends to think it's real, or maybe Sal really thinks it's real. If you think that shit's real and that stumbling someone away from your religion means that they're now going to end up in a hell forever, and you're cool with that because your ego feels better, that's a psychopath, ladies and gentlemen. That is a straight up psychopath. And he's not responsible. Sal's never going to lose a moment of sleep. He's never going to develop a genuine tear in his eye. He's never going to feel a twinge of guilt. It's never going to happen. He's not an accountable human being. So he focuses so much on like controversies and conspiracy theories about science. He doesn't give a dick about the actual people. He doesn't care about people. Has no compassion at all in his heart. And it's like, the more Rebekah wants to align herself with that, the more it just makes her look like, that she's part of that bullshit. Like she endorses it, like she's fine with it. The same as how she platforms S.J. Thomason, right? She platforms and aligns herself with all these really, really nasty human beings. And then she comes up with this whole like, the church lady thing with the baked pies and the flowers in the sunshine and look at the trees and the smiles and stuff like that. And we know it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Because if you're that nice and compassionate of a person and you actually care about other people, you're going to recognize that the people that you're in, like S.J. Thomason and Sal are such horrible people in the way they treat other people, the way they behave. You're not going to want to be part of that. You're not going to want to be seen as being aligned with that and party to that. And you're not going to endorse it. Hell no. So it just doesn't make sense. And she's got to make a decision at some point. What does she want to be known for? What effect does she want to have on people's lives? What does she want to be known for? And she can't be an apologist who aligns herself with all these really nasty people and then turn around and say, but I'm not an apologist and I'm all about sweetness and love. It just doesn't work.
James, can you define some of these terms, at least, like when you say psychopath and you say narcissist?
Psychopath, sure, absolutely. So a sociopath is somebody that doesn't care if you suffer. Their actions are always selfish, or just careless. They don't care if you suffer. It's like nothing to them because they can't feel your pain doesn't mean anything to them. They can't feel compassion or empathy. They have no empathetic reflex at all. They're not trying to hurt you unless you're in the way of something. Like if hurting you is a means to an end to get something that they need, they'll do it, and they won't lose any sleep over it. But they don't specifically get pleasure from your suffering. They just literally don't care that you're suffering, even because of them. Whereas a psychopath is different. A psychopath gets pleasure from your suffering. That's at least part of the point for why they're hurting you. They like to see you suffer. They like that they're causing pain in someone else's life. It brings them joy. Whereas a narcissist, they can sometimes, the worse they are, the more likely they are to be a sociopath or a psychopath. But you can be a narcissist without specifically being a sociopath or a psychopath. It's just that there happens to be a common overlap there. Whereas a narcissist is somebody that simply feels so empty inside in terms of their sense of identity and worth that that if anybody ever seems to notice them on the inside, if anybody looks deep or sees faults within, they feel exposed and attacked because they're so sure that they're so empty and awful inside, they don't want you to see it, right? Because that's the effect of the bad parenting when they were growing up. That's what they were left with. And church cultures just make it worse because they push that home that everybody doesn't even deserve to live, right? You're all worthless, not even worth filthy rags, but God's willing to forgive you for being worthless. And so technically you have worth as potential worth, as these vessels that can hold the glory and radiance of God. And so then now that if you do that, then you've emptied out what little there was of your worth and filled it up with the glory of God. And now,
and I hate to say this, I just want to quickly touch on this because we do this as secular people too. We then we glorify success, wealth, sex, whatever it is. I hate to call them like the counterfeit gods, right? Subscribers and super chats, right? Like these things that literally we use to say, oh well, this person is, better than this person, and it is all emptiness at the end of the day, right? It feels like I hate when somebody says to me, "Oh, did you know so and so is worth X amount?" And I'm like, "What is that supposed to mean to me exactly? You just said a number to what? Like it's confusing, right?" But we fall into this sometimes. Hey, Jay, do you know who so and so is? No, they have like 80,000 subscribers. What have you just told me about them? Other than I don't know, right. But it's just weird. I'm not saying that's a problem. It's just a thing we fall into, right?
Yeah, it's part of the programming of our consumer culture that people that usually don't think too deeply about. It's we ascribe values based on what's called transactional values, which is typically a narcissist kind of a thing. But we're all somewhere on the narcissism spectrum. We all have insecurities, and sometimes those are prominent, and sometimes those are not. We have moments, most of us, where we're very durable ego-wise, where our egos are not getting the best of us. We are not overly insecure or whatever, and we can sail right through a situation and be completely fair and equitable and stoic. But there are other times, right, where our egos really are too raw in that particular patch, and like we're overly defensive, and then we sometimes say or do things that we regret doing later because we were being overly defensive and protective of our ego. So everybody's on the spectrum somewhere. Narcissistic personality disorder clinically is a set of personality behaviors that become like the norm or the standard for how you interact with people, not just a rare kind of a thing.
Got you.
And the diagnosis requires that those behavioral traits are causing distress in your life. If you behave that way every single day with people, but you're happy with it, like it's the results of it aren't causing you yourself to feel distressed over the consequences of your actions, then technically most clinical psychologists will not give you the diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder because you're not suffering. You're not, it's not causing a problem in your life. They don't diagnose you based on whether or not you're causing a problem in other people's lives. They diagnose you whether or not your disordered behaviors are causing distress in your own life. So and this is the distinction they make for clinical study purposes, but it's a spectrum, and they recognize that everybody's on it. So they look for, because narcissists, when they're true, deep, narcissistic personality disordered people, it's like they're all reading from the same playbook, the same rule book. Their behaviors are so exact from each other that people start wondering if there's some secret club and some secret rule book they're all reading from, because it's absolutely bizarre how identical their behaviors are. And that's why there's a whole field of study that studies them, trying to figure out exactly what the mechanisms are that cause them to behave that way.
I find this all really interesting, and I definitely think we're dealing with some really fucked up people in this community who have this, right? And then there's the fact that the innocent bystanders want to endorse these people. Like they're absolutely funding it. They're footing the bill. They're sacrificing for these people. They're the ones making these people heroes, right?
Well, sure. That's part of the disorder. They're called flying monkeys. Narcissists, when you get too close to a narcissist where you become part of their schemes, you either become a victim or an accomplice. There's no room for a third party there. You're either a victim or you're an accomplice. The only way around that is to recognize it before you get involved and bow out quickly enough where you're not pulled into it. That's the third option.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Yes.
So yeah, the people in churches that aren't going around acting like narcissists are still supporting the narcissists. They're flying monkeys.
Yeah.
And it all starts with people. They're all a flying monkey for the head narcissist, which is an imaginary being they call God. They're all flying monkeys for him. And then, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that it's something I've been reflecting a lot on because, I think a lot about Daryl Davis, right? Friends with the KKK leader. Black guy, friends with the KKK leader. I know a lot of people don't know that name. I try to be friendly with theists and theotards as much as I can. Sometimes I get a lot of heat from that. I even participate in church, and I talk a lot about that. Take a lot of pride in the work I do there, right? But I was reminded today, I was doing laundry. Actually, I need to fucking put my laundry in the damn dryer. But I was reminded today when I was thinking about this that it's a different type of friendship. You and I have a friendship based out of like common interests. Hey, James, what's up? Let's chat, be friends. If I develop a deep and abiding friendship with Donnie, it's cool, but it's a friendship based out of we represent two different sides that are at war with each other.
Right.
And so us, having fun, fishing, and playing games in the arcade for a few hours and watching movies together is pointing to a different way of cooperating and settling and working out our thing than the alternative, right?
Sure.
We're profound friends because people expect us to be throwing rocks at each other constantly. So we're just not going to do that today, right?
Yeah.
So if that's what I was thinking. I took myself to Florida. I got real high. Took myself to Florida in my head. I went to see Dr. Dino, and I said the real big thing I'm gonna do is, out of respect for Kent, I'm not gonna watch sports all weekend, and I'm not gonna play any games because those are his arch nemesis. And he's taking me on the camping trip and the fucking four-wheelers. You know what I'm saying? And we're sitting there over marshmallows and shit. Maybe you're there, right? But it's like,
yeah,
we're breaking bread with the enemy because it's the enemy. Right?
Yeah.
It's different, and you gotta remember that difference, right? When Daryl Davis goes to the KKK rally, he ain't really pro KKK. He just accepted that we got to influence these motherfuckers, and it's safer to influence them if they know who you are than if they don't. And so it's in some sense it's an acceptance of peaceful negotiation from an admitted strength of weakness. I don't think we can outgun the other side, so I'm gonna just see if we can convince them. They got more choices than I do when it comes to that.
Yeah. So
yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I get it. Like my exes have done way worse things to me than Donnie's ever done to this community. But I would still be their friends. I would just be their friends in very careful ways.
Right.
I would not leave myself vulnerable to them being able
Right.
to exploit
Yeah.
any part of my life.
Yeah.
So I would, and I want those kinds of people to have friends. I just want people to understand that there's a limit to how close you can get to a dangerous personality before you're in danger. I call it
Exactly.
the social solar system. Most
Yes.
people, you can find a social orbit with them where you're not so close you get burned and not so far away you become cold and irrelevant. Most people, if you can find that social orbit, it can be mutually beneficial. One ex in particular, is one of the most dangerous people you will ever meet. And yet she's had friendships that have lasted for decades because they don't get too close. They don't get to know her on a personal level. They don't get pulled into her schemes and her bullshit, right? So
my last ex was the same way. I mean, I've literally was blown away because some of the shit, made me blame myself for a hot minute because I couldn't believe how up this person was. So it took me a minute to check myself, like, wait a second. But it's and I realized, they went off on me one time and told me that they were a saint and an angel and like the best person. And I'm sitting there like, what? And I realized that what happened was they had successfully put everybody else in the orbit except for like me and this person's like sister, right? Who knew? Right. We knew. Like everybody else didn't have a clue, right? Right. And so everybody else was, and then they allowed that to reflect their self-image, right? They really thought they were that person that the people at the orbit told them, instead of the motherfuckers that's sitting there right in your face that sleep in the same bed as you tell them. No, you're who I tell you are. Exactly right. Because I'm clear-minded. Seen my shrink yesterday, take my meds every day. You are sitting on some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, they don't get it. Yeah.
No, those people don't even want to know. Everybody makes their own story in their head, and a lot of people just don't want it questioned or challenged. If there's a monster somewhere in their social landscape, as long as that monster isn't a threat to them personally, they'd rather not know. They're content to think that person's fine, because it's troubling if the person's not fine. They're like, if it's not a danger to me, I'm going to keep pretending that person's fine.
All right, so look.
They don't want to know.
So let's talk tactics. I'm trying to trigger. Let's talk battle strategy, folks. Let's talk about the goddamn game plan against these religious fucktards. We're trying to give them the quotable moments.
Yeah.
We gotta, James, they're making little newspapers about us and shit, right?
Yeah, they need to.
Keeping track of us. We got to make sure we give them some headlines.
Gotta give them something. Because they could, like, any given time, they could come into the room. We wouldn't even know.
Well, no, James. We seen the sites. We got some stalkers. They gonna keep tabs on you and all your little yeah. Oh, and they do. Yeah, and my stalkers be giving Sal little advice and shit. It's a deep network. Oh, you're too in. You're too stuck. You're too late. You were already deep in it. Oh yeah, they got a whole file on you. You thought, Peter's spreadsheet ain't shit compared to some of these people.
Sure.
But look, this was this profound thing I heard, right? Which is that if you're in the weaker position in a war, you're the rebel forces, so to speak. Your goal is not to dominate and conquer the other side. You can't. It's impossible.
Right.
Like, we ain't gonna pull a reverse dominion up in this bitch, right? It ain't about to be like we do some shit and it's gonna be a secular society tomorrow and we gonna have a fucking valuable third party and we gonna get the money out of politics and we gonna fucking conquer climate change and then we gonna go to get the fuck out of here. Ain't none of that shit happening in our lifetime.
Nope, ain't gonna happen.
Ain't none of that shit happening in our lifetime, right? Right. But what you want to do is you want to make the fighting unsustainable for the bigger side. to be honest with you, I hate to tell you this, but that's why terrorists are terrorists. Right? Because if you're the big side, you got to say, no, we signed a treaty and you only fight war in the way we say, in the designated war zone over here, using the designated war tactics, right? You see what I'm saying? They be all signing the conventions and they suits and shit. And then terrorists be like, nah, I'm going to just blow up your hospital.
Yeah.
What you going to do now?
Yeah.
Right? Because they know they ain't going out. They ain't got enough airplanes and jets and none of that. Nope, they just gonna go homemade bombs and blow up your hospital. What you gonna do about that?
Right.
Right? What are you gonna do? Are you mad? Are you gonna attack us more? Okay, cool. Yeah. You took out like half our. Cool. Next time we just gonna blow up your school. Cool. We blew up the school. Now what? Oh, you're terrible. Oh, that's terrible. You don't like the way that look on TV? Cool. We'll blow up more of them. Right? They're not trying to win the war, y'all, right? They're trying to make continued battle unsustainable to the bigger country. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And in this apologetics, counter-apologetics, that is the pebble in the shoe tactic. Because you just touched on it. They could be as psychotic as they want to be. But if it's not causing them any distress, who gives a fuck? And that's what happens to the people like in my family and all the good Christians, the real Christians, the holier than thou ones, the pagan feel-goodery ones. That's what happens to them. Nobody ever puts the pebble in their shoe. And so they do all of this bullshit, but they don't get distressed. And that's where we come in. That's where y'all come in with the feedback. Because that's what the feedback does. That's why I like the discomfort that I see in Rebekah, because when I see what the chat be giving her, it isn't really abusive. It's just the business.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I'm not saying nobody ever steps out of line, but for the most part, right, it's people are just letting her know, like, this is trash. This is not good. And it is triggering to people, and it should be. Somebody sitting in your face insulting you and you don't get upset, you're not demonstrating the proper response to them. You're allowing them to, as you say, demonstrate the sociopathic behavior to you and not feel any of the distress. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So that's where we come in. We ain't gonna be able to take the government over tomorrow. We ain't gonna be able to conquer them and all of that shit. But what we can do is send them to the motherfucking shrink, because they're feeling very distressed about the way people are responding to their behavior. Because all of a sudden it's like, man, I can't make a YouTube video without these atheists making me feel uncomfortable. Well, what are they saying? Well, they're saying I'm gaslighting them. Well, why are they saying that? You see what I'm saying? Right?
Uh-huh.
That's progress, right? That's what we want, right? Yo, we got to at least put the pebble in their shoe.
Yeah.
Because if we ain't putting the pebble in their shoe, they ain't gonna feel the distress. That's what I've been saying all week, right, James? Like, we gotta make them like, no, you're not honest. You're not honest.
Right,
Yeah, it might be 20 people in your stream right now, and 15 of us are telling you right now today, this is not honest.
Right.
That's how you get the pebble in the shoe.
I mean, what Rebekah does is not honest, and what Sal does is worse. What Otangelo does is not honest, but every time I tell him that, he blocks me for 3 months. Like, I care. I don't care. But
Yeah, it's really like that's the you gotta at least cause them the distress, because here's the truth: they're causing us the distress.
Sure. I try to balance it out lately.
I'm uncomfortable as a bitch, but yeah, I agree with you. Oh, you brought up another greater point about the comedian. I want to talk about that too, but hang on a sec. Chris, go ahead and get in there. I ain't doing no fancy answers. The conversation at the bar is too serious tonight.
I'm okay. I'm okay with just my cider and stuff like that. So that's okay with me.
Yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I just realized about this point about you're talking about terrorism and stuff like that, and know that it's not what we're talking about on point.
No, you're good.
But the reason why not we, but the U.S. hasn't canceled its program it's a drone program, like to any other skies, or even that, because at the beginning of the Afghan and Iraq war, let's just say, one of the things that basically terrified the U.S. soldiers, and any NATO soldiers, and to be perfectly clear, is that they were scared of basically being blown up on a car, and that was basically one of the winning strategies of the Taliban and all their allies and stuff like that. And now, because of all our the technologies has been like one of the deterrents that that basically deter the Taliban and all that stuff, and even Al Qaeda was like on the ground, was yes the special forces, sure, but one of the things that they did not like was the A-10. You know what I'm talking about?
No,
Is that a big gun?
Yeah, it sounds like a big gun.
No, the A-10 Warthogs.
Oh, is that the helicopter or something?
You know, yeah. Well, not helicopters, but it's basically like one of those close air support.
Like the things that shoots down the fucking missiles. The shoots
Yeah,
down
not the missiles,
anti-air,
but
like it's anti-air.
The chain gun. You know,
it's a plane. They said it's a Warthog plane.
Yes, yeah, it's a plane.
And it's a multi-role jet. Got it.
Anyhow,
okay.
The it's so much so that they basically like Taliban.
Oh, low-flying, huge Gatling guns. Got it.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry if I'm not exact. Sorry if
It's fine. It's fine.
Anyway, they basically they got scared for a while. Well, anyway, when those A-10s come up on station, which is in the skies, the Taliban would basically run tails between their legs. And one of the things that and they were effective, but they're ancient and all that stuff. And then we developed drone technology with all the predators and all that stuff. And now we have the technology, even if it's asymmetric. Sorry, and the balance is asymmetric, by the way. Is that we have the capabilities of bombing them anytime, anywhere, any place at any time. And they have to, and it's basically silent skies. They don't have a warning. Well, warning is minimal. And the thing is that this makes even with the the level of oppression, people get scared. So they don't,
me too.
They don't get obvious and stuff like that. And if that means some quote unquote pilot or pilot, I say pilot, but it's like controllers or civilians get in the way, that's just collateral damage.
Well, sure, that's war,
So
and war never changes.
Sure, that's war. War never changes. Yeah, I know the war never changes, but that's one of the reasons why they haven't really canceled the drone program, it's to keep lesser countries down, and or at least
yeah. I honestly don't have a problem with it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with that.
And that's just something I just kind of realized, and it's scary as fuck because I'm somebody that grew up on probably it's a Kool-Aid of some sort, but Leslie Peterson, Leslie Pearson, which is one of the guys that created the UN peacekeepers.
Okay.
Canadian Prime Minister, I think, too, or at least an MP. And I basically grew up on the notion that, peacekeeping missions and stuff like that. But I know that as I grew up, that's basically probably not that it's a lie, but it's the truth is blurred between reality and fiction, but still. I don't know if anybody wants to jump on that, but whatever, that's all I got.
I mean, I don't really have anything on that particular conflict. Like it's on a knife's edge. I kind of get the argument that you don't want to really escalate the situation because it's a dangerous game and you're dealing with some very, very dangerous people. So, it's I always say this is the type of thing where I bow out because I don't have that job and I don't want it for a type of reason. There's too many headaches to sort through there. You got anything, James? No, not really. I think James said he'd be right. But yeah, thanks for hopping in, Chris. Appreciate you.
I'll hop out. Sorry.
No, you're good. Thanks for coming on, man. No worries. I just think I think Spartan might be calling in soon or whatever. But yeah, we'll take any more calls if we get them. I don't think anyone else is back here. I think Spartan said he'd be in soon. James said he'd be right back, so I'm not sure if he's back yet. But yeah, I just I was more using it as a metaphor because really for me it's really about more putting the pebble in the shoe of these apologists, because the thing I think that is interesting is I think there's a completely inverse dynamic when you're talking about the power versus when you're talking about ironically with people like Sal, the reasons and the evidence. When you talk about the reasons, when you talk about the reasons and the evidence, we're of course, operating from an unassailably strong position, and they're operating from no position at all. Let's face it, right? Vapors of a position. So they are escalating, and they'll continue to escalate. Because if you really put your foot down and you say, nope, I'm not going to let you squirm out of your bullshit anymore, well, again, there's no good way to defend that. So let's give Spartan Theology a shot here. James, are you back? James, we have guests. We have company, and you're not here.
Yeah, come on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Spartan? How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good.
Hopefully Pastor Apperson will be joining me again soon. I think he ran off somewhere.
Just not even showing up when guests are coming. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
How rude.
How you doing, man?
Doing good.
So are you here to defend these people?
No. Not at all.
But are you a theist?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. I mean, I go to church.
So how was it that you were just not in league with the devil, and by that I mean Jesus?
I mean, I guess I am, and if Jesus is the devil, then yeah, I guess I am. But
But I mean, like, what's the? I just. All right. So give me. I don't. Where do we? Tell me. All right. So, what do you like? Why? Like, give me. Like, why are you a Christian in 2022?
Why am I a Christian in 2022? Because it's true. I don't know. I mean.
So you mean like? All right. So you genuinely believe in history? Jesus was alive. Then he was dead for 3 days. Then he was alive again. He went to heaven, and all that happened so that you could be free from your sin.
Yeah, in a sense. Yeah, probably differently than most Christians believe that statement, but I do believe that's true.
What do you mean by differently?
I mean, I'm a universalism, number one, is like a big separating point between me and most people.
What does that mean?
Everyone is eventually everyone gets to heaven in the end.
But why? What about nobody gets to heaven? What's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could consider it that, but no, I think there is a heaven. Like, I think we're all gonna live forever.
What if we don't want to live forever?
I think you do. I think everybody does.
Why? Who's ever lived forever that we know of?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we haven't made it to forever yet, so.
I mean, who's ever died? Like, who do we even know about that's like alive right now that wasn't? That's like you. So you believe that everybody?
Jesus is alive right now.
That's definitely not true, right? I mean, so this is what's crazy to me. Like, okay, so I have a serious question. What if that's just not true, and the greatest sin of all is continuing to pretend that it is?
I guess that would suck for me.
It doesn't though, because I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, it depends on what you mean by that in reality. Like, I don't think there's no chance in my mind that there's like a God that's going to send me to hell for doing what I think is right. So.
I'm back, and that's fair.
Okay, but how can you in 2022 think it's right to pretend that there's a God that you can't prove?
I don't think you. Yeah, I mean, I don't claim that I can prove that God exists or anything like that.
So then, why would you want to convince me that we go to heaven?
No, I don't really care. I mean, if you don't want to, I don't really care to convince you all that much. If you don't want to believe in it, that's fine.
So then, why say you're a Christian?
Because I believe it's true, and I believe you will think it's true at some point. I mean, if you don't want to believe it's true right now, it's not my job to convince you. That's God's job.
So the Bible.
So how does?
Go ahead, James.
How does that work? Like, if I die and I don't think it's true yet, like, is there like another world where I get to go and then like?
Not really sure how all that works. Like, that gets into like space-time stuff. Like, I think there's a chance that like right before you die, you have like some sort of experience or something. I don't know. You know, I don't claim to know.
But didn't you just say you think we all live forever?
Well, you're still gonna die. I mean, I think you're probably gonna die.
No, but I'm just saying, fundamentally, you just said you think we all live forever, right?
Yeah.
I have very bad news for you. That's space-time stuff.
No, I know. I just think God like exists in like another. It's different. Like his conception and like space-time and heaven and stuff is different than what we experience on a day-to-day basis.
So what? Okay, that's cool, but like what is there to substantiate that idea from like from just anything? Like what like why should we think that though?
Why should you think that?
Why should anybody think that? Why should anybody
What about why should I think that? Let's start with there.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think that because I honestly think God has like I've had religious experience where I think it's been pretty clear to me that God exists and God is good, and making sense of that, I've come to think that the best way to make sense of that is Christianity. And
so you think God exists in a way? So tell me about the revelations that you've had of God.
It's not like any like weird charismatic stuff or anything like that. It's just like I've had experiences that like my mind. It's basically the way I kind of have explained it to people. It's like my whole life, like I hated, just for example, you know, just an analogy, like my whole life I hated chocolate ice cream. You know, every time I put it in my mouth, I vomited because it was so disgusting. You know, I just completely hated it, every taste. And then all of a sudden one day, the only thing I wanted was chocolate ice cream. Everything just like, so it's undeniable that something has changed in my mind. And I just feel like one day I knew, like, not one day, it wasn't just randomly, but it was like while I was doing a Bible study with people and we were having a conversation, all of a sudden I just like knew it was true. Like there was just as much as you probably know it's not true or whatever, like I knew it was true. So I would just be denying my own reality, basically.
I don't ever claim that I know things because of a feeling. I never know things because, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna be honest with you. The problem that I have in my life emotionally is that when I feel something, I don't have no idea if what I'm feeling is true.
Yeah,
right?
No,
like,
I don't.
Like that's the problem. Like if I knew when I suspected that she cheating on me, she was or not, right? If I knew, I wouldn't have to be wondering whether or not I should leave this hoe. You see what I'm saying, James? So the reason I'm up late at night stressing and worrying about the text messages and sweating and looking for the signs and the wonders is because I'm really not sure. Now, if I really knew in my heart, I'd either be like, my woman ain't cheating and I'm trying to buy some flowers, or she ain't gonna be my woman this time tomorrow. The problem is that based on what I know in my heart, I know I don't know based on what I know in my heart.
Sure. Now, here's the thing, though. I'm not going to give Ethan a hard time about it because.
So I'm just in a bad mood towards Christianity. I think Spartan theology.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fair. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fair. I mean, I think most Christians are terrible. Like, I get really mad at Christians way more than atheists, for sure.
Tell me this: when you go to church, you said, right? Do they preach against masturbation on a regular basis?
No.
No, they don't talk about porn a lot in your church.
My last church, like we had like a men's group or whatever where people started to, but I mean that's obviously like a small group thing. But I would never go to like a.
But why don't we hear more outrage from the pulpit about these things? Like, because my church talks a lot about porn. Your church might be something different.
I mean, it's kind of liberal. Yeah, I'm kind of like a liberal.
So what do they talk about in a liberal church? Because like, why don't they talk about, hey, look at all this anti-vaxxers in the name of Jesus. Look at all these Christians supporting this insurrection in the name of Trump. Like, I feel like Christianity is silent on Christianity.
For sure. And I wish, it's hard. It's definitely hard, but because you don't want to like alienate people. But then in a sense too, you also got to speak the truth, and like these things are terrible. Like I'm totally on your side.
So why does a Christian say the best position is to be agnostic? Because that's where I found myself. I didn't find myself saying I no longer identify as someone who wants to believe in Jesus. Like I had religious experiences, trust me, I remember emptying my wallet as a result of those religious experiences. But the truth of the matter is, it's like at some point the most Christian thing to do became to admit that I don't know.
Oh, for sure.
The Christian thing to do was to say, you know what? I really don't think that God created us. There's this other way that scientists have come up with to explain how you get from a world that did not have human beings to a world that does. It's a perfectly adequate explanation. So the truth now is we don't need God to explain how humans got here. So now once we don't need God to explain how humans got here, why am I running around telling people I believe in a creator without a better reason to present them to believe in that creator? Isn't it at least, like to me, it's not the same. It's not the same. If you take me back 2,000 years ago, we didn't know a lot. So when people first proposed these things, they were sacred and righteous, and they was trying to figure out the truth, and they thought, the volcano meant God was angry or whatever. That was the best explanation they had at the time. Now, y'all are walking around like it's still the best explanation we have at the time when it's not. And so you're ignoring the fact that we have better explanations.
Hey, man!
Yeah, and these better explanations...
This makes sense.
Right, these better explanations don't require God. So you're not coming at God versus nothing. You're coming at God versus all of the empirical knowledge generated by every scientific endeavor. And so to me, you've lost your faith. You've lost your faith. But somewhere back in the past, when the holy guys was writing the books and stuff, people didn't know. There was some really good guys writing some sacred text. It was some bad guys writing some sacred text. Nobody really knew though. It was hard. Who's who? Nobody knew. So people was just taking the text and they was living it out and they didn't really know. But now, not gods, but people like me and you have done the very hard work of tracking the orbits of the planets and figuring out DNA and making vaccines and all of this stuff that we've made happen. And we don't need God to explain none of that. But at the same time, we can see all the damage these God people are doing. So why stay on that team?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. That's a good question for sure. And yeah, I mean, I can say that a lot of times I don't want to be on that team for sure. For sure. Like,
that's fair.
And sometimes I do, you know, like, I mean, I have had really good experiences in churches. Like, so I've been a Christian for like 7 years or 6 years now or something. So not that long. I'm 30. So I became a Christian later in life. And like me and my wife were like living in Houston and we joined a church group, and that was like the greatest thing that's like ever happened to us. But we got super lucky. Like most of the church groups at my same church, it was like it really pushed these like small community groups or whatever. And most of them I wouldn't have wanted to be a part of, but we got really lucky and joined one that we really like. It really helped us a lot. Like we came really close to people. A couple of them were in my wedding and stuff. So it was like really good scenario. So the only reason I say that is so like I have had good experiences in church. I do think Christianity is true. So I do think there's value in church, but I also like am very picky about churches. I'm not going to go to some conservative church or whatever. Like if there's MAGA stuff going on, I'm out the door basically. Like I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling like these certain, if they're preaching hell and all this stuff like all the time, and that's going to turn me off. So like I'm definitely on the liberal end, and I think like, so that's kind of why I'm on the team though, or whatever, I guess, like is the fact of, I mean, I do think it's true. And like, I still think there is value in Christianity in our society, but like, especially online, like once you get online, like it's hard I don't have that many Christian friends.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't an online Christian. Yeah. So I know it's Christians online and online Christians. I try not to, mix the two too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, for most Christians, to be fair, like I would say most Christians just go to church because it's a community get together or whatever, right? Like most Christians aren't thinking about theology and all this stuff that often.
Agreed. Fair.
So
go ahead, James.
Go ahead. Let me ask. I'm sure you've just happened to be in chat during a couple of my anti-Christian rants by now.
For sure.
Yeah. So are you nodding your head or are you shaking your head while I'm ranting?
I mean, half the time I'm nodding my head, to be fair, or probably more than half the time or whatever.
But every once in a while you're like, nah, this moment.
I mean, sometimes I just think like it's probably more along the lines of like I think you guys will say something that I disagree with and kind of like come to a conclusion that like I think we just disagreed somewhere down the line or whatever about some sort of historical thing or like what the Bible says or something along those lines or whatever. But that's really the only time I really disagree. But I mean, I don't really
that makes sense. I know my interpretation of Jesus is not the normal interpretation.
Yeah.
Like most people have never even heard my interpretation of Jesus when I say it. And it's offensive. Like if somebody's a Christian and they hear me talk about who I think Jesus was and what I think he was about, like they don't want to hear none of that. Like it sounds like I'm just trying to be mean about it, but I'm not. Like legitimately think that's who Jesus was. But like, so when I say that stuff, I already know anybody that identifies as Christian is shaking their head. I already know they are. And I don't blame them because that's not their narrative, right? Like that's not what they think is true. So, and I'm accepting of that. It doesn't bother me. I don't care what people believe. I don't care what Buddhists believe. I don't care what Wiccans believe. I don't care what Christians believe. The only time I care is when it affects other people, right? It's like that's where I draw the line. And that's why I go after fundamentalists because
for sure
they're a problem for the world, a serious problem for the world.
Yeah, that's so. My thing, Ethan, is I think it's a process, and for me, maybe it's compartmentalization. But I needed to separate church and faith in my life. I needed to be able to say I still love my church life. I love my church community, but I needed to make it safer for other Christians to be honest. I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore and say that the most honest thing to do is go out there and say, yeah, I think you should really believe a man rose from the dead for your sin. Because I didn't have better evidence than a book that said that. And if I wasn't willing to believe a similar claim from another religion, then I wasn't on good ground. So if God really couldn't do something different, then it to me, it was almost like it became a test. To me, like, Christianity is the thing that is putting blinders on your eyes and saying, I'll make you righteous and good and pure and holy and honest and all those things. And it's really just a test to see if you'll realize that it's doing exactly the opposite. Because you can't start from untrue footing and get towards truth. It's a perversion of truth, right? Like if you and I sit here and just think about what is true, right? That's what records with reality, right? Well, you can't start with an epistemology that says, well, first I get to ignore reality. I get to do some wishful thinking. I get to get some myths. I get to get some story. I get to get some miraculous stuff. I get to get some legend. And then after I accept those beliefs, then I'm gonna go look at what concords with reality. And wouldn't you know, the real truth just so happens to be what corresponds to my magical thinking. That's not how truth. That's not how truth works. Like, you don't find the truth when you start with magical thinking. That's why no other story based on magic has led to truth. Right, so that's how we know it isn't a reliable means of finding truth. It isn't a thing about we're not attacking people's Christianity when we say that. We're just saying, like, hey, knowing what occurred in history because of a story you read in the book is not how people learn what happened in history, right? Reading the story about how God made the earth is not, in fact, how people learn how the earth got here, right? And so it's a bit rich. When people just think that the rest of us are going to ignore that they seem to have done this hand-waving thing, and then we're going to believe, oh, yes, it was totally reasonable that you believe this thing would be true. And it's just like, it's not. Like, I think you're on this island where you've got this fundamental commitment now to hold on to these miraculous claims, and you don't have the support for them. And
so,
go ahead, James.
I mean, logically, I get that, but at the same time, Matt Dillahunty says that when a Christian or anybody else says that they've had personal experiences, right, that they can't document because it happened within or through some non-scientific, checkable, whatever, like a personal experience, like Matt Dillahunty's response is that he can't prove or disprove that. Right? If he can't say they didn't really have the experience or that it didn't come from some other source, he just says that until they can produce empirical evidence, like testable evidence, that it's just their thing. It's not something that they can present as an argument, and it doesn't count as evidence. It's not an evidence. It's not argument. It's just a claim, and there's literally nothing we can do with it but say, okay, well, glad for you, right? Because we can't prove or disprove it. Like, there's nothing we can do with it at all. So it doesn't bother me. When I hear a Native American indigenous spiritual person talking about their beliefs, even though I don't think they're literally true, like I don't think there's literal spirit animals, for example, it resonates for me. Like it seems beautiful and powerful to me. But if you were to say the same things to Aaron Ra, he would just be absolutely like almost angry about it. Like, that's bullshit. Faith is the most dishonest position a person can have. Magical thinking is what's wrong with the world. You need to cut out that foolishness. Stop being so dishonest. And his arguments would be good, but it doesn't change the fact that when I hear those people talk about spirituality, it seems valuable and powerful to me and beautiful to me.
Oh, I think that's kind of the problem, though, is that, and I don't mean problem in a bad way, almost, but it's the situation we're dealing with because we have these narrative minds, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like when you watch a movie, like I'm overly sensitive, so like I got a problem. I have to be careful what I watch, because if something's too provocative, I'm gonna want to get one off, and if something's too tear-jerkery, I'm crying a lot. And then I'm too sensitive, so I might be crying, and y'all be like, "What are you crying?" I was like, "That was such a beautiful E-race. They was door to door, and they just finished, and then they had to show each other respect at the end. It's the iRacing. Oh my God!" Right? So y'all be like, "Jay, this ain't even a tear. You don't understand the beauty of the race." You know? So that's the. But that's the. I'm the same way. Like I have these. I work at the University of Minnesota now, right? And so one of the things that's different is I'm not from Minnesota, dog. And in Minnesota, right, everything is. There's a lot of awareness of like the. Tragedies and awful things, genocides that we've committed against Native Americans. And so you know how you might be reading your syllabus and there's like a academic integrity statement, right? And a grading statement and like a COVID statement or whatever the fuck, right? Now there's like, in all there's like a land acknowledgement statement. And it's like, we hereby acknowledge that the university exists on stolen lands from our native tribes, and we're really sorry. But I mean, it's like a whole thing, right? And then to James's point, like we have people on staff and faculty and stuff like that have native backgrounds, and like whenever they start speaking, a lot of times they'll have like very native decked out back, and they dress in very like sometimes traditional or sometimes just kind of like whatever, like, you know, but like you know, you could tell, right? Like their presentation and everything. And they'll be like, and they'll present themselves with their Native American names, and they'll be like, and I come to you on behalf of the Wolf people of the Oaxaca Lake, and they'll refer to stuff by like the traditional lands. And to your point, James, it is beautiful, but after that beautiful introduction, we expect university business. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's nice and all. Get your little land acknowledgement statement on there, but university business after that, right? Sure. But it is emotion evoking. One, because that person is giving you a really powerful part of their identity. You know, the story's compelling. A lot of times they have slides, and a lot of times the aesthetic of their presentation is very deep, and a lot of respect for it. And there's cool, awesome stories and stuff like that. And so you get a lot out of it. It's dope. Like, it's kind of cool, you know. But you're right. It's still we still got to find common ground, right? And for most of us, that isn't it, right? We can't use those traditional narratives, as powerful as they are, to, you know, figure out if it's going to rain tomorrow or not.
Yeah, I feel like you guys said a lot, and I had a lot of thoughts, but
yeah, whatever, wherever it goes, man. It's a pub, you know. You're chilling. It's
no, no, you're good, and I appreciate a lot of that.
Yeah, I don't want you to feel attacked or ganged up on.
No, not at all, not at all.
And I appreciate your openness and honesty too. And these are all questions I had as a Christian. To be honest, I never stopped really seeing myself as a Christian. People kept telling me I wasn't really a Christian because of how open and reflective. And then I was a scientist, and believe it or not, I always said science was a way out for me, because it's not, you guys know science is methodological naturalism, not ontological naturalism, right? But it becomes easy for us to say something like, well, it just isn't parsimonious to add anything else, right? And so I came to a point where I could say, as a scientist, it isn't, you know, Occam's razor or whatever to say, well, I really think you need my God to explain this, that, or the third, right? And so it became a comfortable out for me to say, like, you know, I personally identify as, like, culturally a Christian. I go to church, I play on the worship team. But if anybody asks me if I, you know, believe, you know, somebody was dead, and then I would say, I don't think that had, I don't think we have any biological evidence of that, right? But I mean, like, right? But I would say that's certainly what people believe or whatever. And actually, I got to a point where I thought Christianity would be better if it wasn't true, because it sort of became this sort of like, they were trying to point towards humanism, but they didn't really get there. So instead, there was like this example of a perfect person, and our flaws are so deeply indebted to us, but this perfect person came and, left all this wisdom and was just amazing. What would we do? We turn him over and have his ass killed. And I thought that at some point was like actually like a really powerful human story. Right, like let's say there was, right, because it's kind of like, that shit really had me thinking my whole life, right? Because what would we really do if somebody was perfect? We'd fucking murk that motherfucker. Imagine somebody really coming on the planet, right? They ain't never touched nothing, they ain't never done nothing, and then they're telling everybody, right? And they're going through the churches and they're overturning the money temples, and they righteous as fuck, right? But they're telling all the politicians they're wrong, and they're telling all the prostitutes that they're right. Right?
I mean, the reason they shot MLK is because he was right.
Exactly.
Because he was making sense, making a difference, and he was right.
Exactly. So that's what I really thought Jesus was supposed to really. That's really the story of Jesus to me. Like, don't get it too right, y'all, because ain't none of us really perfect. And if you really were, it'd be off with his head, right? So I got to a point as a Christian where I was like, that's cool. And if that happened, I ain't got no way of really knowing that it did happen. And if it didn't happen, we can still take a lot from the story anyway. And mostly, our human sort of, figuring out how to work together has progressed to a different place. I always say religion, science, whatever it is, there's one ultimate question. And that question to me has always been, it got nothing to do with faith and nothing. It's how are we to live together? Mm-hmm. That's the question of questions. Everything else is commentary, right? And to me, I was willing to just say, as a Christian, my Christianity ain't gonna answer that question, right? Because it ain't what the Muslim could use, it ain't what the Hebrew could use, it ain't what the atheist could use, right? I could use Christianity to come to the table and say, I want to come here representing faith, hope, and charity. I want to come here representing, let's make the world a better place for everybody. I want to come here representing, I think we're all, going to eternally be joined in the spirit of humanity for eternity. Whatever it might be, but still willing to acknowledge that. That's what brings me to the table, but I'm not going to ask you to use that, right? And so when we ask this question, how are we to live together, I'm going to set that aside. And I just think if most Christians were like that, we wouldn't have a problem with Christians. We would be like most of these European nations where if y'all want to gather on Sundays, talk about salvation through Jesus, and you think we're going to get there anyway, and then y'all want to, eat and break bread on Sunday. We're mostly at the point where we're trying to emulate that part of it, right? We like, man, they really good at that shit. we need to figure out how to do more of that ourselves, right? That's how we would probably see it, as the church is now, churches are no longer the enemies of truth and democracy. Well, guess what the church just became overnight? The best example of intentional community and how to keep people together with a common identity. Let's emulate these churches for the good things they do, right? Because that's what will be immediately more practical. We really be like, man, y'all do raise a lot of money for charity. You know what I'm saying? Like all them type of things will start to be more into the picture. So I think with a lot of Christians, we are allies on that, especially y'all that are like, man, y'all shouldn't be out here behaving badly. We're not really here, like James said, to tear apart what people believe. We just find it, y'all got to be allies with us on calling out the bad behavior and the anti-science. And if you are, then it's almost like we say with Richard Madsen. Unfortunately, we talk a lot of trash about Christians, but if it don't sound like we talking about you, we probably just not talking about you, right, James?
Right. Yeah. And I usually do try to clarify and qualify my statements, like conservative, fundamentalist, evangelist.
Yeah.
I never feel called out and stuff. Like,
yeah, that's why I said Jesus thug. Like, if you ain't a Jesus thug, then I ain't talking about you today. Yeah.
If Rebecca was just sticking to like an open theism general idea of redemption and hope and love and all that stuff, I don't care. Like, I wouldn't have a problem with it at all. I'm like, yeah, you can platform that on my channel. I don't care. But because she's aligning herself with all these dangerous institutions and dangerous people and going and spreading apologetics, which is just clinical narcissism with a religious theme, on behalf of a literal mafia, rabble of networked mafias across the globe competing for political power. I'm like, no, that's too far. No, just go back to being puppies, rainbows, and about love and hope and stuff like that, and then we don't have a problem. Like, I don't care what you call it.
And then honestly, that's what offended me, because that's where I was as a Christian, and I thought that with that tradition, there is a lot of that tradition in Christianity, and I thought that Christianity deserves its place amongst one of the great faiths of the world, which I think a lot of them have tried to point us to that, right? Like, we could take every single religion on earth and say, well, this religion built an empire, and the Ottoman Empire was a Muslim reign of terror, and the Christians did the Crusades, and we could all do that, okay? We could say, black liberators bombed things and shot up places and whatever, right? Like every
Americans stole the land.
Thank you. Everything.
Yeah, for sure.
But truth be told, there have been a lot of great saints and great people doing public works on behalf of the church, and great scientists, right? Because for a lot of people, you got to remember, for science, you had to be rich to do science, right? Like, you had to have patronage, basically, to put you up so you could travel or collect and write to other scientists and do all of that stuff. Like, wasn't nobody paying for that, right?
Yeah,
so you could be rich, and if you weren't rich, what was the other way you could be a scholar or a scientist or an academic?
It is sponsored.
By who? If you wasn't a rich person, right? The church. So for a lot of people, the church was the way to become an academic or a scholar or a missionary or a teacher.
Universities and stuff.
Any of those things, you needed to get some training, and you needed somebody to give you a little stipend and stuff so you could do something undervalued in the community. The church really was a big part of that. And the church really did start a lot of the universities. That's where a lot of this comes from. The garb and all of that stuff, it very much emulates the church. The title doctor, right? All of that, to heal. It was academics are doing the part of whatever. So I love all of that connection, and it's like, the way that we see it practiced now, the toxic aspects of it, right, undermine that, right? It undermines the Aquinas. You think if Aquinas was around right now, he'd be sitting around with these apologists, anti-evolution and young earth creationing it with them? No. Of course not, right? He'd be celebrating the people in the proceedings, the National Academy of Sciences, right? He of course, right? Like, but that's the type of thing that really did bother me. And that's why I keep telling people in this community, your superpower is that you used to be a Christian, not that you're an atheist. Yeah.
I've never heard you say that, but
yeah. I always say you see an atheist in front of you, but not the Christian. You don't see the Christian it took to get here. Because that's where a lot of us were. Like, people do see us as these atheist channels, and they go, oh, those are the people who don't believe our faith. But they don't hear, like, I did believe your faith, and everybody in my family believes your faith. And leaving that faith was the hardest thing I ever had to do. And I think being able to connect, that's the easier way for people who are in the faith to connect with, because then you could talk to them about, even when I go to Bible study, like, people are like, how do you go to Bible study? Bible study is easy. You know how many Bible studies I've been to as a Christian? I just do the same thing. And I'll just sit there and say, like, yeah, when I heard him say this, when I was a Christian, I used to think it meant this. And I think this. And I'll be serious. I'll be like, oh, yeah. And when Jesus said, let he who's without sin cast the first stone. Yeah, when I hear that as a Christian, I'll be like, yeah, that means, like, none of us is perfect. And, don't throw stones in the glass house, right? And I mean, and you just sit there and have a conversation about the goddamn scripture.
Sure.
Like, and then let's watch the game and eat punch. Like, have punch. Like, what are we talking about, right? So it's like, if we could get all the toxic stuff out the way, we could actually have those conversations about the lovely parts of the scripture that could help us all live better together, right, James? We'd be happy to have that.
Yeah, we could. I'd be fine with that. I'm a proud cherry picker. I just admit it.
I mean, I think everybody is. I think it's the only way Like,
yeah, that's true.
I think you have to be. Like, I don't think the Bible is like one consistent story or whatever.
I will say the older I get, the less interested I am in staying alive. Like, I really am genuinely, and I'm not suicidal. I just don't want to exist anymore. I don't like it. It's a bad thing. Existence is the bad thing that happens to you when you're going through eternity, not existing and minding your own business.
Yes,
existence is the bad shit that happens to you.
It's true. It's that little beep of time of suffering and trial. Yep. But it's true, and it's got those moments of joy and pain, of joy and laughter and all that. But they're really just shelter from the rain, temporary shelter from the rain.
Sunshine, rain.
All right, hang on. My food is here. Let me get that together. I will be back. And James, you know how to hold it down with the guest. So thanks, Ethan. Appreciate you. And Ethan, as I go, I'm gonna turn it over to James. But before that happens, go ahead, plug your channel, and everybody go subscribe to Ethan's channel and let them know what type of content you make.
Yeah, so I got my channel Spartan Theology, which I haven't done much in a while, and I don't know exactly what's going on with Spartan Theology. But if you see my background here, which I think it's backwards, but that's Apocalypse here, another channel I've been working on with my buddy John, and we do like kind of some more academic theology type stuff. We started a podcast too. We've done 2 episodes, which is just pretty chill conversations, but kind of just revolve around theology. So yeah, he's a lot like me. I've learned a lot from him, and he's like formally trained. Like, he has his master's in divinity from Duke, and his wife has a PhD in New Testament. So they're super smart.
Really?
So yeah, she was on Capturing Christianity once and like debated Mike Licona. It kind of didn't go so great, but I think she destroyed him. But they were just kind of rude to her. And
well, that's what they do. You know, it's blood sport to them. That's all it is. It's blood sport to them. You know, but I know there's a lot of channels that would love to have her on there. If she wants to be on some more channels, let me know. Like, I can hook her up.
No, yeah, she's not. She's actually finishing her PhD right now. So she's like super busy, and
I don't mean as a debate. I just mean to talk about stuff that.
I know they have a podcast, New Testament Review, but they haven't really done that much lately. But whatever, yeah, she's just like not online right now. But I think she kind of got into the whole like counter-apologetics thing from a Christian end, and Christians get really mad, and it got kind of not fun anymore or whatever. So.
Yeah, they're not that fun to play with. Not really, those people.
Yeah.
So, is there anything lately that people have been talking about or saying, whether it's me or Jay or anybody else in the community, that would take a moment to like say something about anything?
Yeah, I mean, Jay said something earlier just on like this conversation, which I think like he mentioned like and I know he's coming back, he's not listening now or whatever, but which is fine, whatever. But he mentioned like, isn't it more honest just to like basically be an agnostic or whatever? And I've like bounced around. I've called myself an agnostic Christian before, so like I can definitely resonate with that, if that makes sense. Like, yes, so I could easily see myself like being over to agnostic, but still like participating in church and stuff. But I mean, right now I don't consider myself that. Like, I think it doesn't really, it's not really what I believe right now. But like I understand, like, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, and I think it's okay to kind of like move back and forth to different positions from one moment to the next, or one day to the next, or one season to the next. Like, sometimes you're feeling a certain way, like a certain way of looking at the universe is just where you're at right now. And then later on, you know, who knows when, like a different way of looking at the universe will make sense for the moment. Will you know, that's just where you'll be at in the moment. And, you know, I feel like people don't need to like anchor themselves to a flag and then just say, well, when I wake up tomorrow, I better say the same thing, because otherwise people might not take me seriously or something. I'm like, I don't care. Like, I change my views. Sometimes I'm really open to like spiritual ideas, and sometimes I feel like a dry skeptic atheist. And believe it or not, I can intentionally put myself in the frame of mind. You know, that whole like feel the Father's love and all that stuff, and know him and connect with him. Like, I can intentionally shoes to put myself in that headspace. And if someone were like doing brain scans on me at the time, they would see, yep, matches exactly. He's exactly in that headspace. But then I can intentionally step back out of it. I could turn it on and off. So I completely understand it and can relate to it. And I feel like that's one of the best things I love about my journey, is that I can just accept changes from one moment to the next, where, I'm up here in this particular mood, in this particular place, in this particular mode, and I can look at the universe and it looks this way to me right now, and it can look different to me tomorrow morning, and I'm okay with that. Like it's not jarring at all, right? And I think that's because I haven't tethered my sense of worth or personhood to any particular vantage point. Instead, I have tethered my sense of worth and identity to particular values, things that I care about, things that I feel, being a non-hypocrite, right? Like, I believe in non-hypocrisy, and I believe in compassion, and I believe in personal accountability, and I believe in reason, and I believe in being consistent and dealing equitably with others, right? So I can hold on to all those things as my premise of identity and worth, and because those are my anchor, right? Anything else is negotiable. So as long as I carry those with me everywhere, I can change my mind about whether or not I think there's merit to certain spiritual ideas or vantage points or different ways of looking at the world, because I'm bringing all my values with me when I go there, right? So that just means that I can't and won't step into a Christian fundamentalist perspective, for example. It's off limits, because if I go into that space to look at the universe, the world from that vantage point, I can't carry my values with me. I have to leave behind most of my honesty and my integrity and my belief in being not a hypocrite and my compassion for other humans and my personal accountability. I got to leave all that shit behind to step into the space where you look at the world from the vantage point of a religious fundamentalist or Christian or Muslim fundamentalist. And I'm like, no, because those values are what tether me to my identity and my worth. I will not set them aside, not in any serious sense, right? I can toy with an idea, I can muse about it, like, you know what I'm saying? I can picture a position, but I won't step completely into it and make it my own, not even for an hour. Does that make sense?
For sure. And yeah, sorry, I was like looking up, trying to find a quote that like, and I'll find it in a minute next time or whatever, but it went along a lot with what you were saying. And like, I definitely like, yeah, I'm trying to think exactly, but yeah, I totally agree that like your values and things you think are, following what you think is good and right and stuff like that. Like, that's right where I'm at. And I'm definitely willing to like challenge if a reading of the Bible or something, like I'm fine, it's not going to change. Like, I think helping people is good and caring about people is good. And, like living for other people is good. And like not, unconditionally loving people is good. And if there's like people, like, oh no, you gotta, like the Bible says can't be gay or whatever. Like I'm fine with even saying that like the Bible is against homosexuality or whatever, but like, I don't really care. You know what I mean? Like that's not going to change the way I think about it or whatever. Cause I know it's fine. Or, you know what I mean? Like if things I look at and are good, then I'm not, I agree with you basically. Like I'm not going to I would never become a fundamentalist or whatever, because like I have to leave my values at the door, and that isn't somewhere I'm going to go.
Yeah. Well, I respect that. And it makes sense too, because I mean, there's different ways to look at it, but the way I see it, each individual writer were speaking for themselves. And it's entirely possible that some of them were in a what you might call a divine space, or channeling divine essence, or however you want to put it, while others might not have been, right? Like, because they're just fallible humans, and sometimes they just talking some shit, and sometimes they're being wise and reasonable and righteous for real. Sometimes they're being narcissists or pretending to be righteous. So, maybe all the parts in Bibles that talk about how it's bad to be gay, maybe that was just assholes talking some shit, and maybe it shouldn't have been.
And maybe there's another way to understand it too, like I'm definitely open to both sides or whatever, but I'm not maybe it doesn't say that is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like
It's
maybe
possible it could be a translation issue.
Yeah,
and
for certain, and this is for I'm kind of like trying to speak general and specific, to get to understand. But yeah, I totally like if that makes sense. I'm trying to look through the chat. There were a few questions though
yeah, there are.
before.
Somebody asked if I saw Carrie's question, and
there's so much
I
of this.
don't see it.
I was gonna say, so one thing was, yeah, I think it's possible. I used to always say the perfect message, imperfect vessels with the flawed writers and their personal biases and cultural milieu creeping into the text.
Do you guys
but
see
then also,
Carrie's question? Go ahead.
No, but then
I think she asked like if I get treated like an atheist or something, which was a pretty good question. Like, because I definitely do a lot of times, like arguing with Christians and stuff. Like, yeah, I think that it says, "Do you get treated like us atheists often, Spartan?" And I like, yes, like arguing with Christian, like, yeah, for sure. I've argued with like I've kind of gotten off Twitter because it's just there's no point. But yeah, I've argued with much more Christians on Twitter than anybody else, and
That's fair. Sorry, Jay. What were you? Oh wait, he jumped back up for something.
yeah.
So, yeah, and Cameron, thanks for catching my back, man. Because Peter, there's just no way you thought that's what I meant when I said that. What I said, there's just no way you thought that's what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
So come on, just be fair, man. Change my beliefs. I mean, what is that even saying? Change my beliefs. I could just step into a... Go ahead.
Yeah, something like as you were talking about that whole thing too, like how you can kind of get your head in different spaces and stuff, and like so much. I mean, that's part of where I'm at too. That's like a strong thing. Like we don't really have control over what we believe necessarily, So like while you can also like point to these things like changing your, what kind of content you're listening to or music or whatever, to get yourself in a different headspace, but there's also like things you don't even realize that are affecting you too. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I don't know. Maybe I'm weird or whatever, but I don't stress super much about like, I just don't think I'm ever going to have it figured out or whatever. And so like, basically what seems true to me, like I'll challenge it, I'm not like stuck in my beliefs and I'm fine. Like, taking evidence and changing my mind and stuff. And I don't don't change with the wind either. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you can't change your beliefs every single day or whatever. You're just going to stress out.
Right.
But
Right, I agree.
Yeah, but you also got to be open to new evidence and stuff, which I try to be as much as I can. So like, I think that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't think anybody's got it figured out, atheist, Christian, whatever. Like you kind of got to go with what you think is the best explanation of what's kind of going on in front of you or whatever at some point, and like I said, because like you said, there's like, you can do things to change your mind and like put yourself in different spaces, but there's also things you don't even realize that are doing it in the way it just, so it's like kind of, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I care more about how people live their life and how they understand what they believe and how they implement it in their life and towards other people and things like that than I do like the specifics of what they believe, because we're all interpreting it through different perspectives or whatever. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make complete sense. So like sometimes, like for example, as far as my different like ability to look at different vantage points, sometimes I like humor the idea that there is real truth and power in the Native American narratives. Not so much the spirit animal stuff, but like a general sense of presence or intelligence to the larger breathing ecosystem, right? The mountains and the sky and the rivers, and like that idea has resonance for me. But sometimes I'm more of a dry skeptic, and I think, nah, it just feels that way, and it's, it depends. And sometimes I think there's hope for the future of humanity, and sometimes I don't. But then, no matter what I think, like I always know that if I spend a few moments investing in a different perspective, I can talk myself into either position, like, because there's good arguments for each thing, right? Like if somebody says that there's a future for humanity, they can point to all kinds of reasons to think so, and they make a good case. Someone else can say there's no future for humanity, and they also could make a good case. So it's those kinds of things where it depends on what weight you want to give to evidence in terms of like how the whole situation feels and how you think it's going to unfold and what it means to you personally, right? Like things like that. So, but like, no, I can't just decide to start believing that there's
Yeah.
that if there's something that my mind doesn't have any good, that my mind doesn't have or perceive good evidence for, I can't make myself believe the thing. Not even for a moment can I make myself believe a thing. But if it's something that's not specific to evidence, like the intuitions of Native American spiritualists, right? Or if it's something that there's evidence to for and against, like the future of humanity, then I can kind of cherry pick and switch between perspectives and look at it different ways. Philosophy is much the same way. It's how you look at things, and identity is much the same way too. There's lots of different ways to identify who you are, right? And what constitutes the I. Do your relationships define you? Does that mean that if your relationship changed, you died, and now you've been replaced by somebody with a different relationship set, right? So it gets complicated, but I like the complications. They're fun to swim around in. I just don't do it too much because I don't want to get lost in the muckiness,
For sure. And I think and I mean, a part of why I also am a Christian is because it's in Christian circles is where I've found to have these deeper conversations and stuff with people. You know what I mean? I feel and I think Jay would definitely resonate with this, and not you probably would too, James. It's just I've kind of heard Jay say more, but you kind of go to a Bible study or whatever, and you do the whole thing, talk about the Bible, and then get past that, and then get to the real part that everybody was there for, and talk about reality or whatever you guys think is going on, and these deeper things that, in some sense, do rely on the Bible for certain people, and for me, I do take a lot of things from the Bible and who God is and stuff, but also there's different understandings and so that's I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, I think I'm making a little bit of sense.
You are making sense. So yeah, the real reason most people are at church, I do think, is so that they can feel like they're connecting with other people, to share the good parts and the troubling parts of their journeys, to have each, to support each other and celebrate each other, and see, so you feel that you've been seen and heard, and you feel a connection with these people when you're singing, or when you're praying, or when you're testifying, or when you're asking for prayer requests, or all that stuff, so that all the benefits of community, right? And there are some people who feel like they need the biblical narratives and the dogmas to tie it all together, to provide the narrative that everything fits inside of. But there are other people that are like, yeah, that's fine, it's part of the church experience, but I'm not really here for that, right? They don't care one way or the other. So
Yeah, and I'm just the reason I do there's that, and then for some reason I do really gain a lot from the theology, and I really do think it's true and stuff. So I definitely am not just a cultural Christian. I do think it's true, but I'm just I don't know. I don't know, I think it's interesting and stuff, and there's just I don't know, a lot going on. I'm kind of thinking, and I know you guys have both touched on so much, so I'm trying to had a bunch of things. No, it's good. It was good. I enjoy it. I was listening a lot. And it's not I got bombarded or anything. It's just I had a point to make, and then I moved on. Oh, I can say something there or whatever, and then I forget almost everything. But it's fine. It's fine.
Carrie Ann asked, how often are you too ashamed or scared to ask others at church your questions?
Yeah, I mean,
then what advice would you give to Frank Turek? Oh my goodness.
I would give Frank Turek advice. Just first delete your Twitter, please, because it's so annoying.
Cancel your internet. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but at least delete your Twitter. That's a good step or whatever. You can make your YouTube videos and make your money off that, and just stop being annoying. But too ashamed to ask others at church your questions. That's definitely happened, but me and my wife just moved from Texas to North Carolina, so and we have twins that are 18 months now, so we had, and since they were born in COVID and stuff, we really haven't gone to church all that much. So I don't know, it's hard to think too much, like very recently, within the last like 2 years, basically, like that hasn't really came up. But I have my good buddy who I do Apocalypse Here with. He actually started the channel, but we've teamed up, so we talk about stuff a lot. So yeah, I have people to talk to, but as far as at church, yeah, it's difficult, but yeah, hasn't really been a problem for me recently.
All right. Well, let's go out check out your channel too later.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on a couple things. So, one was somebody said to change their views. And this is something that is so big because you see this tactic in the apologists are always talking about deliberately shifting the burden of proof. And I think that's what people hear. But it's much more problematic than that because there is no burden of proof. There is this thing that bothers me that happens in our community, which is that you have a bunch of white guys sitting around a panel discussing something that they've decided is really important. And then they make the decision as a bunch of white guys that this must therefore be an earth-shattering, existence-stopping issue for the rest of us, right? So you hear them say shit like, well, that isn't internally consistent. Well, you said this thing, and then you said this thing, and then you have this other position over here, and those three, they're not consistent. Somebody get this nigga a popsicle or something. I don't know. Right? Like, I don't know what's he saying. So what, I can't eat and take a shit because I'm not internally consistent or something? Like, but yeah, it's really crazy. But this is what I mean, though. So that's where you would get stuck there, right? Like, oh, well, no, you made a claim. Well, no, you're shifting the burden of proof. It's bigger than that. It's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you. And so then here you have these people who don't even want to figure out what we figured out about the universe, which, by the way, makes a whole lot of sense to most of us, right? And then they're like, well, no, I'm going to go on YouTube. And then I'm going to hit him in the live chat. Well, prove to me that I should change my worldview, Mr. YouTube atheist. Checkmate. Right? And it's like, nah. Would that mean you're right all of a sudden? That's not how this works. I could just say, go get an education.
Yeah.
It's not my responsibility to train you. Like, I cannot tell you not near thing about how to build a rocket engine. Go ask how many people at NASA care. Go to NASA and just say, wait, stop the aerospace program right now. Somebody prove to Peter W. that you know how to make a rocket fly. Like, it's just this weird thing where it's like, I can start with this most ridiculous claim, and then if some random person on the internet can't disprove my awful idea, then it must be great. It's just,
and it must be
it's
true.
real pathetic. Yeah, it's just real pathetic.
It must be important.
For sure. I don't really understand like people who, that's like kind of what I'm getting at. Like, it's not like anybody has it all figured out or anybody's totally consistent or anything. So I don't know why, like, they act like, oh, I pointed out one flaw in your worldview or whatever. You have to completely change your mind. And like, what? No. Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, not resistant to new ideas, but also like, you can't just present an argument and like,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's not the way it works. Because I'm just going to say, like, I don't know, I'll figure it out. You know what I mean? I'm not going to immediately change my mind. Like, there's plenty of things I don't know. So if you point out something I don't know, then okay, you found one of them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly. And I think it's interesting too. You talked about, you know, being okay, not knowing things. I think sort of, you know, publicly agnostic Christians would be great. You know, I think that's all we're asking for is just the willingness to admit you don't know in public and believe whatever you'd like in private or in the company of the others you keep. And it represents a much less radical version of Christianity. And I think like so many things in this country, it's a demonization of a way that I think is just feels very European to me. And I've always aspired to just live in Europe my whole life, Europe or Canada, because it just always, they always had the most sensible policies about things. It was like, oh, you could keep the, first world life and freedoms and institutional support and, not have to deal with the American insanity. But it's like, that's a European version of Christianity, and we demonize that, like a European version of government, right? Like, European countries have these much healthier, newer, leaner, sexier democracies. And we're like, oh, no, ours is the good old-fashioned American one, and it's sacred. It's like, nah, it kind of sucks.
Ours very sucks.
Yeah, it's trash. So this is just another thing. Our Christianity is trash, and it would be better if we just had Europe's Christianity, We demonize their social ideologies, it's everything. But it's just like, yeah, man, if we just move Christianity to be more like it is in Europe, I'm good with that. Like, I'll call it a day.
They do everything better than we do. I told everybody, look, we could solve all our problems by surrendering to New Zealand. We just unconditional surrender. Like, that's it. And then, or even Canada, if we don't want to reach that far. Canada be good enough. Just surrender to Canada. We give up. You guys are in charge now. And then, boom, we're done.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely like, I saw something like, I'm totally like socialist, democratic socialist and whatnot as far as my politics go. So I'm all for, free healthcare or whatever and all that stuff. And it's ridiculous that we don't have it. And I'm not
Canada.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, I went to Toronto for World Youth Day, and then I kept the Canadian flag on my wall until I moved out of my house. I was like, I'm a Canadian at heart from now on. Yeah, I'm just visiting these United States of America. This isn't really where I belong, no. I'm Canadian.
America.
Yeah. I self-identify as Canadian.
Yeah. My true identity. Canada's my new pronoun.
Yeah, so I'll put Canadian in my parentheses on Zoom. That's a good one. Go ahead, James.
Peter got some questions for y'all. How we got here? I mean, mommy and daddy had sex. Somebody used to have a talk with Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we here? Because we're not anywhere else. Why is the universe ordered according? Why is the universe ordered according to laws? I mean, what does that even really mean? Like, I don't even know.
Because it is. I don't know.
Because it is. Why are the physical constants perfect? They're not. How are the universal laws of logic? There aren't. Notice that Christians can't even agree with each other about what is logical and what isn't logical. Nor can they agree with atheists about what is logical and isn't logical. Nor can most of them agree with science about what is logical and isn't logical or factual. So universal laws of logic, we can't even have a conversation about anything without disagreeing across the aisle. So I don't even know universal laws of logic. Well, find where those are written at so we can settle all the disputes. That would be wonderful. Objective morality. I mean, we've already explained how morality.
Peter, the problem is you don't realize these are good answers. It just is, and I don't know, are perfect. They're the only true and honest answers sometimes. And this is the tension, I think, between the Peters and the Spartan theologies of the world, is I think the Peters are recognizing, nah, Spartan, you can't be reasonable with these people, because the next thing you know, you'll be saying the universe is old and we evolved. It's all a slippery slope to Peter.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that's true. Yeah. Slippery slope. Dangerous knowledge. Genesis warned us about dangerous knowledge.
I mean,
Rationality Rules did a great point on this. It's like you have to end up with a brute fact. Your brute fact is that the universe exists, or your brute fact is that a god just exists with no explanation. You've just moved the problem back if you move it back to a god. That's all you've done. Brute fact, something exists, and then things come from that something. And if you can suppose that a infinitely complex super being has just always existed, and that didn't need anything to create it, then you can suppose that a much less complex universe can just exist without having been created. It's even more absurd to suppose that an even more complicated thing didn't have a create.
Yes, and that
exists.
People 2,000 years ago, and then hundreds and sometimes thousands and tens of thousands of years before that, knew better than we did. They just had it all. They just knew. They knew. Like I mean, it's wild to believe that. It's a bigger problem. I call it the wisdom of the ancients.
Yeah.
People got to get off that.
Yeah. Some hairy, dirty, sweaty, squatty, grunty, stinky goat herder came out of his tent and said, "You guys wouldn't believe what the creator of the universe just told me." And the response should have been, "Yeah, you're right. We're not going to believe it." But instead, they're all like, "Oh, really? Tell us more."
Yeah, you were right the first time. We really don't believe that.
Somebody write this down. Let's make a religion out of it.
So yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how I could, because I definitely like there's like, because we do, like, obviously as me a Christian, like I do disagree like with some of the things you said there. So like I think like the whole like wisdom of the ancients thing you brought up, is pretty interesting thought or whatever, and that's like part of why I'm a Christian too. It's like I can read a book that's written by like a church father or whatever, you know, so like someone from like 2nd century or 3rd century, and like there's something about the person of Jesus that they talk about, and not like every single line or anything like that, but like there have been points in my life where I've read these things, and it's like we're talking, you know, like it's like we're talking about someone we both know, in a sense, like we would both be talking, like say there was a mutual friend that also knew I
don't disagree with that actually. And I think matter of fact, I mean, some of the stuff that bothers me is like I went to Catholic school, right? And so
I've heard you talk about that before.
We were, kind of
I actually grew up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, not to cut you off, or just to like
you're
a little bit of context or whatever. Yeah, I grew up like going to CCD or whatever, so like to do all the sacraments and whatnot. But like my family was like basically agnostic, but like they were from the Northeast, so we just like went to church.
Yeah, you did it. Yeah.
Just for the sake of like you were supposed to do it or whatever.
Yeah, and so I mean, some of the most important stuff I think I ever read was like theology. I remember we read like this book by Martin Buber called I and Thou. This really deep, profound reflection on, you know, so just what it means to be a person, and about how, you know, and so there's this really deep, serious theology about human service and service to others, and orienting your entire worldview around the needs of other people, right? And there's like that rich tradition in the church, and so I think that's definitely there. I think what I should be more specific. For me, what I mean when I say wisdom of the ancients, it's about the things we know that they did not know more than us about. I think our spiritual knowledge and theirs is probably on par with each other. It's their knowledge of, you know,
science.
To use Neil deGrasse Tyson's language, I think we're about on equal footing with them as far as how to go to heaven, but we got them outclassed in terms of how the heavens go. right?
Mhm.
And so that's what I
No,
mean, the
that's cool.
science and the astrology and all of that stuff. And so yeah, I would agree with you. Like when you there is the lessons of humanity that transcend space and time. That's for sure there. And like you said, we do get that also from secular authors, but also just a lot of religious ones. And that's why people resonate with Buddhist stuff they read and, you know, beautiful parts of the Quran that, you know, people are like, well, if you just chant it in the original, you know, language, there's people who are very serious about that stuff. But, you know, I remember a time where I used to go to a professor's office and we would sit around a bunch of students and meditate and chant and stuff like that. And I mean, there felt like a time when I really needed that, almost to the point that I had to get away from meditating because it started to feel like another thing I needed and crutch, and then I felt all out of whack and, well, you haven't been meditating enough, you know what I mean? You really ought to set more time to meditate. And I was like, wait, this is getting too stressful. This finding one and centering and focusing on my breathing is becoming too stressful to fit into my schedule. So I'm gonna have to learn to cope without. But yeah, I don't know if James, you've ever gotten into anything like that, but you definitely feel it there too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's like something to be said for me. I've noticed, like, because you said you can get that with secular or like whatever stuff too, and like something I've found pretty interesting is that like a lot of the like pretty much 90% of any kind of like Christian music I've liked, like I've either found out that the person is now an atheist that I found, or like since I've found them, they've become an atheist. So like, I don't know. That's just like what you brought up, but just like a lot of people I resonate with, like tend to end up deconstructing or whatever. So like, I don't know exactly where I'm getting with that, but just that, yeah, like there's certain people you can resonate with or whatever. And like, I think plenty of atheists have a better handle on who God is, to be honest. Like, that's the way I see it. Like, I think God is like the foundation of reality and like what is good. So anybody like seeking the good is like actually seeking God. And I think there's plenty of atheists that do a much better job of that than a lot of Christians.
And I know a lot of people that believe the Christian doctrines or dogma, even we'd say, and they say, I just believe it on faith.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay with that, because at least they're keeping it in its lane, right? And that's how I always saw it. You're supposed to take it on faith. It's the guys that are like, no, I'm going to start a YouTube channel about all the reasons why you should believe it. And we're like, wait, that ain't how reasoning or faith works. You're not perverted both of these things, right? Oh, yeah, let's talk about the evidentiary basis for your Christianity. No, let's not.
I'm not about that.
Because that ain't how evidence or faith works. Again, you done perverted both of these things. That's really my problem with these apologists. Because the people that are willing to accept that they believe Christ died for their sins on faith and whatever, a lot of them are very reasonable, right? And so, I don't know, like, that part of it by itself don't really bother me that much. It's like a person who meditates or, you know, like if Jesus is part of your balance, like I ain't really trying to upset your balance, right? Right? Like, but I do think it's great for us to just be able to talk to each other, reason together, and be more reasonable. And so for like me, like I remember you talking about worshiping, like for me, when I worship, like James talked about turning it on and off. Like when I worship in church, like I'm just worshiping because I can get to that place and I like the music and I'm playing the music. I mean, it's a big payoff for us as musicians. We work very, very hard all week to prepare that music. I don't think some people realize how hard your average worship team practices to get ready on Sunday. But, you know, I always tell people I'm a worship leader. A damn good one. So when you see me on Sunday morning, I'm leading the people in worship. That's my gig. That's what they brought me here to do. You can't lead people in something you're not doing. So, you know, So that's just it, and then you're back in the lab on Monday or whatever. But yeah, I don't have a problem with the organized activity in the church and all of that, and I don't. Even when I tell people about preaching, I always tell them I don't have a problem with preachers. I just want them to keep certain things out of the lexicon, keep it off the schedule. You know, I think the Catholic Church was a very profound example for me. Like I said, the Catholic Church centralizes all of the scripture readings, right? Or at least the main gospel reading. And so no matter where you go, you hear the same gospel. That's cool. But what it allows you to do is for any church realize this: every single service, there are decisions that are made. What's the songs going to be? It's usually 5 or 6 songs. They got to pick them. They got to sequence them. Then they're going to determine who's preaching. Is it the main pastor? Does he preach every Sunday? Is it somebody else's Sunday? Right? And then they pick a topic, right? And then they maybe got a sermon series, right? They got, they're going to talk 7 weeks on the book of Ephesians or whatever the fuck, right? And so you can imagine this as a thought experiment, right? Where, let's say, I'm going to just keep it simple, James. It's like 52 weeks a year, right?
I'm sorry, 52 weeks in a year? Sure.
Yeah, so let's just say you got 50 weeks in a year. We're going to keep it simple, right? And so now you looking at that sermon, right? Now it's just a list. It's a very simple list, right? It's 1 to 50, right? That's all the sermons for the year. The first column, who is preaching the sermon? The second column, what is the fucking sermon about? Right, James?
Right. What is it about?
What is it about? Now you going down your list of sermons, and the pastors, we telling the pastors, look, the topic is the punchline. We ain't got time for no bullshit. All you get to tell us on this list is the take-home message, right? All right, so we going down the list. Be more charitable. Stop cheating on your wife. Serve the community better. Pay your taxes. Come to church on time.
Is that the one where Kent Hovind's coming or something?
Right, yeah. We just going down the list. We just going down the list, right? It's 50 of them, right? And they mostly fine, right? They mostly like be better, be cool, get to work on time.
Go Brandon.
Let's go Brandon. Right? Now here's what I'm trying to do in life, y'all. I want to keep my life goal very simple for y'all, right? Here's what I'm trying to do in life. Yeah, that sermon about the anti-homosexual, we're going to take the red Sharpie right on through that one. Yep, come back to us next week with something else. Yeah, I'm cutting down the list. Oh, yeah, it's one here. We got to talk about God making the earth in 7 days and how scientists in them. Yeah, we just going, you know what? I ain't say you can't believe that. I ain't say you can't read it in your own spare time. But on Sunday morning, yeah, it's not Sunday morning friendly. We don't do these ones on Sunday morning no more. Right on through that one. Right, you see what I'm saying? Oh, that one about how Trump is still the president. Now that's it. The other 47 was fine. Now, your homework for next week is to come back with 3 alternatives for these. Right? But, James, that's where we're trying. You see what I'm saying? The point is we're not trying to tell you to shut down the church. We're trying to make you less radical. And we ain't even making it some idealistic, it ain't going to be real hard. It's not hard to figure out what we're asking for. We just want to go through the 50 sermons a year, right? And they got to be called safe for everybody or whatever, right? Like, is this a safe for everybody, safe for general consumption sermon? If not, then, keep that to your little private study group or whatever, right? But that would be a huge step, right? And then we'd have a similar thing in terms of public policy. Y'all don't get to vote on certain things, but you know what I'm saying? But that's really where we're trying to go. We're not trying to get y'all to shut down your churches tomorrow morning and stop giving to charities and stop singing songs. We don't hate the songs, We're just trying to get y'all to say, cross out them radical sermons and talk about something else. And I'm crossing out them, and I'm crossing out them anti-touching yourself sermons too. Just a personal pet peeve of mine. My Christianity, it's okay to touch your own body. You, by definition, that's the one person we know. That's the one time we know you're not harming nobody else. So it's okay to touch yourselves, even if you're
highly
married.
Recommend it, yeah.
Especially if you're married. Trying to keep your marriage together right now. But yeah, man, we appreciate you coming through, man. And
yeah, I'm about to say I'm probably need to get off pretty soon.
You know what? I think you needed to come through tonight because Christians deserve a butt kicking for these Jesus thugs, and so we needed a good guy on to cleanse the palate. To remind us we have some reasonable Christian friends and allies out there.
For sure. I appreciate this.
We'll definitely check out your channel, man.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody in the chat too. Everybody's super nice, which is pretty rare. Half the time I go on, like, not pretty rare. Like, obviously I knew. I mean, I'm in the chat all the time. I know everybody's super nice here, but there's a lot of places where people just aren't. Or like when I was on Rebecca's channel, like there were a few people just being like so rude. Like, you're just wrong. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, when I bring up universalism, a lot of Christians get pretty mad, which is pretty insane to me. Like the fact that they get mad about it.
Yeah, and I think even you said that when you said, you thought about, being an agnostic Christian. I was, and that's where I was, but it was really Christians. That is weaponized to them. They'll tell you can't. No, you can't. That's how they'll say it. Like, oh, you'll be like, I literally just told you what I think, but right? Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
Guess that thought's been deemed invalid by you, sure. Like it seems
a lot.
It was hard for me, so yeah, I feel
it
that.
Seems to make a lot more sense to me to like keep people in community, like, but I mean, whatever, as long as we can have conversations and we enjoy being around each other and like we can help each other. Like, who cares?
Yeah, to me, if you really want to keep the racket going, look, we just trying to give y'all some good racketeering advice. When a particular part of the racket get too much heat, too much police activity, that part of the business ain't worth it no more. You know what I mean? The anti-gay stuff is drawing too much heat. The anti-science stuff, too much heat. Stay away from it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just talk love of Jesus, feel goodery, bake sale in the basement.
I mean, getting through hard times, it doesn't even all have to be just good. I mean, there is hard times where we can we need people to talk to about things like that and stuff. So
you talked about that too. I want to talk about some of that. You talked about going to Bible study and then you just work through the real stuff. I learned to love people differently. I remember I had a colleague that worked, I say colleague, but she was on the worship team with me. And she really was struggling with like homosexuality because probably closeted, but she like went out of her way to like work at like a gay friendly coffee shop or whatever, bakery or whatever, to serve her ministry. But now every week we hearing about her struggles trying to love the sinner and not hate this, the thing, hate the sin and not the sinner. And they struggling with her because they're like, you come in here with this hateful Christian nonsense, pretending it's love, and like, so then she's crying to us because it's hard, and you learn a person's growing in front of you, and they're trying to live out their faith, right, and do what they think is right, and you're there to be a support for them, and as your friend, you don't beat them up and know them, but I told you that's why you need to, you're just like, yeah, I'm sorry you're hearing that, and maybe think about where they're coming from, and think about if that's really the most important. You try to give them gentle questions. Is that really the most important way to love them right now? Is that if they can't hear you right now, then maybe talk to them about something they can hear till they can, or something. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to less radical, right? And I remember she was a person who was on the worship team, and she has an incredible voice. Couldn't not hear her anywhere. She could be sitting in the damn pews without a microphone, and everybody could hear her sing. And just has cannons for pipes, but she hated the attention that came with being on the worship team. And at first, people like that irritate me because I'm like, we're performers, right? We're on stage in front of the people. You volunteered your ass to get up there in front of the stage in front of people. So the motherfuckers come up to you and tell you you did a good job. Just be happy that your narrow ass got up there and did a good job. What the fuck you talking about? What's wrong with you? You see what I'm talking about? I don't like that fake humility bullshit, right? But you learn that it made her like really like visibly very uncomfortable. You see what I'm saying? Because she's like God's chosen voice, and she's just trying to be a vessel of praise to the Lord, and she don't really want the attention. Yeah, he touched me, oh, and the joy that floods my soul. Exactly. Cameron Bennett knows the routine. So for me, it was just like it was just like you have to learn that that's your friend. She's a tremendous voice, and you learn to just as you're, if the service is over and y'all putting your in-ear monitors back in the thing, you go. I will say her name, but you just go. I think you sounded really great today. Did a great job on that song, and she just go, "Thanks, Jay, I appreciate it." And that was it. Like I knew she could handle that, and you learn that this is a member of your band, and she needs y'all to just not put unwanted attention on her, right? So, like you said, you learn the. But so what I'm saying is, what you get out of the Bible study is not this, right? You said we get into the scripture, but what we're really getting is we're all the band together, and we got to get up there on Thursday and Sunday and go to war. It's us against that crowd that wants to tell us we suck. But we gotta get to learn one another better, get to know each other as people, be in each other's lives, understand what's going on in each other's lives, and then that translates to the chemistry that helps us, drive the service on Sunday morning. But yeah, it's just you're just using that time together as a vehicle. And the funny thing I think what we're touching on is the thing that I feel is so lost in the apologetics community is that the things they're talking about are not the things that keep the people in the church or got them there to begin with. Ain't nobody come to church because they think the earth is young. Ain't nobody go to church because they care whether or not we're primates. Ain't nobody go to church because, like none of this crazy weaponized stuff. Oh, nobody ever showed up on Sunday morning and said, I'm here because of the Kalam cosmological argument.
That's what exactly what I was about to say. Could you imagine?
When I ran to church on Sunday morning.
Yeah, could you imagine? As you're saying that, could you imagine walking up to a new church, pastor's like, oh, I've never seen you around here. What brings you here? And you were like, well, everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, so I'm at church. Duh.
Yeah, never. So the funny thing is, if you let me and James go over the calendar and eliminate all the stuff we don't want in there, you will not lose not a single member, not a single dollar in the coffin. You would just not be actively rooting on the destruction of the universe.
Right.
Sure.
True story, man. So yeah, I gotta go to bed here too. It's midnight.
Appreciate y'all.
I'll be back.
Thanks for coming through. Thanks for coming through.
Yeah, I'm gonna post my channel in the chat too. People
absolutely.
Cool. I appreciate
it. Let me put I think I got to do a permit. A permit thing so that you can enter that. But yeah, that was fun.
Melody's example. It's like, I'm here because I lost a bet with Pascal.
Oh, yeah. It's just not gonna happen. But yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks so much for coming through. James, let them know what's going on in the channel, and I guess let them know what you're doing this weekend over there.
So as long as people want me just to go over chapters on Rebekah's stuff, I can. I'm cool with it. Like, just let me know. And in the meantime, there's a couple topics we've been talking about that I'd like to get on there. I'm gonna do a part 2 in the gaslighting project to like, because maybe a lot of you people know enough about gaslighting that you don't need to hear about it. But I feel like I need to set the framework so that then we can talk about how it manifests in the churches and in like apologetics and stuff like that. So this will be an important project. And then I'll probably go over one of my shorter blogs at some point, and we can discuss any controversies that come up. I'm always open to suggestions for like what we can go over. I would really like to figure out how to review some music that I want to talk about too, but I don't want YouTube to stop me in the middle of it and then we only get half the discussion in. So I'm going to be like looking into how I can like get past that problem with some lyric videos or something.
Yeah, here's a couple other suggestions. Look into it, man. Anytime you make a new type of video, just like, so go look at other channels outside of this space that respond to videos. One thing to do is reaction videos. There's lots of videos. Just take a popular song you like and then put in like so-and-so reacts to whatever. And you'll see a bunch of reaction videos pop up. And that'll kind of, watch a few of those. That'll give you a flavor of exactly what they do, what they get away with.
Oh, that's a good idea. All right.
Yeah, that's how I do a lot of stuff. Yeah.
I'm gonna do that, and then I forgot what else I was going to say now. But yeah, I'm tired.
I have flossers. I'm being lazy. When it's immediate, like it's uncomfortable, you just got to get it out of there because it's the pressure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the gaslighting. We don't talk enough about gaslighting, so we should. And then the other thing is, I think it's really important heading into the holidays. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Families.
Well,
gaslighting
I
central.
Yeah, I don't have to deal with that, but I know a lot of people do because I don't have anybody but these two kids. So like we don't have any family we can go visit or like whatever. And in a way, that's a good thing because we don't got to deal with the drama, right? But it's just us. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this is fun. I'll probably damn, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't really have any plans. I need to go to the casino, but I think I want to. Yeah, maybe I'll watch. Maybe I'll watch a little bit of this Gin and Truth, and then go over to the casino.
Sounds awesome, guys. Have a great night.
But are you gonna be live this weekend, James?
Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll be live this weekend.
All right, man. We'll see you. Thanks so much for coming through.
All right. Same. See you.
All right. Bye. All right, gang, it's Friday night. We're going to end the night as we end all nights over at the casino having some fun. But I just ate, and so I want to let my stomach settle a little bit. I'll probably let Sam out in a little bit here before we head to the casino. But yeah, I haven't caught up the last couple episodes of Gin and Truth, so we'll go ahead and check this out for a little bit. I don't know, we probably won't get through all of it, but at least we'll watch some of it. Those of you that haven't, please subscribe to James Apperson's channel, James Apperson on YouTube. You can just put his name in the search bar here, James Apperson. You'll find his channel. Go ahead, subscribe, turn on notifications. Same with Spartan Theology. Let me go ahead and I don't know that I'm subscribed to Spartan myself. Sometimes I don't know people have channels. Oh, I am subscribed with notifications on already. Great. I have watched some of Spartan stuff actually. And then go ahead and subscribe to Gin and Truth on YouTube if you're not. That's unforgivable sin around here to not be subscribed to Gin and Truth. Also, I don't know if Gin and Truth is listening. I know he dropped in the chat earlier. If he drops in the chat over the weekend, guys, just please remind him that we are starting to see people pop up in the Pocket Locker 86 stream that Uncle Bobby has sent to us by mentioning us on his shows. So we certainly want to show our appreciation that he's done so and encourage him to keep doing so if he ever feels so inclined to. It definitely helps. That's why we try to plug him over here. Also, some of y'all, we don't have time to go over all of it, but some of y'all are in trouble. But some of y'all, let me just bring this up real quick. Let's see.
Well, congratulations, Bill. You've blown up the internet.
Or maybe we'll do this instead. But look what I see down here, y'all. It's time to play out the mods. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Let's see who's leaving comments down here. Who's leaving comments down here? Where are the goddamn comments the mods have been leaving? God damn it, it's time to out these mods. God damn it, I can't stand these goddamn big ass YouTubers with their fucking I'm getting in my little secret stash real quick. Someone named, who the fuck is Frank Anderson? Cameron Bennett. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Trail. Yeah, I want that Starbucks game. But Cameron Bennett, I'm certainly not afraid of William Lane Craig. I moved past his style of apologetics long ago. Cameron Bennett, why isn't he responding to something you said about Pocket Locker 86? You're supposed to be every day going to Apologia and Uncle Bobby and all the other people and going, nice video. You should work with Pocket Locker 86. Hey, Paul, have you heard Pocket Locker 86 is taking over the internet? You guys should do something. Hey, Paul, have you joined the Cult of the Flying Man? You should do something. But no, look. Cameron Bennett talking about some bullshit. AR. Look at AR. William Lane Craig is like a modern day church father. What the fuck? Pocket Locker 86 is the motherfucking modern day church father of atheism, and you said not a goddamn thing about me. And then I hear Stupid Whore Energy is a mod on this man's channel. How is it that this man is not being bombarded with my name every single day? And then the head usher, the lead usher, YouTube punk is out here, slander gauntlet. 2 words, neither of them Pocket Locker 86. Scott Duke, supposedly a friend of the channel. Hey, Melody Joy. No mention of Pocket Locker 86. And now I know Melody Joy was up in here. No mention of Pocket Locker 86. I should be banning people, but I just be timing out the whole goddamn chat. I should just turn the fucking live chat off for 10 minutes. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm going on strike the next time this shit happens.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. I'm not going to lie to you. Uncle Bobby wasn't gonna
Y'all are trying to be baby faces. Y'all are running around the internet trying to be nice and friendly. We are taking over the internet. There's no such thing as a friendly takeover, nigga. Every takeover is by definition hostile. That's why they call it a takeover. We're not out here to make friends. You're supposed to be out there shilling the channel.
do a show today.
Well, let's be friendly.
But you
with
know how it
Paul Gia.
works.
That nigga got like what? How many subscribers does Paul Gia have? I'm fucking pissed about this. This shit's pissing me off. Don't mess with my Gathertown video. I like Gathertown. And I like that too. This is what we're talking about. Matter of fact, let's watch this crap about William Lane Craig. But look at this man. He has 102,000 subscribers. And y'all down in his comments being friendly. He has 102,000 subscribers. He does not need friends. Trust me. Trust me. Once you get past 10,000, friends are fucking useless to you. Stop being nice to this motherfucker.
William Lane Craig admitted something that I didn't think that any Christian would ever actually openly admit.
If there is just one chance in a million that this is true, it's worth believing.
No one is saved.
This is Ray Comfort level nonsense coming from the mouth of perhaps the most revered and respected theist of our time.
Far from raising the bar or the epistemic standard that Christianity must meet to be believed, I lower it.
Oops, I said the quiet part loud and the loud part quiet.
Wow. I'm just saying wow a lot because I couldn't even believe this happened.
Well, has Dr. Craig committed intellectual suicide?
I found the single greatest clip of William Lane Craig ever, and the Christian apologetics world is in damage control. How did we get here? What are the responses? And are they...
I just got to be honest. All these counter-apologists is late to the party. That's the problem when you're taking over the internet. You got all these big ass YouTubers. They got all these damn followers, and they're lazy. They're lazy. They're not putting in the work like we are. They're not the United States champion. They're not out here all day, every day, defending the goddamn title. We have been saying this shit about William Lane Craig since the beginning. We've been making all the William Lane Craig jokes. We've been had William Lane Craig in the soundboard. We done had William Lane Craig in the soundboard for so goddamn long, I don't even play these clips anymore.
There are no married bachelors.
Remember that? We used to play that all the time.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
That isn't something that you can sustain the burden of proof for. So you need to make more modest claims about your position. Nature is all there is. There is nothing beyond matter and energy. There is no supernatural reality. Scientists have been stunned by the discovery because those claims exceed what you yourself say you can prove. Whether you like it or not, whether you think it's explanatory or not.
I mean, I've even got tired of making jokes about our arrangement with Jan, where William Lane Craig drops off Jan on weekends and a couple nights throughout the week, and I send her home a happily married woman. You know what I'm talking about? I got tired of those jokes. It just felt like it was low hanging fruit. I even said to you guys that William Lane Craig is a willfully ignorant piece of shit. I mean, I'm just showing y'all the evidence. I even literally have Prophet Azad quotes on here talking about this nigga.
Articulate and confident way of saying the dumbest things. The huge gap between his command of the English language and his basic reasoning skills. There's no realistic reason to believe in God. Idiot or willful piece of
shit. All right. So, and I kept saying to people, the reason I say William Lane Craig is a willfully ignorant piece of shit, well, one is because he's a willfully ignorant piece of shit, and that I'd still have dinner with the man is because he's honest about the shit. He starts all his motherfucking talks off by saying, I believe in Jesus because of the heart of Jesus and the transformation and the inner witness of the Holy Spirit. And oh my God, when my beautiful Jan turned around and batted those baby browns at me, I was so smitten, I decided right there and there, I would just serve Jesus forever. And he tells you that, and then he goes, but...
Any good?
But when talking to atheists or engaging in public debate, we must resort to the argument. See, so we've been telling y'all, William Lane Craig ain't nothing but a thinly veiled preacher with some bullshit. And the nigga says one time that he lowers his epistemic bar for Jesus, which is the same shit we've been saying, the nigga been saying since we've had a fucking channel and a platform to say it on. And like he said, they act like they broke the internet, like they done found some shit that's new. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know nobody's safe. I like Paul. I like, Aaron Ra and Pine Creek and Derek from Myth Vision and... Oh man, I think these guys are fucking phenomenal. And who else is out there? Genetically modified skeptics. But don't none of these niggas hold a candle to pocket locker. Don't get it fucking twisted. Look at this fucking Celtic bullshit.
Welcome to Apologia,
this nigga's
where
a
a former
fucking
Christian
cartoon.
takes a look at the claims of Christians. Just a little over a month ago on my Apologia Live channel, and by the way, if you don't already know about the Apologia Live channel, it's where I have live conversations with Christians and non-Christians alike and speak off the cuff about whatever Christian claim topics catch my fancy on the day. If you enjoy the scripted content I make here, you might enjoy what I do over there. Maybe check it out once this video's done. Anyhow, a month-ish ago on my Apologia Live channel, I did what I normally do and talk about whichever Christian podcast made me angry that day while I'm walking my dog.
Yesterday, I was out walking my...
Apologia, guys, subscribe to Apologia's other channel. Guys, do me a favor. I know you're so impressed. Apologia's got two channels. Guys, do me a favor. Subscribe to my other channel. hot program, please, where you can see my live show with my one black friend every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Guys, can you do me a favor? Can you subscribe to my other channel called Hunter Biden's Laptops? Link in the description. Chat. Do me a favor. Can you subscribe to my other channel, the Casino Theater and Arcade? Link in the description. Chat. Could you subscribe to my homie's channel, James Apperson? Oh wait, what about Lena? Wait. What about Tux TV? Nigga, my damn associates have started more channels than this nigga Apologia. 2 channels. Nigga, see me when you get to 4 or 5 channels. Nigga, see me when you live on 3 or 4 or 5 platforms at the same time. 2 channels. Fucking niggas impressed. 2 fucking channels. I can't believe this shit.
And I heard the new episode, I guess we would call it, of the Reasonable Faith podcast with William Lane Craig.
I got to give credit to like Apologia here because it was his video. I didn't know about this. He was like on the walk or whatever, and he's like, I listened to Craig's like. I'm like, Paul's a strange guy. Like he listens to William Lane Craig all the time.
I've listened to a lot of William Lane Craig. That's the problem. That's
I'm the only atheist who listens to William Lane Craig podcast, I think.
And one of those unscripted rants created a spark that set off some fireworks across the internet that have kind of rocked the apologetic.
No, it was the Jay Bundy channel. We're phasing out the Jay Bundy channel. That's why we stopped going live there. And it's coming back as the Hunter Biden's Laptops channel. So we're going to delete all the content that's currently on it. You said Paul's tune muscles are bigger than yours? Yeah. But I'll let y'all guess what isn't. Ooh, shots
House
fired.
built by one William Lane Craig.
And I've got Dr. Craig with me. We're looking at a very controversial statement he made in his.
Guys, I should just put a fucking a little overlay in the corner of the screen on all of my streams that says the BBC network. The British Broadcasting Service.
It's sort of been making the rounds on Atheist YouTube.
We have the original podcast.
Next question. Hello, Dr. Craig.
Then we have my response.
So I mainly want to share with you something that I think is amazing,
which inspired other responses.
And my dude, Apologia, has covered this from an ex-Christian perspective.
And all thanks to Apologia on his new channel, Apologia Live.
That is a clip from Apologia, the apologetic equivalent of Trust Me, Bro.
He seems to be suggesting to others that they ought to lower their epistemic standards as well.
Hey, there's your new nickname, Low Bar Bill.
And then we had a wave of responses to the responses.
His response to it has gotten a lot of attention from atheists, specifically from Apologia.
I have responded to the Apologia video in a podcast that Kevin Harris and I recorded last week.
I may not be the best Christian apologist in the world, but I can pronounce Apologia.
And now we've arrived into a family of responses to the responses to the responses to the original podcast. And my ambitious goal today is to completely respond to all of it from William Lane Craig.
And so it has been quite a surprise to me to see.
Sorry, guys. I have to raise my epistemic bar of entertainment value and vote Uncle Bobby over Apologia every time. Oh, shots fired! We black in this
gang,
bitch.
let's jump into this shit. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Gang, I ain't gonna lie to you. We don't need to
Bobby
fuck
wasn't
away,
gonna
but
do a
give a
show
fuck
today.
about William Lane Craig.
But you know how it works.
Uh-oh.
Uncle Bobby saw some shit. So now Uncle Bobby's got to rant about some shit.
There we go. That's what we're here
Gang,
for.
it was one of those weird days at work, and you just fucking...
Joe Hadaway said thank you.
Quite literally. 70% of my day canceled. So Uncle Bobby got paid to sit on his black ass. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to go home.
Guys,
I'm going to...
in the spirit of Uncle Bobby, I'm going to get some more whiskey. Go get some alcohol, gang.
Reset my mind. I just got an Amazon Fire Stick, so I'm trying to learn how to use that piece of shit. But gang, then Uncle Bobby saw some real fucked up shit. There's no game plan. Robert Reed, go fuck yourself. Like there's ever a fucking game plan. Shut the fuck up. Totally impromptu, gang. But do you guys remember kind of the good old days when the Republican Party of old used to at least lie about being the party of family values. Jesus this, Jesus that, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. What would Jesus do? He's the greatest, person ever. So loving and so giving. Facts don't care about your feelings. You guys remember when they would at least lie and talk about how they're not led by their emotions? I just work off of the facts and the data. Democrats get really emotional. Why do you want to get emotional? I want to talk about, shut the fuck up. Well, gang, those days are over. Those days are as dead as Julius fucking Caesar. They don't care. Gang, and again, it's I've said this before, it's almost a contest to see how ugly you can be nowadays. They're not even bullshitting about it. They're just not. And the real fucked up thing, it's not that there's no consequences for being an asshole. It's you get rewarded for being an asshole these days. Fuckface Ted Cruz. Gang, again, if you had a kid who acted this way, you would slap the shit out of your kid. And it wouldn't matter. Public library, y'all are making groceries in your house, in your mama's house. It doesn't matter. If your kid talked like this and had this kind of fucked up ass attitude, again, like I said yesterday, again, now I'm channeling my inner parents, right? Shit, not that I ever pushed my parents this far. Fuck no. Uncle Bobby knew better, gang.
Hey, gang, to our first successful night at the fucking Pockets place, the motherfucking Speakeasy Saloon, all right? Gather around, Tonight's stream was inspired by James Apperson, but we're going to do this a lot, We tell people they're using YouTube wrong. You should use it like a bar, So cheers, folks, to, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. We definitely all mostly know each other's names here. It's an honor and a privilege. And to you guys, hope you all have a great weekend.
It's like, again, your black ass has been allowed to just prance around entirely too comfortable, haven't you? It's not your fault. This is my fault. Again, I am now getting ready to make you intimately familiar with the concept of consequence.
Everyone knows your username.
Things are about to change. You've been given too much leeway. Gang, fuckface Ted Cruz has said openly, bullshit. Like, again, I go to Washington to represent my constituents and protect them against the transgender sodomite CRT. Disney is woke. Joe Biden hates Christmas. Transgenders ruin sports. And just went down this cavalcade of Republican buzz phrases. Not one of them logically followed the next one. He wasn't reprimanded. He wasn't punished. Nothing.
Applauded. Just
right? Slacker baristas that if you can get off the bong long enough, to go vote. There was no consequence for that.
Slacker
right?
baristas.
You know what happened? He was rewarded with a second chance because another fuckface conservative fuckface.
Hey, anybody ever work at a coffee shop? Yeah. If it's one job where you don't have time to hit the bong and every smoke break is fucking earned, it's the average fucking barista. Boy, the average barista catch a smoke break at work and you say some stupid, again, people have grown entirely too comfortable disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face. I'm a motherfucker that sit around and smoke weed on the internet all the goddamn time. And I would never say no shit like that to no goddamn barista. Hard as they goddamn work. I guess I'm kind of biased. My ex was a barista. They got it coming. They're some hardworking ass people.
Michael Knowles had him on his fucking show so he can sit there and do the back pedal. Right? No, I said no, shut the fuck up. Sat and held hands, lifted people in prayer after the Uvalde shooting, and not 3 days later, sat in the middle, was a keynote speaker at the goddamn NRA bullshit. And everything he told those families, he backtracked on. The only thing that stops a good guy with the gun, and then everyone said it in unison, is a bad guy with the gun, Ted. Where was the punishment? You get rewarded these days as a Republican for being the ugliest fuckface on the planet.
There it is.
I mean, I can go on forever about
Jesus
that asshole.
thugs.
Fuckface.
I didn't tell y'all, but me and Uncle Bobby have the same writing team called Angry Black Man in America. Yeah, Uncle Bobby, we got to give him a podcast about our writing team, how we have a common writing team called Sitting on Your Angry Black Ass in front of a camera and thinking the same thing other angry black folk is thinking right now.
It's Donald Trump.
I didn't know to say. Again, Myron, you've been over there and Uncle Bobby. How the fuck you get back and forth in time?
Again, just imagine if that was a teenage boy.
Yeah, exactly. Joe, that's exactly how I feel. I'm a bartender. I used to be a 10 bar too. I had to go to bartender school and all that. And I used to 10 bar and would never talk no shit a day in my life about a motherfucking barista. And bartenders work hard as fuck too. I'll fucks with you, Joel.
Saying what Donald Trump said. You know the real fucked up thing is, gang? I got a text from my manager. On top of the self-defense class that I'm getting ready to hold, I just belched, #unprofessional. I got a request. I got a request. Gang, the average age of the person taking my seminars, not my privates, it's getting younger and younger. I now have a full seminar for 10-year-old girls. And I'm going to do my job. But it hit me like a ton of bricks where I'm like, what's 10 years old? Fifth grade, maybe?
Yep.
That people out there are worried enough that something fucked up's going to happen to their 10-year-old, and instead of enrolling them in soccer camp or whatever the fuck, they're going to make them spend 2 to 3 hours with my ugly ass so I can teach them how not to get raped. And my point is with that is, again, just imagine 5 years from there, what are you, freshman, sophomore in high school? Let's say you're 16. What if a 16-year-old high school football player during a press conference, it's like, well, I made All-State. And when you make All-State, girls will let you do anything. Grab them by the pussy. What would we have done to that 16-year-old boy? Okay, fine, fuck it. Especially nowadays. Let's say his senior year of high school, someone found a recording of him 2 years previous saying that I made All-State last year. Girls will let me do anything to him. Grab him by the pussy. What would we have done to that boy? What would we have done to that boy? There are no repercussions anymore for fucked up ass behavior.
For a grown man.
If you are a Republican these days, it just really seems, and again, I long for the good old days when Republicans at least used to lie behind the veil of family values. I want to be, again, maybe we've all gotten it wrong on what we think Jesus would do, right? The problem is we need to be more like Jesus. Well, fuckface, if you are the example of Jesus, I'm not interested. I'm just really not interested. Man, get this fucking fan. It's humid as shit out there, gang. Who else can we fucking nail to the fucking wall?
Anybody?
I mean, let's just make it real fucking easy, gang. Fuckface Matt Gaetz.
There we go. Let's make it real easy. I like it.
Again, I'm thinking
It's
it was like
Friday. We
season
don't need to
3.
think too hard. It's fucking Friday.
Where I straight up said, we should not know these people's names. We just shouldn't.
It's facts.
But we
Facts,
do.
Unfortunately. And so we shouldn't forget them.
Again, this fucker. Has it been proven? But either way, I'm going to fucking say it. This fucker paid to rape little girls over Venmo. Okay, fine. They haven't been able to conclusively prove it. Okay. You follow that standard. You do it. Again, I do not care. All right, gang. You can't see.
Who cares? I don't care. Who gives a fuck?
Papa and Buddy are laying here together.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Y'all gotta understand something. Not being able to prove something don't mean a goddamn thing to me.
What the fuck? Yeah, it's great. Back on topic. Gang.
Because these are the motherfuckers that'll never like leave somebody, you know. You gotta understand the art of the plausible deniability. Because the people who want to take advantage of you definitely do.
You apply that standard. Go ahead.
Exactly.
I don't care how long it's been since you and your significant other have had a date night. Let some fuckface knock on your door. And when you review their references as a babysitter, and you see, hold on there, fuckface. You've been accused of sexual inappropriateness with one of the children's that you were in charge of. It says right here. Well, I guess the obvious question is, fuckface, do you want me to count to 10 and give you a running head?
You said he gave up his seat because of a joke? What's his name from SML gave up his seat because of joke? I don't know what that means.
Start or, I mean, how do you want to work this?
Al Franken. Al Franken from Saturday Night Live gave up his seat because of a joke. None of that makes sense to me. Sorry, I probably just.
And if you said, well, I better be willing to give them a second chance, congratulations. You're a lousy parent. Where are the consequences for bad actions? Again, Jim Jordan, name them all. Madison fuckface. Okay, how the fuck do you praise Adolf fucking Hitler? How?
He took a pic of himself almost grabbing a woman's breast who was sleeping, and then he gave up his seat because of it. And this was during the height of the Me Too. Oh, yeah, well, there was a lot of overreaction during that. And I just think, yeah, and a lot of politicians came out of the woodworks with, you know, stories of things that were, you know, blown out of proportion. And again, people got to understand the culture does change. And that's part of the acceleration of that comes with technology, is that culture changes faster and faster. And so, you know, it's just the facts of the reality. I'm not justifying bad behavior, but, you know, at the end of the day, I think you do have to give people time and a chance to get educated and caught up to the new standard while holding people accountable for harmful behavior. But again, I'm not a joke person. Y'all know me. I don't give a fuck. I think you make the situation worse when we overreact to things, because you got to be careful who your friends are and who your enemies are. And when you make everybody talk the same, it just gets fucked up. But yeah, like, you know, I think it's unfortunate when you lose good public servants over, you know, jokes and gags. And I don't really care if they wore blackface to a fucking party in college. Maybe I'd be a better person if I did, but I really don't.
How? Madison Cawthorn was caught in multiple lies. Was admitted to the naval.
Joe, that sounds like a little too much virtue signaling for me, but I feel you. It's I think it's just a product of the moment.
Academy. lied. Even how it is he got paralyzed. Everything about was a certified campus creep. I don't think he stuck in anything in anyone, but it just became, what I understand, kind of a well-known fact.
I feel you.
That if you don't put out on a date with Madison, let's just say things are going to go just emotionally and spiritually all kinds of fucked up. Like that's any better. Where are the consequences, not just for bad actions, gang, but for the people who sit there and say, I'm the clearest, I'm the cleanest, I'm the purest, right? I'm part of the party of family values. Well, if these are your values blow. They fucking blow. Now, gang, the reason I'm doing today's show, what should have been my off day, I'm going to go see Morbius after this. I told you, Uncle Bobby's misanthropy, it's just been ratcheted up. So,
all right, gang, I'll be right back. I'm going to listen for my tablet. I'm going to take Sam out real quick, and I'll be right back with you all. Let's do it.
All the previews are like, oh, that sounds good. Gang, now I'm at the stage now, no matter what it is, I'm going to wait for it to come out on fucking TV, right? So it's out now. When I was a kid, I used to love watching the Morbius versus Spider-Man shit. I'm going to go check that out after this. I should be doing it now. But like I said, Uncle Bobby saw some shit. So now Uncle Bobby's going to rant about some shit. Please go fuck yourself. Gang, the two fuckface Supremes, fuckface Greg Abbott and fuckface Ron DeSantis. Where are the consequences for piss poor actions? I've done stories on fuckface Greg Abbott, the tort reform bullshit. Again, the exact same accident that got him paid, which he should have. He shot down that law so no one coming behind him can get the exact same payout. That law was so crooked. Do you know how much money Greg Abbott has given back? Take a guess. I'll give you a range. It's somewhere between 0 and fucking 0. The worst mass murders in the state of Texas have happened under Greg Abbott. And again, save your drama for your mama. I don't want to fucking hear the fucking excuses. You are the head coach, essentially, of the state of Texas. With all that notoriety, yeah, comes all the blame when shit goes wrong. So you don't get to sit here and tell me that that's not Greg Abbott's fault. Because it's Greg Abbott's fault. And in case there's any fucking debate, in a state that has way too much gun violence, he fast-tracked. He fast-tracked legislation that straight up said, so far as long as the money in your bank account matches the price tag on the rifle or gun, you can own it. No background checks, no mental health checks, no training, no nothing. You think I'm bullshitting? Look up the details of the Uvalde shooting. Go ahead. Again, the fucked up thing is that boy was able, and again, no one thought that anything was wrong. There was no law to shut the fuck up. That boy went and got 2 rifles and quite literally thousands of rounds of fucking ammunition. Please go fuck yourself. That boy would have had a harder time getting a scratch off, buying a long neck, or a pack of cools. Please go fuck yourself. That's on Greg Abbott. That is on Greg Abbott. Now again, he's a party of family values guy. He believes in Jesus and the blase and the fucking flavonoids. Gang, let me tell you something. The issue with homeless people and the issue with people crossing the border. As far as I'm concerned, it is simply complicated. I don't think there's going to be a one-size-fits-all answer to this issue. And please notice how I said issue and not a problem. It is something that needs to be talked about. But you start this out by treating the homeless and people who cross the border like people. You treat them like fucking people. They are not objects. Fuck faces. Right? And again, what would Jesus do? Apparently he would treat people with less than him like dog shit. When you do the things that Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis are doing, you are treating people like objects. You are treating them like trash that can be transferred from one city dump to another fucking city dump. Where's the fucking outrage? Why is this fucker not just getting just nailed to the fucking wall? Who okays this move? Now, gang, what the fuck it is I'm talking about, what's got me really pissed off is, and he said he was going to do it. He said he was going to do it. What the fuck is this on my hand, gang? Greg Abbott put people who crossed the border from Mexico into South Texas, he put them on Greyhound buses. And gang, he drove them, well, when I say he, the state of Texas, because someone's got to pay for that. And again, where's the fucking hypocrisy, right? Again, when I sat there, and when I say I mean all of us, but I told you, I literally went to a town hall meeting where we sat and had to fucking debate on whether we're going to take the name Robert E. Lee off of a goddamn middle school. Gang, people were putting up fights, and all the talking points that were pro Robert E. Lee, they were all sitting on some bullshit, period. But then you got people every time, well, how are we going to pay for it? And I said, I don't give a fuck. Sell your ass. You do a fucking bake sale. I don't care if it's $100 a fucking letter. You get those letters off that goddamn school. Again, if you would not be okay with sending a Jewish child to a goddamn Adolf Hitler high, you cannot be okay with sending a black child to a goddamn Robert E. Lee school. And people are like, well, how are we going to pay for it? That's your biggest worry? Fuckface, give me a hatchet and a whole bunch of anger. I'll have ROBERTELEE. I'll have those 10 letters off in no time. You can pay me. I'll give you a discounted rate. Please go fuck yourself. For the party that's always talking about how, gang, it's hot than a motherfucker. Maybe I'm just mad. Gang, I have been popping ibuprofen like that shit was candy. And now the air turns on. I'm going to turn it down anyway. Go fuck yourself. Sing the fucking song. Don't you want to get fucked up? Okay. Oh, we got a jailbreak. Buddy, stay your ass in here. Dude, just... The tip. Walk it off. Papa, get your monkey ass out the way. There is no God. Okay, where the fuck was I? Back on topic. I just built #I'm professional. Let's do this. So again, I think I was at the whole where we're going to pay. Yeah, the Republican hypocrisy. How are we going to pay for it? We can't give teachers raises, but what we can do is ship Mexican people not just to another city, gang. Fuckface Greg Abbott put Mexicans on a bus and dropped them off in front of the vice president's house. Now again, this is grade A bullshit. This is grade A fucking hypocrisy. This is the exact same group of slapnuts that when, again, autonomy was stripped away from people who have the ability to get pregnant, and people protested outside the houses of fuckface Amy Coney Barrett, she can go fuck herself, and fuckface the high school rapist And anger management fuckface, fucking Brett Kavanaugh, he can go fuck himself too. People protested outside of their homes. The Republican response, what about their kids? What about the safety? Now, according to Republican logic, because again, where is the fucking punishment? Fuckface Donald Trump got up there, and he didn't just say it, gang. They gave him a round of fucking applause. You guys know the famous line, fuckface Carrie Lake. Her monkey ass said it, and her monkey ass got fucking applauded for it. Mexico is not sending their best. They're sending their criminals. They're sending rapists. They're sending MS-13. By Republican logic, they just sent thieves, rapists, and MS-13 to the front doorstep of the Vice President of the United States. Why would I be surprised? Fuckface Republicans try self-harm, gang. You want to know why? It's not because they stubbed their toe, because the then commander-in-chief started some bullshit. I guess these are the family values that we keep hearing about. Please go fuck yourself. Gang, I'm going to play this short portion of this fucked up ass tape. This is fuckface Greg Abbott. Again, Jesus this, Jesus that. Family values, family values. Let's just cue this bullshit up. Wait for it. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, here it comes. Go fuck
Breaking news for you. This has been a busy morning already. We are going live to pictures from Washington, D.C. And the...
Nah, go fuck yourself. Gang, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. I told you, and this becomes my full-time job, anger or not, happiness or not, fun show or not. There's all these
news for you.
Okay, roll the tape.
Already. News for you. This has been a busy morning already. We are going live to pictures from Washington, D.C. And the latest report is that there have been immigrants by bus dropped off at Vice President Kamala Harris's residence. This is just outside her home. You can see from these pictures dozens. I would.
Gang, please go fuck yourself. Pause the tape. Do you guys have any idea how fucked up that is? Fuckface Greg Abbott. He's treating these people as objects, as pawn pieces. In Greg Abbott's mind, all he is doing is fucking taking the trash off of one person's lawn and putting it on another. These are people, gang. He did not ship them there with $2,000 in everyone's pockets. Here's an apartment and a place to stay. Here's a job lead. You needed some dental work, some medical care? No, absolutely not. All he did is moved what he thought was trash off of his yard and put it on someone else's. Are these the family values that I keep hearing about? Please go fuck yourself. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
Say more than 100. I don't know if there are multiple hundreds of people outside on the lawn there, but not a small number of people outside, not the White House, but Vice President Harris's home address. You are looking live in Washington, D.C. This is the latest breaking news, potentially another contention between Governor Greg Abbott of Texas and the northeastern cities that he has deemed a home for those who have crossed illegally into the country, getting the attention of the federal government. That's what...
Pause the tape. Again, gang, I don't know the quote-unquote ultimate answer. I don't think there is an ultimate answer. But what I do know is that this is not an object problem. This is a people issue. You treat them like people. That is where you start. I'm looking. I don't even see lunch bags, nothing. He didn't tell them where to go get a meal. Where are you going to sleep tonight? These are the fucking family values. I'm thinking about my mom right now, gang. And I'm trying to remember what the fuck it is we were talking about. But again, both my mom and my dad's family, when they were kids, they would have had to save money just to be poor. You still treat people like that, like fucking people. And then I hear the fucking stories now about how my mom was treated, how my aunt was treated, my dad, and everything else. And like, just because you don't have money does not make you less than a fucking person. Again, I don't know what the issue or the ultimate issue on the southern border is. I don't know. But I know where you don't start. And that is, you don't treat people like fucking pawn pieces. Again, do you remember the good old days? Do you remember the good old days, gang? When I'm about to belch. I just belched. I'm professional. That was a very angry belch. Do you remember the good old days when the Republican Party, I just did it again, hashtag I'm professional, used to at least lie about being the party, what the fuck, of family fucking values. This is sitting on some bullshit. Let's just see if they got anything else on this fucked up ass thing before we talk about fuckface Ron DeSantis. Roll the tape.
Hey gang, link up with the gang.
Sure that they know exactly along our
everybody left.
Mexico are
what a bunch of jerks.
Dealing with
all right,
the innovation of people.
Stupid Horror Energy sent me another game on my Steam account. All right, let's see who poofed. Melody had the poof. Maybe Stupid Horror Energy is still there. I don't know. Who knows? All right, Gradient Convergence. What is this? What? Oh. Yeah, people of color in games. Y'all got any emotional cyberpunk stories? That's cool. Y'all got some fighting games of color? People of color make fighting. Force fighters. Five force fighters. What? Hang on a second. That looks kind of dope. Let's go back. What else we got? Oh, it's a beat 'em up fighter. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. Y'all gotta hook me up with some more of these fighting games, though. Let's hear this one. Oh, it's a 2D fighting game with the cast of unstoppable characters, combat system, universal offense and defensive options, 5 teams. All right. I'm with it. 2023. Oh, that's a while. All right, interesting. All right, now hang on. Library. Where do I get the gift thingies at? Boom. Look at this. Look at that. It's Friday night. They may be lit. Probably. We got this gift. Oh, yeah. That's our next game from Stupid Horror Energy. The Closing Shift. All right. Start menu shortcut. Yes. How much is it? Ooh. We got to make sure it goes into the right place. Is G the right place? Let me see. File Explorer. G. Black. Theme library. Yeah, it is G, Steam library. Let's just do that. All right. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Stupid Heart Energy. Appreciate it.
A lack of resources.
Yes,
Washington,
that's
D.C.'s
awesome.
Mayor Muriel Bowser has now asked for the federal government to step in.
Also, y'all, there's another game I want to get into. That I found content for. Thank you. Let's go to the store, and it's called Splatoon 3. Is it a PC game? No, is it a console shooter? Where's Splatoon? How do I get Splatoon? Splatoon 3. Nintendo Switch? No. Oh, it's only on the Switch. No, we're supposed to be rendering the Switch irrelevant. No, you can't tell me this game is only on the Switch. That game looks so good. No. Nope, there's a liar. Nope, I hear it's super fun. Nope, Splatoon's wonderful. I want it. God damn it.
Any action yet, but Mitch, this is certainly the sight to see. All of these
Yeah,
people
coitus.
just standing around on the front yard of the Vice President of the United States.
Fuck it, everybody's having coitus.
Like I said, that's a bitch move. Using poor people as pawn pieces. Not okay. Okay, let's say fuckface Greg Abbott is frustrated about the what's going on the southern, whatever the fuck. I don't care. I don't care, gang. I don't care. What I do know for certain is that this is wrong. What the Republicans are doing in this situation is the equivalent, instead of, and not my yard fuck faces, but let's say there's a whole bunch of trash in my yard right here. Okay, and it's part of the reason why I moved back into my study. In the morning, I'm clearing all this brush, all this
mostly
shrubbery out.
Lurker jerkers.
The natural sunlight is good for Uncle Bobby, right? So let's just say I'm looking at my front yard and there's a whole bunch of shit.
Lurker jerkers.
Soda cans, beer cans, all kinds of bullshit. And instead of going out there and handling the issue in my front yard, I just raked it all up, put it on Kathy and Randy's front yard. What have I done? Nothing. All I've done is created another potentially even bigger problem. That's Republican logic. That's what's going on right now. Again, I don't see not nary a lunch sack on any of these people. Again, I haven't done the research because I don't even believe I have to. But if I'm wrong, hit Uncle Bobby up. Seriously. Did fuckface Greg Abbott say, you know what? There's a Medicare center, a Ready Med center right over there. You know, if any of y'all kind of get the itchy scratchies, you know, you got a cold, whatever, just go over there where you got you. Over there is where they're going to give you free food, a place to shower, right? You need a place to sleep tonight so you don't sleep outside. That $10 says he did not give any of these people any direction. I'm sure they got a lunch or something on the fucking bus ride,
Yeah. I'm just gonna smoke and then go over there.
Hey, Texans, how are we gonna fucking pay for it? Shut the fuck up. Worried on how we're gonna pay for getting 10 letters off of fucking school, but where were the questions?
But yeah, I'm going over there after
gas,
I smoke and watch this.
Insurance on the bus, paying the bus. Shut the fuck up. All Greg Abbott did
Should put the playlist together though.
was treat these people the way he sees them. And that's like trash. Okay, let's move on to the other fuckface supreme. And that is fuckface Ron DeSantis. If I'm not mistaken, it was 2 private planes or jets from Florida to Martha's Vineyard. And the big thing was, and I heard fuckface Tucker Carlson talk about, and again, I wonder where these fucknuts are getting these ideas. Shipping, as they call them, illegals to sanctuary cities and states, de Blasé and the Glavinoids. I heard something from Tucker this morning on the bike. You know, let's start with 300,000. Let's just keep building. Shut the fuck up. Again, if you're taking the advice, or if your move mimics the advice of Tucker Carlson, your move blows. Fuckface Ron DeSantis, 2 planes or jets from Florida to Martha's Vineyard. He did the exact same thing, gang. Just dropped them off. Do you know the real fucked up thing is, gang? The people, not the objects, not the illegals, not the immigrants, the people that fuckface Ron DeSantis shipped from Florida to Martha's Vineyard. What's that? Oh, you think they're from Florida, don't you? You're already wrong. You know where they're from, gang? They're from 70 miles from where my ass is sitting right now. I live in Austin, Texas. You know where those people were from? San Antonio, Texas. The Alamo City. Yeah. They were shipped from San Antonio, Texas to wherever fuckface airport in Florida where Ron fuckface DeSantis is the fucking governor. And he flew them to Martha's Vineyard on 2 private airlines because family values. But DeSantis is another one. Again, family values, Jesus, facts and logic, blah, 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 blah. You guys remember when he fucking undressed 2 fucking teenage boys? It was at a COVID press conference or some shit. Teenagers, gang. Teenage fucking boys wore a fucking mask. Teenagers. Gang. Teenagers. And you see his monkey ass stroll up to the fucking mic. He sees the 2 teenage boys. Where's Letty? Okay. And he sees the 2 teenage boys right behind him, right? And as he gets up and he's getting his speech prepared, he's like, okay, you know what? Enough of the theatrics. Enough of the take off the mask. Take them off. Take them off right now. Enough of the theatrics. Enough of the theatrics. Those are your family values. In order, again, he sold merch, gang. Don't Fauci my floor for his one-man theatrical war against a reputable scientist and Dr. Anthony Fauci. He undressed 2 teenage boys that were on the stage with him. Gang, I just saw a video where it was either a principal or a vice principal. I actually think it was in a school in Florida, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe that's just the anger talking. But I did see the video. About to belch. False alarm. Of a principal or vice principal. Gang, it was a child. It was in an elementary school. I don't know what the kid said, but the captions even said the boy had special needs. Okay, let's say the boy didn't have special needs. The kid said something. The fucking principal, the vice principal, put his hand right here on his throat and shoved that. The kid was what? Maybe 70, 80 pounds? Shoved that kid so hard he went flying at least 6 to 7 feet backwards. My response, all I said was, that boy's father is better than me. That's all I'll say, right? Again, I don't care about your internet articles. I don't give a fuck what you think. Why do you have a beef with someone else wearing a mask? They're not making you wear a mask. But the governor of Florida, such an alpha man that he literally undressed, humiliated, in my opinion, 2 teenage. Take them off. Take those masks off right now. Okay, enough with it. Enough. Take them off. Where are the consequences? Gang, if I was in the audience and that was one of my sons, shit. That press conference would have gone a whole lot. Oh, and breaking news. Former All-American linebacker Robert Reed goes to jail for whipping the dog shit out of Ron Fuckface DeSantis for humiliating his son for the oh-so-horrible crime of wearing a mask during COVID. You got me fucked up. Think I'm going to let you talk to my kid? Family values. Humiliating a teenager. Where's the goddamn consequence? None. You get rewarded these days. If you're a fucking Republican, you do. Gang, fuckface Ron DeSantis took people from San Antonio, Texas, put them on a plane in Florida, and dropped them off in the exact same conditions that fuckface Greg Abbott did. Dropped these people off in Martha's Vineyard. Now, I don't know if he was following the advice of fuckface Tucker Carlson, but I heard fuckface Tucker Carlson say it. Again, gang, are these the family values? It's kind of like, I don't know, being a Christian. If you tell me you're a Christian, I'm just going to tell you, okay, I believe you're a fucking Christian. I'm not here to debate you. Go fuck yourself. I got other things to do with my time, mainly nothing. But I'm not going to debate you if you tell me you're a Christian. Fine, you're a Christian. Same thing here. If you tell me you are the party of family values, again, that's just a Republican buzzword. We drink on this show, motherfuckers. When we hear Republican buzzword, actually, we just drink on this fucking show anyway. Robert Reed, go fuck yourself. Back on topic. So when you tell me that you're part of the party of family values, but yet you support a president that fucked a porn star, straight up raw dog style, behind his pregnant wife's back, those to me are family values. If that's what you say, then I'm going to believe you. Fine. You don't like the Democrats, or at least the way they're handling people, the immigrants. No, fine. But if your ultimate solution is to treat those Mexican people like pawn pieces and trash, but yet you still tell me you're a member of the party of family values, okay, then those are family values. Undressing teenagers, humiliate them. But you're the party of family values? Those are, just shut the fuck up. Gang, Uncle Bobby's only giving you one big motherfucking problem. So as a result, Uncle Bobby's going to give you one big motherfucking solution. Republicans, Trumplicans, shut the fuck up. Again, there are no consequences anymore for fucked up ass behavior and words. You are an elected official. And unlike Charles Barkley, what he said, you are a role model. You are. Most people can't name all their kids' teachers. You know the name Ted Cruz. Why is he not being punished, raked over the fucking coals more severely? Oh yeah, I'm doing it. There are other networks out there that are doing it. Ted Cruz should be violently unemployed. Jim Jones. What a slip that was. Jim Jordan, violently unemployed. Fuckface Madison Cawthorn, violently unemployed. Lauren Boebert, Louis Gohmert, Marjorie Taylor Fuckface Green, Ron DeSantis, Dan Pat, all of them. They should be violently unemployed. That's how bad of a job I believe them to be doing. Again, you remember the good old days when Republicans at least used to lie and say they were the party of family values? Not anymore, gang. Now it's straight up, how ugly can we be? To mic drop. To mic drop on the abortion topic. Fuckface Matt Gaetz called girls fat. Well, the main ones who were talking about getting an abortion, who would sleep with them? Yeah, keep marching. You should lose some weight. Eat a salad. Shut the fuck up. That man should have been tarred and feathered. He said he's got a podcast. He's got a job that pays him $175,000 a year. You know who pays for that? You do. Where are the consequences for bad actions? Our elected officials are getting away with emotional assault and battery. Fuckface Greg Abbott. Again, all I can do is go off of your actions because I don't know the definition of family values. Greg Abbott treated those Mexican people like trash. And in that fucked up ass move, he transferred trash from one lawn to another. Fuckface Ron DeSantis did the exact same thing. So maybe I shouldn't be upset. Hold on, I'm about to belch. I just belched. I'm professional. Maybe I shouldn't be upset. Maybe I should actually be thanking them. Thanking them because I guess maybe now I know what family values actually are. And Republican family values is one, being a fucking hypocrite. You're the party of law and order until it comes time for you to follow the law and the order. You supported an insurrectionist president. You made excuses for him for 5, 6 years. Those are apparently Republican family values. That's what Jesus
wait
would
till
do.
y'all see what I'm cooking up back here tonight.
When it's come down time to really help people, you say, fuck those people. Those are family values, according to the Republican Party now these days.
According to the Republican buzzword committee.
Maybe I'm no longer mad. I'm now saying thank you. Thank you for showing me the exact definition of Republican family values. Small government. Right up until it's time for a birthing person to make a choice on what to do with their body. Then that government's so small, you can stick it up a fucking vagina. Family values include supporting people that are just fucking emotionally gross. Jim Jordan covered up sex crimes. Madison Cawthorn's a piece of shit. Matt Gaetz is a rapist. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a conspiracy theorist who wanted to fucking hang the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Actually, thank you, Republicans. Thank you for showing me who and what you really are. Ron DeSantis. Those are family values. I'm going to bust into the bank and I'm going to spend money on gas, insurance, paying the pilots, all that stuff. And I'm going to dump what they call illegal aliens. Translation, trash. I'm going to take trash from San Antonio, Texas, to Florida, and I'm going to dump that trash in Martha's Vineyard. Same thing with Greg Abbott. I'm going to take the trash from Del Rio, Texas, and in a state that can't stop asking the question, how are we going to pay for it? They said, fuck it. We found plenty of money for that. We're going to take the trash off of the lawn of Del Rio, Texas, Brownsville, Texas, all those border towns, and we're going to dump that trash on the front lawn, quite literally, of the Vice President of the United States. Only months after complaining about the safety of 2 conservative Supreme Court justices. But like I said, again, according to Republican logic, they sent murderers, rapists, thieves, MS-13 people to the lawn of the vice president. But the same party that was willing to hang theirs is willing to do that to the other side's president. Vice president, please go fuck yourself. So again, I take back everything I just said. I'm no longer angry. I'm grateful. I'm fucking grateful. Thank you, Republicans, for showing me who and what you actually are. Now I know. Now we all know what the fucking definition of family values are. I've never been prouder not to be a Republican. I can't stop you from believing that those are family values. All I can tell you is that I violently disagree with your definition of family fucking values. All right, gang, the big guy's held you long enough. He's signing the fuck off. Gin and Truth, let's go.
All right, gang, speaking of signing the motherfuck off, y'all already know what time it is. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof, let's go to the motherfucking casino. The motherfucking playlist tonight is going to be motherfucking Tizite. I ain't got time for these pocket locker 86 fools. No transition. The big guy, the little guys held you long enough. I'm signing off. Let's go to the motherfucking casino.
Yeah, well. Too many calls, gotta stay out the way. Especially the streets, man, they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case. On a run on the low and he did the race. Caught a body, it ain't really shot me. Rubbing on demon time since the bottom. Older bro in Miami, man, we sharing mamas. I wish I could've stayed in from all the drama. Rare roof, we was really there getting money. Is then with the place where the rain is sunny. Know my niggas gonna catch me, I ever stumble. Know my team gonna pick up, I ever fumble. Niggas ain't winning, they really punt. In that location, we coming silly, loud guardian niggas, we stayed 100. If you been on my block, then we kept it coming. The plane cause I carry a lot of weight. FaceTime with my baby, make sure it's straight. Breakfast with A, with a start my day. Chop it with Henny and talk with A. Joey crack is my dog and we get it back. Champion style taking devil crash. And somehow I still go and I get the cash. But it ain't never been about the bag. I've been dipping in fashion, I'm about to